Hello, you lovely, lovely people. How is it going? I'm just getting set up over here. I've got to get myself a coffee still, as is tradition, and very, very necessary. Harold will be joining us today. So for those of you who don't know Harold is a long-time friend of the channel, someone who you'll see in chat a fair amount, and is around Berlin. Did come to cast the other day. Sam is traveling today, so he won't be able to join us, so it'll be Harold and I. So Harold's come to, you know, help share the burden. Thank you to Sam, of course, for covering the last couple of days as well. Did a damn fine job, as he always does. We had some good games. In the last few days. I was, though I can't lie, I was quite glad to have a bit of a break. Yeah, the last 2 days were my days off, effectively. And we're trying to be better about that this year. Yeah. Hey, Duo, hey, Pintalos, hey, Varane as well. How are you all doing? Oh, and again, folks, we have a special sponsor for this month, of course, in Opera GX. Thank you so much to Opera GX for being on board with the channel. So, if you would like to, if you'd like to explore a new gaming browser, Opera GX is pretty damn good. It's pretty good. There's a lot of customization. Can bring over a lot of your bookmarks and, well, all of your bookmarks and extensions from previous browsers as well. So that is a very, very cool thing. At least it worked for Chrome when I did it. Not sure if it works with other browsers like that, but I definitely know it works with that one. It's very cool. Okay, let's go live on Onivia. Let's get these chats popped out, and let's get to it. A compliment for Duo. Let me have a think. One second, sorry, just putting some browser tabs around on my second screen. That should be fine. Okay, got an advert coming up in a minute and a half, that's cool. Let's see if Harold's messaged me yet, I don't think so. Oh, do we have some interview? They're probably going to throw it to an interview now, actually. Let me... Oh, no, it's not. It's different. Cool. Really like this track. This is cool. So this is, this is MVP rankings, that's what it is. Sorry, I was messaging on the side. This is MVP for Group Perseverance, Angel, no, this is points. I think this is like the Fantasy Manager thing. This is Fantasy Manager stuff. That makes some degree of sense. Try doing that. Does that change anything? Maybe I should just randomly press buttons on my compressor to see if it works. Angel with the pop-off? Angel started the split pretty poorly, but Angel has such a high ceiling. Good to see you, by the way, Herstein, by the way. Welcome to the channel. There's going to be an ad break on at some point. I didn't want to interrupt the ad break because that causes issues, really. Because it'll just come back anyway. They'll be back in greater number. That wasn't a very good impression. Knight with the most points for the week, though? Is that for the week? No, it's okay, Joe. I was thinking about it anyway. I was wondering if your name hid the secret of your true power, which is, you know, you're such a wonderful person and have so much power because you've got like this kind of like Voltron effect going on, where like you've got like a single maiden and a single maiden like combined in a Voltron way to become duo maiden, you know? It's the only way I can think of to explain your chatting prowess. That's suitable. Okay, today we have EDG, WE, and we have Weibo, Anyone's Legend. Hey, Scubs, how's it going? Yeah, so we got an ad. Cool. I'm glad the advert's on now, because otherwise it would have been a real pain to put out. Sometimes when you manually put on ads, it doesn't actually delay the planned ads. Good to see you, Jones, as well. Hey, Tonasco. Fun fact for Tonasco. Let me have a think. Got a roster thing to go through first, and hopefully we can get us into that. Fun facts. Let me think. Did you know there's a facility in Japan which can simulate, which simulates over like 100 meters squared, like any possible rain weather condition? Not any possible, like all inclement weather, but there is a Japanese facility which can simulate the world's heaviest rainfall ever recorded, which I believe was sometime in 1924 or something like that. Why is Leaf kind of handsome? Because he's got those cheekbones. It's all about the cheekbones. I speak also as a cheekbone haver. Most people have them, I hear. Yeah, I was watching a Veritasium video the other day on some of the facilities which Japan has for inclement weather. Right, folks, I need to go get myself a coffee real quick. There's an advert on anyway. EDW, this is actually very important. This should determine top 2, I think. Yeah. Now, NIP still had to... Oh, hang on. This gets close, actually. Okay, so there are implications. WE are already top 2. EDG, if they lose here, cannot get top 2, I believe. Yeah, I think if EDG lose, I don't think there's a way for them to get top 2. NIP have a game against TT, so it's between NIP and EDG. So this matchup is really important to determine our kind of Knights Road play-in series. Okay, I really do need to get myself a coffee. I'll be back in just 1 second.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人欣然。我们先请到的是 EDG 的打野选手小浩，跟大家打招呼。
大家好，我是 EDG 的打野小浩。
上次 EDG 面对到 WE 是你们赛季初的首战，当时是没有能够拿到胜场的，所以现在回想起来的话，感觉那个时候可能队伍哪些地方做的不够好？
当时队伍技术性可能没有很强吧，然后打团失误也比较多，所以说输了。
那这一次是再相遇了，所以你觉得想要从组内的榜首手里拿到这一分的话，你觉得关键在哪里？
关键是在于我们打团吧，然后我们做好打团和指挥，应该就能赢下。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。同样，我们请到的是西安 WE 的打野选手 Monkey， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是西安群将 W 的打野选手 Monkey。
今天这场比赛是你们在组内赛的收官之战，所以回顾过去的5场比赛的话，感觉队伍的整体表现如何呢？
我觉得比我预想中的要好很多吧，然后希望今天继续保持下去。
今天的对手是 EDG， 他们最近是1波3连胜之势嘛，所以在比赛当中你会感觉这场比赛格外注意他们哪些点？
我觉得就是他们团前的
Hello folks, how's it going? Harold is in the building.
今天我们注意一下就好。
好的
And we'll just get some coffees and we're figuring things out in the background. Okay, hello everyone. We're figuring out, stuff as you do, but we're here. We're alive. Hello, how's it go? I didn't turn the camera on. Okay, great stuff. Oh, yeah, that's why. Hello everyone, how's it going?
We are visible.
That's a Harold, that's a me, and we do have EDG versus WE. So this is in Xi'an, WE's hometown, of course. And this series is really, really important because EDG, if they lose this, are effectively out of top tier perseverance, and that means that they get into, I think, the lower bracket of the Knight's Road. So I believe what happens is, if you're bottom tier of Ascend, top tier perseverance, you end up fighting off for like basically 2 chances to get through into playoffs. Whereas if you're bottom tier in perseverance or top tier in Nirvana, then you have that you have to win 2 best of 5s back to back as well. So it's going to be either NIP or EDG. They are very, very close on game score and the series score as well. NIP probably have the advantage because they're playing TT after this. Well, at some point in the next few days, I think it might be tomorrow actually. But I mean, EDG have left the door open.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't it that like the possibility where every team except TT were gonna end up 4-2 with perfect score against each other?
Oh, I think game score might change that. I think EDG might have ruined that because I'm just looking at, so currently Team WE are 4-1 in series, +6 in game score. So they can only go down to a +4 minimum in game score, whereas EDG can only go to +3 in game score. Because they're on +1 right now.
So WE, regardless of the situation, they're going to be the first seed.
Yes. Well, they're going to be top 2. I think NIP can they're going to be top 2. They might, because basically NIP can get to 4-2 with a +4 game score as well. I'm just not sure what tie breaks between them. Yeah, Harold's here live. I know, live.
In the flesh.
In the flash. And yeah, we're bringing you today's game. So appreciate you, Harold, coming over and.
No worries. More than happy to be here, cool. Share some LPL.
Yeah. So we're going to be going into game at some point. I just realized there's a spinning logo on that side from where I normally have the video ninja link for guests. So I got to get you a coffee as well at some point. I've got to get my own one from the other room.
Yeah, I think we're not in a hurry for anything, to be honest. So.
Yeah, we've ran adverts, which is good. I hear that's a good thing. And yeah, we'll get on with that when we can. I'm gonna leave you alone with chat actually for a second. I'm a very dangerous thing. Just don't know. Call me if anything breaks, and I'll get some coffees.
Hopefully nothing breaks, but you know, I will do everything in my power to not do anything.
2026英雄联盟职业联赛第1赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网。 LPL
There's a lot of
QQ
snow here in Berlin.
虎牙
There's
直
a lot
播
of ice. I've
哔哩哔哩
slipped
直
like a
播
few times
腾讯
already,
视频
so
腾讯体育新浪微博
But-
微信视频号进行收看
I
电视
am
机前的
like
召唤师
becoming LPL
可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事 上京东搜京东
my
电竞
rank,
直播
it doesn't
赢
matter.
千元耳
My
机和
rank
游戏
doesn't
手办
matter. I'm still
穿李
good.
宁日进斗金系列助你峡谷稳赢马年望道飞起开一局吗开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。
Probably something good to do
Sky
with the mic.
Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。
Okay,
更
now
受
we've
电
got
竞用户喜欢的能
full-chested
量饮料，醒神好喝，当然
full-chested
战马。
breathing going on
奥
now,
风
so
第
there's
七
probably more
LPL
volume
官
in
方
my
指
voice.
定电竞椅，想赢做奥风。
But the teams are here. Oh, the intro is here. Proper cool intro this year. They got finally got some personality going with the players, and really appreciate it. Because every other year it was literally just about the teams, and now this year we're leaning into a little bit of like what the LPL's been, what the LCK's been doing, and there's a little focus on the players, at least in my opinion. So that's good, you know. Only because of yeah. He's the only one with personality apparently. Nothing. Just luck. Yep. Monkey, my goat. 100% my goat. Holy shit. For the generation of players. We have like leave. This guy who's ripping it up on like JDG somehow. Vampire. I remember watching Vampire 2 years ago in summer, and it was some of the most cat despair supportive gameplay I've seen in a long time. The backup comes through, and we've got team saying "Yayo." Oh, I think we had the map up already. Very effective map up. Well, we got our introduction to the team. Wait, I'm trying to figure back out so it's EDG, so it's Shahar versus Monkey.
Yep, Shahar versus Monkey, that's the big matchup, really. Yeah, maybe I And our teams get onto the stage as well. So we're into our last couple of days of the regular season, folks. You know, I believe we've only got one matchup left after this in Group Perseverance. And then I think we're full Ascend beyond that, you know. We've got one NIPTT. Yeah, everything beyond that is Group Ascend. So we're gonna finish things off in style in the next few days. Mind folks, on Friday, will be that last day, Friday, the last day of the regular season.
I mean, what are we looking for in terms of like Group Ascend? Because I feel like in Group Perseverance we've got our clear-cut best 3 teams, and then there's TTs somewhere there, and then like Group Ascend, you know, we're looking at a BLG who's wavering. Like, they've been good, but they've also been really bad.
Very inconsistent, yes.
We've had an AL who at times have been looking like really solid, and then some other times they feel lost when they don't have, you know, certain tools to pull the trigger to like make the fight happen in a few games, especially when Hope is not in a like winning situation. And then we've got like a JDG who I still haven't quite figured out.
Hey, I think I figured them quite out. Like, they don't know how to deal with chaos. If their early game plan goes wrong, this team doesn't know what to do. I think their laning, however, is really, really good. And I think that if Ginger downloads the enemy opponent, we get to see the best side of them. So it's not, I think they do somewhat have a fatal flaw hanging around in the background, which is effectively, if you rock them early, this team doesn't know what to do. However, they're quite good at that early game, so it's quite hard to get past that first blockade. But that's why we've seen them not deal very well with the chaos of an Invictus Gaming or a Weibo, who aren't as classically good as the top teams, but they throw a spanner into the works of this kind of finely crafted JDG machine where if they fall behind, suddenly jungle support is just non-functional, they don't know what to do.
Got this very visible exhaust port.
Yeah. Oh, the JDG Death Star, that's it. Yeah, okay, wonderful. That's a great analogy. And of course, these teams may well end up facing against those teams at some point if they do make it through into playoffs. As it stands, you know, WE will be making it through in the top half of Group Perseverance, so top 2, and that means that they'll be facing one of, I believe, top esports or Invictus Gaming at this point. I think that's pretty much locked, actually. Let me check.
I think WE are the only team that is locked.
I think, oh, so Invictus Gaming are locked into bottom 2 of Group Ascend. However, we're not exactly sure whether top esports or Weibo will be joining them. However, we're getting into our first draft of the day. So Harold, let's take it away with the picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the pretty standard set of bans coming through for the LPL season. You know, Jace, Vados, Rumble, Malphite. I wonder what we'll see next. Probably some degree of Orianna or Azir, I would say. Karis and Angel probably more, you know, compared to some of the people that we have in Group Ascent, probably some of the better Azir players.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, because I think one of the reasons why we don't see as much Azir banned in LCK is because we just don't have as many widespread Azir players. Now, we do have them, but yeah, I think particularly Karis and Azir are 2 of our better ones. Yunara banned away, actually, which does mean we're going to get some big power picks through either one of that Orianna or Azir, as you're saying.
I wonder if they're like the you know, what does a Yunara ban signal to me? Because the Yunara has been answered in many ways before. You know, we've seen the Caitlyn, we've seen the Aphelios,
Misfortune.
I mean, there's plenty carries. I wonder if you're like gonna pick something.
I mean,
that
the only thing which I can think of is, yeah, we want to just remove power from bot side of the map. That's one thing, right? But then the other thing is basically maybe all of the counters you have prepared are immobile carries, and you don't want to open that up. That's something that we've seen because it'll, you know, you get slammed with like a Nocturne or something like that. Of course, the Orianna will be taken here. In this case, that first pick quite an easy one.
Yeah, I mean, Orianna, strong pick, laning power, push, great team fight presence. You know, just
does your taxes, your water system, does your plumbing.
You know, factotum, you know, something like that. But you know, Angel on the Orianna makes sense. And as we were talking about, the answer comes through with the Azir. You're gonna give up that early laning pressure for more consistent DPS and team fight presence as the game goes on. But you know, this is pretty much a handshake matchup in the early on. Angel's gonna get pushed, Karis is gonna get pushed back. You know, probably as WE now, you're looking to get something for About or Cube to play around with what I would assume is gonna be Monkey's Mundo.
Yeah, and it is locked in. Blind pick Mundo. Now, because doesn't that just open up a really aggressive jungler from Xiaohao? Now, I guess the Mundo's okay into some of the aggressive picks, but my worry is what happens if you get Nocturne here? The Azir can really struggle into that. Because Azir is fine versus most aggressive junglers because he's fairly mobile. Doesn't really work versus the Nocturne.
Yeah, no, Nocturne doesn't really care about your movement. He kind of just keeps chasing you. I do wonder if EDG need to lock in a high DPS bot laner now, because otherwise they might have to run into the issue of not. Okay.
Nico, yeah, we were saying, oh, these things, great things being banned out, blah, blah. There are so many things to ban in game 1. Sometimes you forget a hyper OP. Nico made it through the 3rd pick.
Yeah, I mean, already, like, this is a perfect, like, pull the trigger, turn off the light, pull the trigger, and somehow you're all knocked up and dead.
Damn. But to say, like, sounds like a really bad club night in Berlin.
Pretty much, but
Sion is here for WNT, so they have a really good front line already. However, the backline dive on EDG, if they make it past that front line, is really scary for an Azir. They do need an AD carry that can also somewhat survive the engage, though, and that's going to worry me.
I mean, this means like probably the MF is locked out of the pool probably for EDG. I would say maybe no wait, actually no. Our MF for EDG is probably pretty decent. For WE, maybe a Zeri?
You need something that's survivable. And you know, we were questioning back to that Yunara ban before. Maybe this is why. They wanted to go for the hyper dive of Nocta and Nico. Yunara's move speed and then the dash to escape from that ultimate as well is a pretty good way to get out of that kind of combo. Now imagine W's draft with that Yunara now, you'd be like, okay, maybe the dive combo doesn't hit. Yeah. So by banning that, we're starting to see some of that forward thinking. Now they're banning away some of the more mobile carries, the Ezreal. I'd imagine they ban Corki too.
Corki or Lucian. Those are the two that come to mind. The Kaisa ban coming through from WE. I mean,
so it's one of the, it's a great lane with the Nico. It's one of the Powerpuff girls which just like dives in with you.
Yep.
I can understand that.
Yeah, I mean, probably the Corki is gonna be the last takeaway because it's got, you know, decent HP building, decent mobility, can probably survive that. Yeah, the Corki's taken away. I would assume probably something like the Lucian is gonna be the next priority for WE. But even then, you're just gonna. Oh, I mean, you're not blaming support, but you're.
I mean, what it might be is, it's just like, look, if we can't dodge the engage, maybe we try and give ourselves a better chance to survive it. And you kind of throw the ult onto the Azir. Of course, it helps with that attack speed too. They're going to have, though, WE, very low engage. It doesn't matter as much in this game so far, because there's so much engage on the other side. A fight will happen. It's going to happen. EDG can't really interact with the game without starting a fight.
I am looking at the situation, I'm looking at the R5 possibility. I'm thinking maybe About is going to like pull out something like what's the name? Nila.
That would be very. If you've actually correctly called that,
there's a lot of right.
That will be a Hall of Famer.
So.
The Ambessa comes in. I think if you go into the meat grinder, you're asking to be turned into a sausage at that point.
Yeah.
Last pick AD carry for Leave as well. Leaving AD carry counterpick. AD carry on 5th pick for both teams is so strange in the current meta.
I mean, we've seen a bunch of teams do it, especially when it came through, like to looking for options to counter maybe the Varus or something like that. But R5 here, when I don't know, I don't like it. The MF is locked in for EDG. Leave. Makes sense, you know, a lot of dive, probably not gonna be a lot of diving onto you, but yeah, this makes sense.
You see what makes sense as a spell shield? Sometimes like, oh, survival AD carries, and I think of the mobile ones, and you forget about the ones with like, Sivir spell shield, that's really important. Gonna go to a quick ad break, folks, so we don't get them while we're in the game as well. We'll get ready for our first game of the day. Team W versus EDG. As a reminder, folks, if EDG lose today, they're pretty much guaranteed to go through as 3rd from Group Perseverance, which means that they would be in the lower bracket from the Knight's Road, whereas on the other side it would be NIP, which would benefit from that. So NIP kind of watching a little bit nervously. I think they have a little bit more safety. They've got an easier opponent to face up next, and they have a slightly better game score, but those are the stakes. We're coming down to our last series of Group Perseverance here today and tomorrow.
Generally looking at the draft here, I see the Sivir, but I don't like it. I think the spell shield might be just overwhelmed by the overwhelming engage on the side of EDG, because yeah, you're spell shielded what? Maybe a Nocturne R damage. Cool. There's a Shockwave coming through. There's a Pop Blossom coming through. There's a perfect. Where's a Public Executor? Not perfect execution coming through. I don't know if the Sivir spell shield and the Wild Growth are gonna be enough to just void all of that engage. I do understand that you have double frontline and an Azir to sweep and try and create space for you, but I wonder if it is enough, really.
Can be a bit of an arms race that way, see who can kind of get ahead of the aggressive and defensive curve. Okay, folks, because we're kind of trying up again a bit of a new setup, if you notice anything wrong with the sound of things, rather than the sound of music, the sound of violence and great destruction, you let us know that. Let's hear those gyros. There we go, some nice gyros out of the crowd there. Of course, this is WE's hometown. Went there in 23 for the summer finals. Wasn't actually the arena that they normally play in. But to hand you the headphones, and I realized that. But basically, the way that we do things here, so we have one set of headphones for game sound. Should really get a headphone splitter. We basically give it to the person who's play-by-playing. And I guess I'm play-by-playing today, which will be an experience. Welcome to a role which I'm somewhat more experienced in than I was. But come on, you can't eat those kind of double-ups about. That's like 2, 3 at level 1.
We're eating damage for fun, I guess.
What do you think it tastes like? Blood?
I mean, out of this MF skin, probably wax, you know, with the candle
guns. True. I hadn't thought about that. But truly, you are a colorcaster in the way that you analyze violence on Summoner's Rift.
But as we see here, this is... I don't know. This is not a lane where EDG should have priority, in my opinion. Sivir W at level 1 should be the automatic priority button. You have a Lulu that can either shield you or damage the opponent with Glitter Lands. I don't like this entire situation. And Monkey trying to like double clear camps, but you know, currently is the leashing range is kind of very, very annoying to deal with. But you know, they're doing a pretty good job at it. You know, 2 minutes, probably 2 minutes to 10, 15. Yeah, we're gonna have the red buff done, which means at 2:30 he's probably gonna be in the river. And WE are reaching their 500th LPL game.
Gosh, yeah. Is that match days? Huh, interesting. Number 2. I wonder what that's probably because WE, no, they've played way more than 500 games. So that is match days. That'll be series and or other things. Yeah. Monkey's now on bot side is level 4. Of course, the Nocturne on the side of it as well. And yes, for those of you who are less familiar with Harold is a good friend of ours who's worked in ERLs as a coach, has been a caster in the UK scene as well, and it just so happens to be in Berlin, so why not bring him over? Monkey walking into mid lane now, looking for that briefcase, does find it, and Angel is going to find the papers attached to him. Forces the flash quite easily there.
That might have, if I was Monkey, I might have just flash auto eat there. No flash, no mana on Angel. Why not go for it? You could have maybe forced the first blood. Flash already burnt. Angel forced out of a lane where the Orianna should have control early on, but out of mana, out of control.
And the thing about Angel is that we have a lot of respect for Angel, world finalist from 2020, was an all-pro mid laner, I think 3rd all-pro team in 24, I want to say. This guy's had a good run of form. He's got a lot of respect for him. This year, though, in this split, he hasn't been hitting that mark for me just yet, and there's some of these small mistakes like this, which have sometimes held back EDG, who I thought would be, especially with WE, potentially downgrading in a roster coming into this year. EDG I thought would be clear best team in Perseverance. That's clearly now not been the case.
Well, WE, the major change that they've done is, you know, the bot lane change. Losing Taeyun to the LCK, and who was their support? I forget.
It was Vampire.
Yeah, it was Vampire. Vampire going to JDG. I don't know if that... Okay, I am together with Alex here in the Vampire Not Quite Believers Club at this point. But, I don't know. I think WE have come back from a good, you know, market. They've retained one of their best players in Monkey, who has been consistently becoming, in my opinion, one of the more creative and more, you know, meta-warping junglers in the LPL.
And he was last year for sure too. Yeah. If you think about how he kind of changed the way that we looked at stuff like Trundle. He was the first guy to bring out Trundle last year as well. And yeah, but I thought particularly, you know, we had doubts about Vampire, but particularly for WE, he worked very well. He'd snowballed their early game. And it's very hard to break up what felt like a duo that was overperforming. But actually, Monkey's just turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the balance, you know, the situation that WE had last year was really good. It was almost, you know, the perfect cocktail of, you know, experience and creativity and consistent carries, because we're looking at the man right now in Caris. Caris has been probably the most consistent member of this WE roster throughout the years. Well, the years, probably what, 2 years, I think, back to 2024 if I recall, when he joined the team. But Caris has been really, really good at just being that consistent force in the mid lane for WE and making sure that there is a fallback plan in case, you know, the more creative plans go around.
And I think, you know, speaking of Caris now, 10 CS up in the mid lane, we don't expect that from the Azir-Orianna matchup, but because the Orianna had to play flash early, that often leads to it, and that will help balance out a little bit. Hang on, sweep misses just as we're glazing you, Caris. You can't do that to us. Oh my God. Ends up missing that sweep. Just like, oh, it's, you know, it's balancing out this really bad CS deficit from bot side, which should never happen. You know, Leave and Palkia, it's a great, you know, it's a very damaging duo lane, but what's happening there? Caris just completely airballs it.
Oh man, that is... Oh.
Jump into the enemy jungle. And Mundo caught out alone. They don't have a sweep out. There's the shockwave. It'll blow the passive. I don't think it'll save the Mundo, though. First blood going to Xiaohao. It's a bit of a comedy of errors for WE's jungle mid.
Yeah, but first good collapse on with the use of the paranoia, you know, forcing the Mundo out of your jungle. When he's, you know, when the play goes awry, Monkey tries to salvage it by going and stealing camps, and Xiaohao says no.
Yeah. I mean, you just used that ultimate in mid lane, so it was pretty hard for you to have that kind of fighting potential anyway. And now suddenly, Angel ends up getting himself an assist, Xiaohao gets a kill. He is running the ultimate hunter with these runes as well. Not every Nocturne has. That's a pretty big win for him. That's an ulti topside from ZDZ just to hop over a Q and get a slightly better trade.
Yeah, I mean, this is just top lane 101. You're just burning cooldowns for the sake of withholding a little bit of health advantage in the situation. Now, of course, EDG has that level 7, which means he has unlocked the ultimate passive, which gives him lifesteal on
Everything,
champions.
basically.
Yeah, but it's reduced on minions to 25% and 40% on jungle camps, but it's 100% on champions. But, you know, now we're in a situation where Cube is free scaling, and this is like right now. The major issue I see for the side of WE, if they Xiao.
Oh, there's the ult coming forwards. There's the bullet time as well. Oh my god, the damage is intense. Well, it costs a flash from Palkia, but it gets 3 summoners out of about and Yao. And let me tell you, folks, there's going to be an even bigger CS lead after that. That was a disgusting combo. Great jump forwards from Palkia.
30 CS gap between the two AD carries. This is not what you want to see from your safe lane Sivir and Lulu. This is another EDG masterclass in terms of bottling control. Lead, you know, one of the players that we have been hyping up throughout the years. You know, he had his controversies, but he had his moments. But, you know, he was pegged as the successor of Uzi at the time. And then it's just, you know, it's been a slow and steady rise, I would say. Last year on an IP, he showed up as probably the win condition for that roster at the time.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And now we're seeing him back on an EDG roster that seems to have at least, you know, the weapons to try and make something happen. You know, this roster, you look at the name tags on this roster and you're like...
It has potential. It's got a good ceiling. And, you know, he's the one guy that's coming in new to EDG, because it was Arn that was playing for EDG last year. Leaf was the one guy that's kind of joining this roster, and you're absolutely right. This guy was set up to be a superstar. Just doing a bit of housekeeping as well. We noticed that Yao held the wave up in bot lane, which helped about retain more CS than he had any right to from that play. You've got Grubs potentially started on top side, and we do have all of the ultimates available for a play around there if it does come to a fight. Looks though, with the Nocturne going south, going south for the winter, I suppose, migrating. The migrationary habits of a Nocturne, you know, you got to question these things. It means that he won't be contesting the Grubs. Instead, going to go look at some of those wards. He has the ward sense thingy. What is it? Whatever it is.
Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense is the one. We just scouted out that ward there as well. Just heading into the bot side and making sure that this bot lane of the Sivir and Lulu can continue to be put under pressure.
I wonder if Xiaohao is literally just looking for one more camp to finish Stride Breaker and then start ulting off of cooldown.
Well, he just got the Hex Plate, so that would be the logic then.
He got a Hex Plate. Oh my, yeah, my bad. He had one there, so... which means now that he's going to be able to start ulting on cooldown, I would expect him to start just roaming down towards bot lane together with Angel and trying to put this Sivir Lulu lane even more behind, because at this point, this MF is looking to be your win condition. 700 gold ahead, 30 CS up on their lane opponent. Butlers are probably completed in base, I would say. You know, they've got a BF and a pickaxe in the inventory completed. So I would say we're probably heading towards that win condition of having that MF be the unkillable bot lane carry.
Yeah. And on the other side, hang on, Karis jump forwards to get that shield. That might end up being a mistake. It's another airball. Nico comes in for the assist, and it has just been an awful start to game one from Karis, a player who's largely been a real good kind of control tower in the mid lane. 2 for 2, well, 0 for 2 on ultimates there. Goes down, and that might even be another plate going to Angel.
Karis. I want, man, it hurts to see, but you know, good on EDG to try and capitalize on those moments. You know, forcing a lot of pressure down this mid lane. Considering in the terms of solo lanes, you know, they're fine in terms of control. The bot lane's ahead. ZDZ is gonna be fine, but as we see here in the replay, you know, Karis is just getting zoned out, and I feel like here he misclicks a little bit. He just goes forward and he's not in range to do anything.
I'm just looking at the minimap. No one else is in range. It's not like anyone else can come into mid lane. He doesn't have flash either. You don't fight at that kind of HP. It's Briefcape's landing in bot, so remember there's no flash on Palkia. He used it for that ult earlier. Does use the heal though to get a bit of move speed. Little Ants will miss, so Palkia will make it out safely. By the way, just heard a little bit of things as well. Boogie, thank you so much for the subscription as well. If people are enjoying what you're hearing today, I know it's crazy, but if you're enjoying what you're hearing here, think about dropping a like, a follow, a subscribe. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so we're just basically kept live and kept going by you folks giving your support. And we have some very generous donators and people who turn up today and every day. The regulars in chat. You know, one of the regulars is here in person, casting. I know, it's crazy. We appreciate your support all the same as well. EDG now at a 2.5 thousand gold lead, and I'll also note as well, have those top and bot lane role quests completed earlier than WE.
I mean, which means probably more XP is going to go into ZDZ, which is going to give him a steady, probably 1 level advantage. And, or he's going to give him some leeway to probably roam and make a play happen.
Ooh, Monkey gets the buff steal, ends up getting the fear potential onto Monkey as well. He has the Hexblade, he can ult here. ZDZ has the ult over the wall, forced to flash away. The paranoia. Well, it feels like it's actually quite justified, not paranoia there, because there were actually people after him. Now he's jumping up towards that. Sion does put down that Q. He's got a lot of HP, but he doesn't have a flash now. Uses that to get out to safety.
2 flashes burned for 2 ultimates. I will take that trade as EDG in this situation. Like, EDG are just pressuring all over the map. I feel like Xiaohao getting an early kill onto the Mundo mid-invade was probably the catalyst for this early game. You know, there's probably some other elements that come through it, you know, the missed shuffle from Caris that set up that play basically, but now EDG are in a situation where they can pull the trigger pretty much everywhere, and WE have to back off. Because one of the, you know, common counters to Nocturne, especially like when you're playing in kind of an organized way, you try and group up against a Nocturne. You can't do that in this game. There's
not
Rihanna and there's a Nico.
You know, funnily enough, we're gonna one of my favorite combos I played in Arena, which again, I like to think of Arena kind of like chess puzzles, where are you realistically going to see this in game? No, until you do. It's just not something realistic. But a guy called Light, Daniel, is a big Kha'Zix player, and I played a load of Zyra, and we ended up using, again, that kind of like pulling in 2 different ways. You don't want to group versus a Zyra, but you don't want to split versus a Kha'Zix. It's exactly the same thing here. It's the problem with that kind of like Orianna factor in as well. Dragon's going to get started. WE, they don't have a platform to contest this on right now. They're actually falling very far behind. However, I'll note back to the first time that these 2 teams played, which is quite a while ago now, towards the start of the split. EDG should have massacred the first series, but then they ended up losing around those objective plays. EDZ does have flash, does have ult too, might have to use it. Kusiva, oh, that's a really good hop over. Gets into the river, heals used. Is there a polymorph coming? It's the Glitterlance instead. I think ZDZ is out safe. Creative use of that flash and that ultimate, finding the way out to safety.
Very good from ZDZ to wait his turn, to like buy this time with his cooldown, to make sure that he has a way out. Also, Lulu knows he can just get the blink back at that point, has the flash to create space, and now Palkia is up here in the top lane to try and protect his top lane a little bit. But
Sion ulting towards that bot side. Reminder that WE took the 3 grubs. That's one of the reasons why they're happy going for this kind of tower trade play as well. However, even with that, EDG get the first one. Bot lane of Leave is out on the map now too. Oh, he's going for Essence Reaver second. I did not think that was a second item on Misfortune right now. I thought it was just Infinity Journey, but he's going for it.
I mean, I think it's just it's the old build kind of.
Yeah.
But that was just, you go BP, you go Essence Reaver, and then you're like infinite resources forever because you never run out of mana, you never run out of health.
You just get to permanently be everywhere.
Exactly.
And in this case, reminded that now the last time we saw MF meta, this wasn't the Sheen item, but with the double up, obviously you get a crazy first hit, and if that crits, someone's half their HP just disappears, especially if it goes through the minion. Does it apply the Sheen on the second target, like I said? So if it kills the minion, does it apply to the thing behind it?
I don't believe it does because it's an ability, the bounce. The bounce
Yeah,
itself is an ability that applies the passive, but it's all an on-hit effect.
Yeah, that makes sense. But it's one of those things where like sometimes you're not sure whether it applies the on-hit effects on the extra auto as well. Because obviously I'm not sure if the bounce applies lifesteal, obviously, in that case too.
It should, because it applies passive, so it's like, it's very weirdly.
Yeah, Schmessen can thinking about, oh, is he going to build the Dusk and Dawn, of course, the APMF. Yeah, you know, bring us back to that 2016 Rock semi-finals APMF support. Harold, take my shot.
Really E-maxing here, out here right now. But you see here, ZDZ is trying desperately to protect his tower. No, Monkey goes dangerously low.
Hang on, I was about to say, well, you know, there's a level 11 Nocturne who could be roaming down. And oh, the ult misses from the, oh no, and Karis, he tries to go for a bit of a Revenant shuffle. I think he's still out safe, but it's just not been Karis' day mechanically. What's up? What? Something's in the water. Karis has not been playing very well mechanically on the Azir so far.
Yeah, no, Karis, you know, one of the players that we kind of look at for WE to, you know, kind of like, you know, he sets the bar for where WE are looking to go in this game. You know, when Karis is doing okay, usually WE are gonna be okay, because they're gonna get to a point where they're gonna just be able to play out the game regardless of the situation. Especially when he plays these kind of scaling carries. You know, we've seen him a lot on the Rise this split. doing really well.
Yeah.
And then
We've seen him on the Azero lots of times too, and it doesn't normally look like this, Harold. It's making me quite upset. Potential jump towards the bot lane now. Karis, reminder, he doesn't have that all. Yeah, he's got a flash. He will shuffle out. Paranoia potentially flying under turret. No, I don't think this Emperor is going to be sat on the throne for that much longer. He's going to be sent down the porcelain throne instead. As EDG put Karis to 0 and 2.
just like Swain does say, you don't, having a throne means nothing, it just means you have an ass.
What? Anyone who says I am the king is no king. Is that, what was the
I think that
Tywin
was
quote?
old Swain.
That was Tywin.
Oh, yeah.
Tywin, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Ever since the Night of the Seven Kingdoms came out, I've been hearing all the Game of Thrones quotes again and remembering when that show was actually culturally relevant before it burned all its ground.
Yeah.
There's a minute now until the next dragon. EDG, whilst they're also ahead 5,000 in gold, they also have a ton of objectives too in terms of those. Got the Herald and the 2 dragons. So WE, I don't think it's particularly safe for them to give over another dragon, but they might not have a choice. I just don't think they can fight right now.
Yeah, I think... Oh, okay. Yeah.
Palkit, my dude. He does have flash. He's going to pop the ult after getting that root. Monkey, he's actually not that safe there either, but getting the flash out of Palkit, that's pretty big. One of the big engage tools now down from EDG around this fight, which could happen around the dragon in 30 seconds.
You know, getting flash and ult out of the Nico with no protocol completed, it's a pretty big cooldown at this point in the game. You know, there's a lot of like things that are going right for EDG that we're talking about. You know, your carries are hitting consistently 2 items now. You've got 2 items on the Embassy, you've got 2 items on the MF. I would assume almost 2 items on the... Yeah, on the Nocturne completes the Stride Breaker as we were talking about it, and I would assume Angel is going to be very close to what I would assume is
He's
going
2,000
to be a
gold
Cosmic
up.
Drive.
He might actually come into this fight a full item ahead of Azir, which is utterly absurd, by the way. He does have that teleport dragon spawn now. ZDZ on the flank will be spotted by this wall behind the red buff, although he doesn't know about that. The lights go out! Who's going to be coming out of this one alive? That's the bullet time, getting some damage across the backline. Not sure exactly how that extended to that range. Leave just does it different. Lulu goes down. It's the only kill of the fight, but Monkey flashing away means that WE have lost all territory and they won't be able to contest the dragon.
So many cooldowns burned. ZDZ, the Nocturnal just creates enough darkness for ZDZ to get an ult onto the Sivir.
Yep.
And that kind of decides the fight at that point, because About is not free to hit. He has the Essence Reaver completed. He can ravage through a team fight with the bounces, especially with the, I would say, low armor composition on the side of EDG. But if you can't right-click, there's not much really to say.
Got to be able to right-click. Now, it turns out W were looking for a bit of a contest anyway. Monkey's walking up. Leave does have flash. I think they're a little too late. Oh, God, that's a bad Sion ult. Cube ends up firing that on the wrong way. I don't know. Yeah.
He was cosplaying the Transport Strike they had on Monday here.
Right. Yeah, well, you know, justice for train drivers. I can appreciate that. Walking towards mid lane, remember 3 grubs to W does very much help them take down towers like this. The problem is, look, in any other situation, this would be great. They're still losing a tower on the other side. There are objective bounties, though, from how far behind they are. They've given up Soul Point. They're 6,000 gold down. WE are going to, well, this is more than clutching at straws at this point. I know they had some big comeback victories versus EDG in their first series, and that was typically around Karis' Azir, big objective fights. I don't think they've got the gold to do that now.
Well, Azir has completed that first item. He has the Nashor's Tooth, which means he has his first spike of damage, as you see here in this fight. Even if the flash comes through, there is so much trigger pull on the side of EDG that it doesn't matter. Leaf angles the bullet time perfectly. He gets so much damage down, and it's only 1 kill, but so many summoners and ultimates burned that it doesn't really matter what WE managed to get out
The
with.
thing which surprised me there is I thought the bullet time would just be out of range, but because of the Ambassador roll, I think it actually ended up just bopping about slightly further back, and that ended up putting him into the MF ult, which meant that, you know, the super fed AD carry actually got value out of that ultimate, which I thought was going to be just out of range. EDG just slamming through that fight there. You see the there's another ult coming through somewhere. It's going into the jungle. That's going on to the Lulu, who's not best known for surviving things like Nocturnes, and will go into that cold dark night.
Yeah, this is why I did not like the Lulu when it was locked in, when the Nocturne is already being shown with an Orianna behind it. Not a fan of the situation, but as you see here, Leave is able to just hold up 2 people in mid lane without that he is. And Xiaofao and Angel are just starting the fight.
They're starting it, and I think they're free to do it. Sion's coming into the play, will be teleporting, but they're going in without an enchanter, and it's going to be looking for a turn anyway. Monkey jumping into the play, Palkia not getting much value, and the Shockwave gets 1. Angel's quite low, and the Byron is starting to kill him, by the way. The bullet time, not fantastic, but EG still have the damage. They're just whacking him with the wall. It's just the weight of gold all over themselves. EDG walking away somehow with no one dying. I was sure that someone was going to die, even in that 4v5 for them, with the amount of health that they lost from the Baron. But no, they're walking away still with a completely clean kill feed. 6-0 in kills.
Yeah, another kill for EDG, but I would say this is probably not what the EDG wanted out of this fight. They got the kill onto the Mundo, who tried to just make space and dive on top of the Orianna, but when you're this ahead as EDG, you probably want to turn harder into this
I will
fight.
posit you this, though. EDG have lost far too many games this split already to just random shit objectives. The fact that they didn't all die, I would say, is exactly what they're looking for, given their history of this split. Cube gets into the backline, actually does a pretty okay job of threatening the Misfortune, who does get the ult cancelled by a Q charged up in front of them. But whatever, as we're saying, kind of it's just a bit of a wallet diff at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the point where Cube is starting to be a legitimate threat in terms of frontline power, but there is a LDR completed onto Leave as well. Leave is on 3 fully completed items. He still has brown bags on his feet, but you know,
You got a strut who needs actual boots. I was actually wondering whether Misfortune would feel a little less good about the bot lane role quest, because you get, you know, a free slot for boots, but you don't really want to have a free slot for boots a lot of the time as Misfortune, because you actually get advantages over the AD carries because you have so much move speed in your W anyway. But it's ended up being Misfortune's Misfortune. You can dominate lane, and at the end of the day, you just get a lot more gold towards your items when you're ahead.
yeah, at this point with DMF's lane presence, like, when we're playing like this kind of game where there's not really threat to the backline and you're able to just play for scaling and control the lane, especially in the early game as we saw, DMF can feel like one of those unplayable champions to like be against. It is just so oppressive.
Yeah.
But as we see now, we're taking stock a little bit of the situation. I would assume there's a GA on the way for Xiaohao. Currently 2k up on his 1.9k now up on his role opponent. Cube finds a knock up on the Valkyrie.
Now, yeah, with Xiaohao importantly isn't going to have GA for this next dragon. It's up in 30 seconds. It will be the Soul. Cube is tanky. Cube is tanky. It doesn't matter that he's 1,000 gold behind. The problem is, who are you tanking for? Does that actually change the team fight? Because my worry is, WE, you don't exactly have great engage. You're meant to be kind of playing this kind of absorb the engage style. I don't think they've got the stats for that. As clearly we've seen, Dragon ticking ever closer, and that vision control is not looking healthy for WE.
What we have not seen from EDG yet is actually using the Nocturne Orianna combo. Because every fight has been kind of scattered, and they've been
Palkia is on the flank. Oh, he has a flash. Oh my god, he's got Nocturne to help him as well as EDZ's here as well. They spot him now, but that could have been the flank to end all flanks. There is definitely some people in your own territory, WE. They're trying to walk up, use Cube to get some frontlining in. Monkey taking some damage. Dragon started. All it takes is for those lights to go out, and I think WE might be going with them. Palkia goes in. There is a flash away from Yao Yao, trying to get onto the backline. That's an awesome bullet time. Oh my word, Leave flashes over the wall to deliver the artillery. Xiaohao goes down, but he did his job of buying all the cooldowns. Leave, that flash for the bullet time was inspired. They don't have a smite now, though. That could be a problem. Xiaohao is down. Monkey could go to secure the objective. You see here, he's a full health Mundo. That's why ZD's... Oh, he punts him back into the pit. He's got that flash. He might need to use it to survive. He's trying to keep himself alive for the objective fights. Now it's down all the same. He's gonna... How does he get in here now? He can't walk over. That will be the Ocean Soul to EDG after a bit of an inspired play from Leave to flash into range for the bullet time.
No business to be conducted in the pit at this time. Mundo forced out, and EDG get their soul completed. But Leave, the fight looked almost dire for a second, with Palkia's engage being so delayed and so... He forces the right cooldowns at the right time, but he's so separated from the rest of the team. I feel like, if I start right, the combo goes awry from the...
Oh, that's so tight on the Nocturne Orianna combo that it catches Lulu. Doesn't quite catch about, but everyone's used their peel tools, and Leave finds this just awesome angle to flash in.
He's just able to flash in undisturbed because the front line is trying to buy time against the rest of the damage dealer, the divers, somebody like, situation for like, words are hard, Ambassador to try and dive in, and Leave is just able to just basically act as a diver unperturbed with the flash in, with the ultimate coming down, and now there's an Ocean Soul on top of all of these really fed divers that are gonna be feeling really good about diving.
Okay, so Baron started up, teleport coming in. This will be a 5v5, but it will be against an Ocean Soul when you're down almost 8,000 gold. They do get onto Angel. The bullet time again is disgusting though. And Lulu has left the building. EDG, they're going to use Palkia to get in for the engage, sliding past the ultimate from the Azir. There's a spell shield from about. Nico goes down, but I think that's all they're getting from this fight. ZDZ does not particularly care for WE when he has the Ocean Soul ticking up. Yes, there's an Azir turret, and again, ZDZ continues to not care particularly much. He's tanking 3 people, but guess what, folks? He continues to, again, not care. He's going to leave with almost full HP. EDG won't finish the Baron, but they will end up finishing the fight. The bot lane of WE will not be here for the rest of it. They're going to be back in that base waiting to respawn. EDG peel 2 members back to the Baron as the solo laners keep in mid lane to keep the push on.
I would say pretty clear that he does not care. He's not on an IP at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very clever.
But,
I see you know your wordplay well.
And at this point, the fighting it becomes just so much more difficult for WE. There's so much sustain coming from the side of EDG, and the dive potential. Yes, we've talked about this Sivir spell shield that could be able to buy space, but Ambassador doesn't really care about spell shield. Yeah, you spell shield with the suppression. Cool, the Ambassador is still behind you. And the Ambassador behind you is still gonna be able to slow you down with the lacerate and get the absurd amount of damage that Ambassador deals with their teams.
Yeah.
But
and now we're getting to the point where, look, WE, they would have wanted to survive through to a late game objective flip. This is one of those fights they would have liked to. With this failing, things go from bad to worse. That kind of what was the Muhammad Ali quote? Something like there were 2 options in town: Slim and none, and Slim just left town.
Yeah. I mean, this is just. Like, this is a great angle. Karis manages to find some space for his backline, but it doesn't matter. The blink back from ZDZ's ultimate, it doesn't really give the side of WE space to play this game. Because yes, you're still using your tools to try and make space, to try and peel for your AD carry and for your damage dealers. It doesn't matter. There's more dive coming through from the side of EDG.
Always more dive. And now you have a 4-item Misfortune backing you up as well. So the Infinity Edge has been completed. So that is now 75% crits with, frankly, too much AD. It's too much. That's the greed talked about in the Bible. Tower's going to fall here. 2 minutes until Elder. And this is one of the other things. This is going to be a full Baron buff before the Elder even comes up. Now, normally I like to see the Baron and the Elder overlap, but I think in this case, WE, they just need the Elder to be here like ASAP before they lose any more gold. They're 9,000 gold down. Sion's ulting towards that top side. Leaf doesn't have flash, but he's going to outstep him anyway. Does Shockwave trying to come in for peel. Leaf is going down. Does get the bullet time off. Just quickly, I think that'll lead to the death of the Sivir. No, not quite about. Manages to make it out in time. A flash forward from the Nico trying to continue the fight. But this is not bad from WE actually, because About is continuing to DPS, but suddenly there's a ball in his face. And the Wrecking Ball will take him down. ZDZ with the Ocean Soul is remarkably hard to kill, but this is still not bad for WE. All things said and done, they take down the bot lane for only the cost of 2 of their own. Even trading kills works better for the losing team.
And we talked about so much in the last minute, I would say, about EDG being in such a commanding position, the dive being so strong, the ability to control the fight and be able to play on their own terms. And then EDG just leave an MF ready to get ran at by a train somehow.
Oh yeah, they weren't on strike today, obviously. Oh, Shockwave hitting onto Monkey, very nearly killing Angel, walking forwards. 1-man Wrecking Ball in the 1v3, trying to take down an inhib turret. Can he do it in time? I think that the cannon might just do it himself. Good job, little cannon.
Yeah. You know, seeing the Baron Up cannon this season is so big, it's giving me Banner of Command flashbacks.
The Zarot banner, a command meta. Oh, I have to say, though it was funny, I'm so glad those items were taken out of the game. So obviously EDG, they're trying to group around this top lane, but yeah, as you said, they kind of leave out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, you just Leave is still able to get so much damage down. He almost kills About with his bullet time, but no time to talk.
ZDZ slaughters Karis, gets him with the ultimate, and again, we've said this quite a lot, ZDZ just continues to just exist in this game and not really be perturbed by WE. Ever since the Ocean Soul's been put in, he's really been hard to kill, and now he has a 3-level advantage on his enemy top laner, by the way. He's showing us the A to ZDZ of how to win League of Legends.
Yeah, Ocean Soul plus Death's Dance plus Ambessa's whatever. It's just so annoying to deal with on the side of for the side of WE, and now EDG are using the priority gained by their top laner with the solo kill in the 1v2 to just force this game open. Like, at this point, I feel like you're just playing to try and deny Monkey is level 16 because I would assume that's probably where...
Sion ulting into the enemy jungle, and once again it's an ult which doesn't really find the mark. He's going to get jumped onto by CDZ now. He has no flash. Shockwave doesn't land onto a Bout, but does onto the Lulu, who flashes away. The Elder's going down. Monkey does have flash, but his passive has been denied. He won't be allowed into the pit. Elder down, and the executes will start to fly through. 2 down already. A sweep back from Karis. Tries to buy some time, but I think the clock has just struck 12. And WE's time is up. EDG, they do take a couple of objectives to do it, but it has been a dominant game from start to finish. And unlike the first time they faced WE, they don't throw around the big objectives. A much needed clean win from EDG in an important series as they fight for top 2 in Perseverance.
And EDG controlled the game back from start to finish. There was only a moment where we had a question about their possible, the possibly falling down in this game, but it never really came through. With the EDG, with the control from start to end, I would say Xiaohao or ZDZ at this point.
In terms of MVP, ooh, I actually think that Leave is in with a good shout too. I mean, because a lot of this game came through from that bot lane laning phase being so dominant. And folks, if you enjoyed watching that bot lane domination, of course, everything else which happened in that game there too, and you enjoyed what we brought to it, think about dropping that like, follow, and subscribe. My name is Alex, also known as Nymaera. This is Harold, also known as Harold, but your real name isn't Harold.
No, it's not. My real name is Pietro.
This is Pietro, also known as Harold, which is, again, very confusing for me. I've known you by Harold longer than I've known you as Pietro, really.
Yeah.
But if you have enjoyed our casting songs, think about dropping a like, follow, or subscribe, because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore, and that means that you're left with us trying to muddle our way through some casting to try and bring you the LPL day in, day out. We are here every single day, of course, my brother as well. Initialise is the other kind of co-host of this channel, and we appreciate your time here as regulars as well. If you have chosen to spend your LPL experience and a bit of your time here in your day watching LPL with us, we appreciate you too. That's 1-0 from the start of it. EDG, this is what I wanted to see from them right the way through this split. This is a team which should have had this level of potential this whole damn time. It's actually quite annoying to me see this team who took JDG to 5 games in playoffs in summer last year to be this team which we thought could go that extra step beyond. Start so slowly again this year. I'm like, come on, poking the corpse, do something. Okay, well, they're finally alive again.
It's like, it's that old, like, gas lawnmower that you're trying to start the entire time and it just doesn't. And then, like, when you've almost given up, you just pull it one last time and it
finally sputs into life. Oh, gosh. Right, so we need to put on an ad break because my Twitch was yelling at me for that, so we'll get ourselves the post-game stats as well at some point as well. And yes, we do have a sponsor for this month as well in Opera GX. If you do enjoy customizing your browser and being able to... I just said that as the ad break goes on, but this is our ad break as well. But basically, if you enjoy having a customizable browser and some with a lot of capabilities to just make your own internet experience your own, Opera GX is a very cool system to do that with. So it's completely free to download and at least try out. And if you do it through our code, you get to support us as well. And if that's something which you're interested in doing, well, we appreciate you all the more for it as well. Those are the post-game stats. ZDZ, Angel, massively out-damaging their counterparts. Expected for top lane, but Angel dumpstering Karis.
Yeah, I would assume actually most of Angel's damage is just dumping into Monkey in all of the team fights because Monkey was running at him every single time. So that's probably where all the damage comes through. But still, 30% damage share for an Orianna without death cap?
It's kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah, I think Angel is probably deservedly the MVP for this game with 84 kill participation. 84%. That's more than any of his teammates.
Oh man, just you know what? Probably does go to ZDZ thinking about it. Like, I don't know. Okay, so the game was set up for success by bot lane pressure, and then everyone else, credit to them, just played the combo very well. There was like one moment where it felt like Palkia maybe had right there, he gets popped back. The Civic gets popped back by the Ambassador. Yeah. Huh, I didn't realize it actually moved your character model back like that. That is really unfortunate to get put into a bullet time by that.
I feel like it's like the kind of bob back you get from Dario C.
What do you mean your ad is about to start? I just put on an ad break. Okay, that's fine. It's okay.
My god.
Anyway, it's during the break anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Basically, if you're trying to put on manual adverts and there are like automated ones, typically the way it should work is that you put on manual adverts and it stops the automated ones. But It don't be so easy.
There's manual adverts and automated ones, and there's handmade ones like this one for
Yeah.
Opera GX.
Yeah.
I use Opera GX. Opera GX is an excellent browser. You should use it too, and you do it through Nymaera's. And
Yeah. Hell yeah. Can I get you anything? You okay with coffee?
I was okay with the coffee. I will have something between series.
Sure. Okay. Cool. I will get myself another drink just to have a drink, really. And I'm trying to cut down on the amount of caffeine, but I did that for the last 2 days, so I can have a
Caffeine day.
I can have a caffeine day today. Yeah.
Candy.
I'm actually okay for now. Glad to see Angel play around. Yeah, me too. I think that Angel is a player who we know can actually compete at the top of LPL. We obviously know that. I think even in the last few years when he's not been on a top team, he has individually performed quite well. It was quite distressing actually at that point to see, like, so he had an Ari game earlier in the split where he's just diving into like everyone on the enemy team and just dying pretty unceremoniously. That was not great to see, because that's not the Angel which I know can actually just carry games from the brink and be a soul carry. Right, I'm going to get myself another coffee, so I'm going to leave you to it. Basically, if there is an automated advert which comes on, don't pause it, anyone, just let it happen at this point. We've got a little while to do it anyway. I'm going to get myself another coffee, and then we'll, if you can tap it on. It's just sessions down if you just want to chill out with that. But
Yeah, honestly.
the thing is, if we're going to have so many copyright strikes anyway, I might just, I don't know, just chuck on like Halo ODST in the background instead, you know?
Maybe we should go back to the Wamusuma face.
Yes, oh my god. Well, I tell you what, there's a new scenario coming up for that game, which is like, the thing is that the next phase of Uma is apparently where all the casuals dip out, because like every run takes an hour, even if you speak.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's like, okay, only the hardcore.
Only the hardcore horse fans want this. Hello chat. Yeah, in terms of Angel, like, I still remember like his Akali from like Worlds 2020. Man, it hurts to see. Like, why the Denver Broncos can't? That's right. I should have worn my Jets jersey. But man, player of the game is Xiaohao. Okay, I mean, yeah, like probably his play around mid lane is where the snowball really started for the side of EDG. You know, pulling the trigger, being able to just create so much space from then on to just play around really any corner of the map. Just the threat of the Nocturne just being anywhere kind of just made it impossible for the side of WE to play the game. But yeah, my Xiao was probably gonna be on Angel or ZDZ, but Xiaohao played a really good game as well. But yeah, there's split vote, 3 votes for ZDZ. What? 1 vote for Palkia. Okay. Palkia had an okay game. He did not have an MVP caliber game. I'm sorry, whoever voted Palkia there, because no, man, no. There were at least 4 other people on EDG who deserve the MVP more than Palkia. But well, I guess that's why I don't get to vote and they do. But no. Game 2. Nico's gone, Azir's gone, Oriana's gone, Nocturne's gone. Would say probably we're gonna see a higher priority on Xin Zhao Wukong, even though Wukong was banned first phase in the last game. I wonder what we'll see coming through from WE, because I feel like you need to have a wild card for Mr. Monkey at this point, because otherwise it feels like your game plan is kind of stunted at that point. So yeah, I would say it was probably gonna be something like either a heavy playmaking champion. I mean, thinking back to Monkey's debut split, like I think back to, you know, his Skarner in that split was really good, really oppressive, just kind of being everywhere and just forcing plays and making things happen on the map. Or maybe he goes for something a bit more like self-oriented, and he goes for something like the Olaf we've seen him play. Olaf has really good matchup into most bruisers at this point. But I don't know. WE looks stunted a little bit, especially from this game with Caddis performing so poorly. I would love to chalk it up to the fact that like Angel was playing really well, but I feel like Caddis just made mechanical misplays on his own, and it doesn't really matter what Angel did. Angel did his job and he did it really well. But the fact that like Caddis was just, we started with a missed ult, we ended with a missed ult, like it's meh. EDG are playing so clean, that's crazy. What do you mean they are playing? They're playing League of Legends finally. They're not going out to the slots. It's crazy work out here. But yeah, no. So how are you doing, chat? How's it going? How's your Wednesday? My Wednesday's pretty good. I woke up. I came here. That's pretty much about it for my morning. I believe if you want to buy LPL jerseys, you need to go on like Taobao or maybe AliExpress. Is my Canon better than 369's? Depends on which year of 369 we're talking about. Last year, probably. Last 2 years ago, probably. This year, maybe.
What up?
I'm being asked if my Canon is better than 369's.
No, hey, Canon was 369 was very good on Canon earlier this split.
Yeah. So that's why I asked which year of 369 we're talking about.
Yeah. Dude, I have to say, like, a lot of, I think for a while people were kind of, once again started considering 369 as like a tank-only player and stuff because of 23 JDG.
Yeah.
And then, and then obviously he's come back to top esports and he's kind of had to be the carry player at that point. I think I missed a question or two earlier, by the way. Let me just see, because this was a while ago. I'm trying to remember who asked it, but so there's a question about G2 a while ago. Someone asked about why G2 was so bad earlier. And
I saw that question too.
I can't remember who asked it, but basically, calling 369 a tank-only player as if he isn't the single most played Renekton player of all time, and then also his Jace and Kennen were really powerful at front team. Camille, yeah, he was a carry player absolutely for a long time. But basically, to the GT question, I think this team doesn't have a clear idea of. I don't like the way that they think they should play the game right now. I think their view of the game is just very flawed for the meta. We'll see if that changes in best of 3, but I don't think that'll necessarily change really.
Anyway, it pains me to see, to be honest.
The aura's gone. The aura is gone. Like, I don't think teams are afraid of them. I don't think they get free wins because people are like, oh, we're playing as G2 now. I think Scumon's very good. I don't think Caps has been fantastic. I don't think BB's been fantastic. I don't think either of them have played out their individual matchups as well as we expect them to on a European stage. I think that Hans Sammer has not been fantastic either, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it pains me to see as a G2 fan to see them like struggle like this. And at the same time, it's also kind of like, it's weirdly refreshing.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh my god. Bro. So
yeah,
this back.
Cheers. Yeah, helps me figure out what's happening with volumes and stuff. Casey the best in LEC so far? Yeah, they have been. Casey have looked good. Should be heading onto stage soon, folks. Yes, Casey are definitely the best in LEC right now, and I think that Yike actually broke an LEC record and almost the international record actually for largest gold difference in jungle ever. I think it was only beaten by like Funnel Games. So you had like an 8.8 thousand gold lead in jungle at the end of the game.
Jesus.
Because Jace is a fair champion in jungle. Jace top lane, perhaps the most mechanically intensive top laner and pro play up there with like Gangplank. Jace jungle, I legit think that is the least skilled jungle champion in play right now. Because you don't need to build tier or have any mana sustain. You don't need to build any kind of HP. If you miss your Shock Blast, you just wait for your next one and you just go again. You know, the only thing is if you need to steal an objective, you can't because you're very squishy and you die.
Yeah,
that's the one weakness
of
that
champion. You don't have mobility
champion.
over walls or whatever.
Yeah.
Unless you have a target to jump over.
Yeah, and they also got 20k lead at the very end. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Oh, a load of people signed up on the RPG Expo though. Thank you. We went from like 5 to 8, so really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, go on.
My ad worked.
It did, yeah.
But, I don't know. I played Jace Jungle the other day with a friend, and we were playing like some solo queue. And I literally, all I did the entire game, I was farm, go like in a bush next to a lane, EQ the enemy laner, leave. That's it.
That's like, oh my god. The thing is, I remember back to, for those of you that remember the mid lane Jace meta of 2023, which I thought was actually very fun. Yeah. One of the things about that meta was effectively the best Jaces in the world, and I thought that Scout was one of these actually. Would basically use Jace Shock Blast kind of like a semi-global jungle assistance tool. Because, let's put that down.
The range is kind of...
Yeah, you kind of just use it to be like, okay, you're invading into the jungle. Okay, well, I'm here from like half a lane away and I can assist. It's not like the same as like getting a full burst out from a champion. Like if a LeBlanc jumps over the wall, it's going to do more damage, whatever. Yeah. But a Jace Shock Blast is still an extra like 200, 300 damage into a play, which the enemy jungler doesn't win the duel then at that point.
Yeah, I mean, now I feel like the thing is, the Jace jungle I feel like feels the kind of same niche, not in terms of like necessarily like difficulty, but like it's the same kind of niche that you would get from something like a Nidalee or
exactly.
Or
easy to land, consistent high damage poke.
Maybe even a Kindred, like
yeah,
even more like iffy. In my opinion. Also, no, you're not playing Jace. I be doing it.
Man. We're getting pretty close to our second draft now, so I suppose we should start asking questions about, okay, WE clearly look like the best team in Perseverance throughout most of this split, so, you know, what's happened? What can they do to fix things coming into this second game? And I think one of the big things is stability in that bot lane, because I think with the Yunara gone and the Misfortune locked in, the Sivir Lulu, as you were saying, it shouldn't have gone as bad as it did. It really shouldn't have. If it's going to go badly with what should have been a fine matchup, they must start drafting some power on that bot side. I mean, can they get Varus through the draft? Can they get Yunara through the draft? Do they have to leave one of those two things open and try and secure themselves first pick Varus if it's available? That's what I need to see from them, really.
I wonder if they're going to look for like a game warping pick, something like a Malphite, something like a...
One of the big unbannable, big permaban champions.
Yeah, probably. I would say maybe they look to trade something for that, or they go for a more standard pick composition, where they try to get they try and get Caris out of the lane as soon as possible.
Right, yeah, because Karis obviously lost his flash very... Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, it's Angel that lost the flash early last game, actually.
It was Angel that lost the flash early, but then Karis just whiffed.
Yeah, twice, multiple times.
Yeah, so I think maybe at this point, instead of looking for like a playmaking mid laner for Karis, you look for something that can aid in playmaking, something like the Ryze, which he has been very successful with lately. Yeah. So maybe you look for an early Ryze pick and you pair it together with maybe something like a Kiana, maybe something like a Xin Zhao.
Hey.
Just very high bruiser kind of composition.
Appreciate the stream streak there, Phobos, as well. Let's get ourselves into the draft. So Jace is gone, Malphite Vi gone as well. One thing which I was asking for is whether Varus or Yunara will make its way through the draft. WE do have that first pick. I think that WE will want to pick up the Varus if it's available. We'll see if EDG will let them have it.
With the Vi ban, I would assume they are going to give up the Rumble. This is not going to be a Rumble first pick.
This is going to be Yunara first pick, I think, now, with the Aphelios ban. I think that signaled it too much, no?
But at this point now, what are you banning? Are you banning Yunara or are you banning Rumble on the side of EDG? Because I feel like this is like a...
Or Varus. Do you have to, I think you have to ban... Well, there are too many must bans. This is one of the things about the current meta. I think partly because of Fearless. Basically, because of Fearless, the balance of champions has meant there are a lot of very broken champions. Ryze ban means that basically EDG want to take the remainder of the bot lane champions. So I reckon this is Varus first pick, Leave picks the Yunara next round, or whenever it's available.
I wonder if they take the Rumble and they risk getting Varus top. but
Maybe.
because we're still on 26-2, I believe. So
Yeah.
which means the Varus is not nerfed, and which means it's still the disgusting Varus top lane, and it's the Rumble
Right,
first
okay.
pick
Alright.
with the buy band already.
So they're happy to take the remainder of the bot lane matchup. Now, the problem is, I think that Leave and Palkia will just run them through based on that first game. They were so much better in that laning phase.
I mean, I think it's going to really depend on the support and jungle matchup here, because on Xiaohao you're going to go, if you go ahead and lock this in, you're probably going to look for something like, I would say maybe a Victor or Angel, or even, yeah, that's the Varus.
Yeah, so if you go for the Varus, then WE have some interesting choices. You can also go Jhin for about here as well, because you need, effectively, it's not something that you think about as often, but Rumble's AD carry matchup, the pairing, is actually really important, because you want an AD carry that can help utilize your role. So you want like Varus, Jhin, Ashe, something with CC to pick someone off and then keep them in that ultimate. Now the problem is for WE, you can't do that while having a mobile champion. So they lock in the Yunara. Problem is now, Yunara's good against the Jarvan, you can hop out of it. It's not great with the Rumble, it's fine because Rumble is a good champion, Yunara's a good champion. But also Yunara loses against the Varus in the 1v1, which is again, for me, mission failed in terms of what I wanted from WE to fix this bot lane laning phase.
As we see here, EDG might break the flex on the Varus already. I mean, we call it a flex, and it's only been done by an AP, really. So
Yeah.
it's
But,
kind of
yeah.
But he was really good on it. So we kind of have to respect it, the situation.
Huh. I mean, Ornn is not as common in the current meta. We saw Keen play it the other day, and he was very good at it. But we saw Sobera play it and have a very, very bad time yesterday. In fact, he was probably game losing in that game 3. Whoops. But Ornn has always been a pretty fine matchup into Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you get towards HP and MR denying items, especially towards something like
The Andrew's Bloodletters kind of thing. Oh, sorry, the other one.
What's your heart?
Which one? The MR items?
The MR,
Kaonic Rooker?
Rooker,
Yeah, that's the one.
As soon as you get to that, you're gonna be safe regardless in the lane. Maybe you can even go for a more aggressive option in the Abyssal Mask if you really want to try and flip the matchup.
Sometimes.
But as we see the bans coming through, a lot of support, hybrid engage bans coming through from EDG while raw engage is getting taken out.
I think EDG are hoping that they have so much engage that a single Zhonya's on a Rumble or the dash away from the Yunara doesn't save them. So what you do at that point is ban away some of the peeling tools like the Braum, which stops the Ornn ultimate. If you lock in the Nautilus as well, that's like 3 really good, consistent engage tools in the Jarvan, the Ornn, and the Nautilus. If someone hits their CC, you can flash away, you can dash away, there's still like 2 mega pieces of engage to land on you afterwards.
Now, I do wonder if Yaya locks in something like the Renata here, which would be really good, or he defaults into an engaged champion, which would be quite boring, but
yeah,
that's kind of been the meta lately. But Renata here would be really good from the side of W, but it's going to be the Alistar instead.
I think one of the issues with the Renata is the engage is too long range, and they don't always have to throw themselves into it. Varus Ornn can just kind of kill you from range anyway. Last pick now for mid lane. This is a blind pick mid lane. There's been a lot of people hovering the Veigar recently. I'm not exactly sure why. Not exactly sure what Karis wants to do here as well. The Aurora is not bad. It's safe and it's mobile. Again, W are trying to tool themselves up with enough ways to avoid the engage. I don't know if that's going to work against so much point and click from EDG, but they're going to give it a damn good shot.
Yeah, no, EDG have, the pick of the litter in terms of what they want to go towards in this mid lane. The Sylas would make sense. You have Rumble ult, you have Alistar.
Oh my god, yes, please, give me the Sylas. That looks really good here. They lock in the Taliyah. You have like an Alistar ult and an Aurora ult to steal. You look at the Taliyah? Come on.
I mean, the Taliyah makes also a lot of sense. You're denying the engage from Monkey. You're denying a lot of space and playmaking coming through from About and Yaya. Sylas would have been fun. Would have been really fun.
Good.
But I mean, the Taliyah makes sense. You're looking to pair up with Xiaohao as quickly as you can into this game. You want this Jarvan to be impactful early, and you probably want Angel to get out of lane early. Because as we've seen, especially in game 1, Angel was by far and away the better mid laner in the meta.
Yeah.
Even though, we talked about, Angel burning his flash early to a Monkey pretty much telegraphed gank. We literally got hit by a briefcase on the auto attack and was forced to flash away. Still, in terms of laning afterwards, Harris had his whiffs, and regardless, you know, Angel was just better in terms of playmaking at almost any point throughout the game with his Orianna.
So gonna get ourselves onto the rift for the second time today. Reminder, folks, if EDG win this series, they set themselves up potentially to go through as top 2 in Group Perseverance. WE have already achieved that. The results of Perseverance will only be finalized tomorrow after we see NIP versus TT. It might come down to game difference. NIP do have a slight advantage on EDG, so if EDG do get themselves to 2-0, it helps them a lot. Perhaps then it means they have TT even take a game off of NIP. Things can work out in their favor. It's very, very close between them. We'll try and figure things out as we get closer to that time. EDG, they're fighting for top 2 in the group. See if they can achieve it. Get onto the rift and hear the Gyos. I didn't even... Oh, it's the Mecha Orn skin. Right. Anyway, Gyos. Oh, I might get ourselves a level 1 first. The Nymaera is quite scary when it comes to those level 1s, but you can see that Varus. Varus is a champion. Gets
Varus is indeed a champion.
We saw there was a heal used. I actually didn't see the particle for which side. Palkia used it. Okay, cool. Right, and maybe looking for the extra arrow in, hiding out in this bush. Palkia, gonna see Yaya there. Does get the aftershock. Well, not again, but gets it for the first time, I suppose, because that was too long cooldown for the first one. Yeah, bot lane laning phase, we're saying, look, you really want to get some control over here. It really does seem, though, I mean, with the extra arrows landing, it does really seem as though EDG's bot lane has just been brutalizing about in Yao.
I'm actually quite surprised Leave did not go for the on-hit variant of the Varus in this game, especially in this lane when you're able to, like, just take these like heads-up trades against the Yunara. But...
My issue is on-hit Varus cannot touch Rumble or Aurora. They just kill you from range, and then you get like 2 auto attacks on them tops, or you have to flash to get auto attacks. That's one of the big things. And this is EDG's 1100th game in the LPL, a historic organization, one that's been there since the early days of the league. Came in 2014, made it to the World Championship. And have made it to many worlds since then, actually. They are one of the truly great teams here in the LPL, especially with teams like RNG and FPX now bowing out after winning international titles. Important to revisit our history on some of our great teams.
We see here the bot lane laning phase is pretty much being decided by these hooks and the aftershock timer on Palkia, basically.
Yeah. Fighting on rune cooldowns can sometimes be a very negative thing, because it means that when the runes are down, you realize that you're very safe. However, when you're something like the Nautilus, you can't really stop them fighting on the rune timing, which is really annoying.
You see here Angel making use of the R5 Talia to just get pushed in this mid lane. Also does well to dodge out on the skill shots. Monkey skipped this blue buff to make this...
Worth noting, Jarvan path bot to top, so Leave and Palkia know they're not getting jungle assistance. Great flash away from Leave. I think if he didn't get that, he might have died, and the hook just goes north of about, so he'll escape from that. You know, Leave and Palkia realize if there was a play coming, their jungler's not there to help, and there's a good chance that Monkey's pathing top to bot. Most junglers path top to bot in the current meta. Good awareness there. If you get hit by that, your early game plan does fall apart.
Yeah, but Xiaohao is now going to have a slight tempo advantage, I would say, considering, you know, Monkey still has to take his blue buff.
True. Yeah, true. Now, Cube over-pushed in top side. That could be a bit of a problem. We'll see. I don't think he... I think he just wants to recall now. I think he just wants to... Is he going to cancel that? I don't know. I feel like there's an option there. No, choose to let that go through. Is he happy to just keep the wave where it is?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this lane, you're really just looking at the first... component power spike for both of these champions.
Oh, this could be a problem. There's a flash available from Yaya. Monkey's behind. The wave is against them. Oh, Leave is not a happy Varus. In fact, he's a very, very deceased one. Who's the kill going to? It's Monkey. Took a long time to get down to, well, spent a lot of time around bot lane, but he has been rewarded for it.
Monkey with the monkey makes it a banana party in the bot lane as the TP comes through from Leave.
I don't think that's a banana combo, though. We'll put it that way. No banana combo, but...
banana party, though.
Farming a bot lane like it's a banana republic. Leave teleported in. You saw right there, the bot lane wave state was awful. It was pushing back into about Yaya, so that's why Leave wanted to teleport onto the wave to fix the wave state. But just before that, we're like, hey, he should know he's in danger, you know. Xiaohao's going topside. That awareness only lasted for about, you know, half a minute, and then he dies for it. And he's lost his teleport anyway. That's a big win there for WE. It means that the bot lane laning phase, which we were really praising from EDG last game, will be cut down here.
Listen, It's an AD carry's brain. It's AD carry C farm, AD carry must farm. TP into four people, hit farm. No matter think about. But as we see here now, Leave has burnt both of his sums, and About is refillable ahead basically.
They actually could get another play on it. Look, this wave state has just remained awful for EDG.
Yeah, no, EDG need to pull down Xiaohao to try and fix it at this point. They probably need some kind of jungle assistance to make this situation work. But now, Monkey has a slight individual lead thanks to the first blood, and you're in a situation where, as EDG, in terms of your bot lane, you don't necessarily want a path for your bot lane. You kind of just want to leave this bot lane be. You're going to have a poke Varus regardless. You technically should have priority at almost any point in the game. But priority might bite you back in this game, especially when Monkey has shown a tendency to just cycle out his timers and do
Monkey goes into the bot side. Aftershock keeping Palkia safe. Xiaohao is here. There's summoners available for Yao Yao. And About. There's a knock-up onto the Yunara. Good damage. That could be important. Now, how much can they force beyond this point? They still have a Nautilus hook to work with. Yao Yao, he has a flash, but it won't matter. Stake served up. Everything was looking so good for W on the bot side of the map. Xiaohao comes to bail them out, though. And EDG's jungler, a player with a genuinely huge upper ceiling, makes a really good entrance into this game.
Yeah, very good timer by Xiaohao to try and force the play. I thought Palkia was slightly out of position in the river, but he's just, he has the Aftershock.
Exactly,
he is tankier than we think, most supports are, with the overwhelming presence of a spellbook, which I am not a fan of at this point anymore. It's been nerfed so much, it's not as good anymore. But we see here in the replay, Leave is just trying to take the 1v1, and he just baits About into the play more and more.
And I just look at WE and thinking, guys, like that's a no summon of Varus. I understand jumping towards him, but surely you should know they wouldn't be positioning like this unless someone was coming to help. There was even a Talia level 6 coming down the river too. WE really misjudging the power available to bring to that play.
Now, you say that about positioning, but it is Leave, so you could...
True. Potential fight over this dragon now. Spotted on vision to Xiaohao. Go for the all-in. Does have the dunk for the level 6. Does get it! Goes in with the flash. Flag drags out. Swag loaded up. Smite on lock. Gets the first dragon for EDG.
That, we talk a lot about the dubstep ignite in late. This is just a dubstep smite. Flash in, smite down the dragon, leave. Even though Leave's in the bot lane, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, dude, if this was 2015, you would be getting a montage moment from that, with like the little swag 420.
Hell yeah. Man, again, WE, it feels like they're slightly behind in every one of these plays. Xiaohao's there.
Oh, he used the W arrow as well. That's why it was so easy. Jumps it. That's wonderful. Because their smites at this point are only about 600 at this point.
1,000. They're 1,000.
Well, in that case, it went below 1,000, and it was. I was like, wow, surely it's just because the smites are low HP. They just didn't expect the contest like that.
Yeah.
All right, Xiaohao gets them the first dragon. Still has his dunk available. That flash being down might hurt the playmaking opportunity. Worth noting as well, About doesn't have flash, so he might be a target here.
I mean, at this point, you want to target About in this game. You want Leave to hit that one item pyro spike as soon as possible, and as we see here, Xiaohao is bot lane again to try and make something happen, but the situation is, there's kind of nothing happening because About and Yao know that they're not in a situation where they can contest the position, considering their jungler is currently doing grubs.
Ooh, Varus ult hitting under that tower, and one of the reasons why the poke Varus has been so good against stuff like Alistair and Yunara is one, lack of sustain hurts them. Yes, Alistair has a bit in the kit, but Xiaohao is going to steal blue buff. Oh, the Talia ult's coming down. It's quite a short range one, but I don't think it matters. Teleport's coming in from Aurora. Do they choose to call it off? Good damage. Oh, the ult's coming through from the Nautilus. Is that going to be a point-and-click Varus arrow? It is. Teleport now comes in. EDG slowing the dive attempt down. Alistair with level 6, though, I think ends this play. EDG might be happy to just say, going to take away jungle camps. They are keeping the siege on. Monkey is going into the enemy jungle to take camps on the other side, but what that does mean is he's not here to help the play. Hook lands onto the Yunara. That could be a problem. Try to dunk onto him. Dead Yunara. Who's got the aggro? Xiaohao, no flash. Goes low HP. The turret doesn't go onto him at the end, though. It means it will be currently 1 for none. Teleport coming in for the Rumble. He has an equalizer. Flashes forwards, and that'll be 1 down. This is an overplay from EDG. There will be a kill onto Yao Yao, but Karis is so happy to go up bunny hopping. into the enemy team. EDG, they thought they'd take it slow and secure, but I think in the end, Susmenta goes into what should have been a much more one-sided play for them. Ends up, I think, going just 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2 for 2 play, but so many resources were burnt on the side of W to try and mitigate the dive. ZDZ gets plating, you know, Monkey might kill it.
Yeah, he's got the Cyclone. I think he does. He's got the Sheen. ZDZ thought he was safe. Does bring out... Hang on a second. We'll see how much damage they all could do. He was predicting the flash. He's trying to predict the flash. Gives the thumbs up. Realizes, look, there's a slim chance of success, high chance of death. Well, what are we waiting for? Ult's the wrong way. Goodbye, ZDZ.
Oh my. I was about to say this was going to be an okay play for EDG because they were getting resources everywhere else. They burned 2 TPs to try and make this 2 TPs on the enemy team to try and make this play happen, and then it just kind of, I feel like it kind of crumbles. You know, Cube being there makes this play kind of unplayable. The level 6 tick here on Yaya is probably what dissuades the first engage, and then they fumble about so long. Because Leave at this point doesn't really have like that overwhelming amount of wave play. He has, I believe, a longsword and a tier. So it's not really just nothing here. The hook lands here on About. About manages to dash out of the EQ coming through from the Jarvan, who then has to dunk, gets slowed, still doesn't die to the turret, and EDG think, oh, we can redive, surely this is gonna be fine. And the Rumble is just TPing the entire time.
It's really problematic that ZDZ... Oh, that is a really bad equalizer, actually. Wow.
No, the equalizer wasn't good.
So ZDZ, 1, overstays in top lane, but 2, doesn't cancel the teleport. You know, he has the ultimate. If he'd cancelled that teleport towards bot side with his ultimate, things go very different. That ult literally does go to Narnia, though. I mean, both top laners just handshake and say, useless ult, useless ult.
Yeah, I mean, sadly in this game he's playing Aegis Frame Ornn and not Choo Choo Ornn, so we can't say that one. Right.
Can I just say as well, like the recent mech skins have been really, really cool. I think the Galio one, I heard Jack Spectre talking about it. I'm not sure whether it was in a positive or negative connotation, but I was like, oh, these skins don't look like League skins. I really like the fact that a lot of them kind of, it's not as harshly cell shaded as something like the Battle Arena, well, whatever the fighting tournament ones were. But the animation style is actually really cool with like the harder lines on the vertices and stuff. I really like them.
No, I really like them. The Soren skin came out, I immediately bought it.
The Galio one, I'm like, I'm pretty loyal to Infernal Galio or Gatekeeper Galio, but this one is like, hang on, they're really ulting up towards topside now. Cube, do not be having that ult or that flash. Does it matter? The wave is dead. Nautilus is coming up here too. I think they do knock up under tower. There's another knock up under tower, and there's a third one and a dunk. He's very, very dead. Goodbye, Rumble.
Very good use on the effective HP on ZDZ. You know, no armor in his kit, but at the same time, WBG confirm another Drake going, well, the first Drake going through to their side.
Paris, hang on a second. If they get the passive onto him, which they do, that's a problem. It's a lot of damage onto him. Ults, it's going to be followed through by the Nautilus ult, though. The Varus ult hits. Kill for Leave. Karras thought he could roam onto a side of the map. He had 0 team members or vision in and dies easily.
Again, another time where I feel like WBG are getting caught in rotation a lot of the time. Where there's in these situations where the top, like you've got a player that's trying to like maybe think about
ghost pop by Yao Yao. Don't really think there's much of an engage potential here. Spellbook things.
I don't know. Anytime I see an Alistar like pull like an exhaust or like a ghost and just run at somebody, all that comes in my brain is like moo. Moo! And it's just a cow run.
Oh, God.
But yeah, now, like, Karras got caught in rotation there. Another kill going to Leave. Leave now even in gold with About, but has the completed first item in the Yomus, which means he's going to be able to just rotate so much more effectively around these fights and around these lanes. You know, About is very strong at this point, but I do wonder what like the next act of play is for WBG.
Worth noting as well, though, that About hasn't completed the role quest and is currently away from bot lane, so it might end up being, well, we'll see how quickly he completes it, but it does add a significant amount of your time onto your timer for that. Doesn't matter for mid laners as much, because mid laners, at the end of the day, you don't have scaling value with your ultimate. It doesn't matter when you complete it, you get the same rewards. Whereas the earlier you complete top lane and bot lane, the more value you get out of the increased gold from minions, the increased XP you get from that point onwards. in the game. So now let's just take stock of things. You talked about some of the items. First items coming through for everyone across the board. Dragon a piece. I'm really bad at this, particularly with this overlay. I'm not actually sure who took grubs all in all, or what the score was with that.
Well, the grubs were taken up by WE because we
cool.
saw Monkey take them.
Ah, nice.
And then, you know, we got one on Drake's, but the quests are not completed yet, and
he does have a flash and ult, and he does have a Ludens, so he's going for slightly more upfront pop, which does actually help his wave clear a fair amount. Does mean he's not going to be able to kill someone like ZDZ very easily at all. Ludens is kind of probably the worst item in slot for anti-tank potential, but everyone else on the team, you actually do like playing that. See whether he's caught out in this top lane. Of course, he was caught out in rotation before. Potential of someone roaming up. The Nautilus and the Varus not there right now. Did they spot the Jarvan there? There was a ping on the brush.
Maybe. I think they may have seen him, but having that Ludens completed is probably going to be able to just clear so many more waves so much more effectively than maybe going for something like probably it was probably going to be the Andres, I would say. So, you know, now that the Herald has spawned, you know, WE going for the contest.
Oh, that's the Luden burst. Paris trying to look for the burst onto it. Gets the flash. The Seraphs has used the flash. Not actually very useful, but the Q not landing. Herald secured by WE. Angel not expecting that burst. You're saying, hey, probably worse than slot item for killing the Ornn. One of the best in slot items, though, for killing a Talia with no magic resist.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the situation that the play happened, and I was going to be like, but yeah, no, Ludens in this game is kind of disgusting in my opinion. It's just kind of yeah, it might just be the end all be all, especially come through with some of these fights. But you know, man, I do wonder if this WE team can try and combo around their cooldown timers. But now, you know, Monkey has a 1k gold lead, you know, Merc's completed, the first item completed. He's going to be just really strong and really dangerous in these fights because Triforce completed, level 11 Wukong. Scary.
Dragon less than a minute. Sorry, I was just distracted by some stuff in chat. All good. Angel not at that second item mark just yet. We talked about the power of this Aurora. Angel would really like just the extra stat stick of the Ryalize, if nothing else. EDG walking back out onto the map with Palk. He's gone for the Swifty boots, interestingly, on the... hang on, that's going to be an ult towards there. They can jump over the wall with Xiao Hao. Those ults not up going... They're not going to be up for the Dragon now, which signals EDG probably not contesting.
I mean, you're burning the Ornn to try and make a pick happen, but Xiao Hao now is walking into the jungle to try and create as much vision as possible to try and create a void of information for WE, but here About, I feel like About was a little bit under danger there. No cleanse on this Yunara. Could have been hit by the chains coming through from the Varus, but instead we're going to be around this dragon.
Huh. I know. I thought with the Ornn ult being used, maybe they wouldn't contest. They could just still push mid lane. I don't think they want to go for another steal here. Xiao Hao. Well, he could. Don't tell me he's going to do it again. He tries. He goes down to 54 HP. That could have been a flag steal, you know, at that HP. Herald now summoned in mid lane. Karras could jump forwards here as well. Game's been quite slow, actually. I think both teams are quite wary of each other. Potential jump in towards mid lane. I think he might die if he goes there. No contest on the other side. EDG choosing not to pull the trigger on the dismount from the Herald.
Yeah, I think really good sequence of play coming through from WE. You know, they make good use of the priority that they had in mid lane with About having that 2 items, now having a lot of wave clear on this Yunara. Because as much as we talk about a lot of like these AD carries being high priority because of their ability to clear waves, nobody really clears waves quicker than a Yunara, especially when she's got her Q running.
That's true. Well, I mean, Varus is the one that would contest, right? Because Varus hits like one Q onto a wave when you get like 2 items, and it's just okay, wave's gone. But yeah, no, Yunara definitely one of the fastest ones with that Q spread. And one of the really scary things about Yunara is her ability to stack up on a wave and then jump at you off of it as well. Particularly once you get something like... Well, it's worth noting, by the way, About's not gone for the Fiend Hunter bolts, which is... Hang on, there's no one even on his screen. Has to pop the ult very easily. Yeah, that was a bit cheap.
I mean, that is just a Q coming through from Leave and an E, and the damage coming through is kind of ridiculous. You know, you've got this 2-item Lethality Varus at this point who is going to hit like a truck, especially on these squishier characters, and... Yeah, she doesn't feel like a squishier character, but no Aftershock means
And one of the things about the Alistar is, like, you're a tank when you're ulting. If you're not ulting, you're not a tank. And this is one of the problems. It actually doesn't matter if you're Aftershock or not versus the Varus, because if Varus is poking you, and this is why poke Varus is so good versus Alistar, if you don't pop ult, you take half your HP very, very quickly. And then, obviously, the later you pop ult as Alistar, the worse it feels, because you have less HP to play around as well. Yayo doesn't have ult. He's actually really quite vulnerable here. You know, the Celestial Opposition helps out a little bit. Are we really going to be fighting over a Scuttle Crab? We might be fighting over a Scuttle Crab. I guess we're fighting over a Scuttle Crab. Does go the way of Xiaohao, interestingly. Managed to get that smite down. I'm quite surprised at that, actually. Monkey didn't land that smite. It was Xiaohao that did it. I thought that could lead in something a bit more there. It felt like a good old LPL. We're fighting now. Let's do something. Let's tango.
We are fighting for the sake of maybe burning a flash. Sure.
Summoner economy. Hey, I'm down for it. It's one of my favorite things about the LPL. I think probably my two favorite kind of concepts in LPL. You pick up concepts from around the place when you watch things. Is we talk about summoner economy, where you fight to get important summoners down or important cooldowns down. Particularly, that was actually a really clean cannon kill by CDC there. You know, getting something like a flash off of a Varus is always useful. Stuff like support ultimates as well tend to be very big for that too. Then, of course, the other one is the one which we're trying to make catch on here, which is full contact team fighting, which is if you jump onto the enemy team's carries, sometimes the enemy team will choose not to peel for the carry. They'll choose to jump onto your carries instead, because actually that's a better way to win the fight, because if both teams' damaging members are kind of locked up dealing with someone very angry in melee range, they don't actually finish off the initial pick. That's the thing which LPL really likes to do.
It's the moral conundrum of, do I peel for my carry or do I kill their carry?
Yeah, it's yeah, you can relate this to a lot of different things in games. One of the things which I related it to before was kind of trading material in chess, where it's like, okay, well, you take a rook, I can find another way to take a rook as well. So even though you're giving up something, it's an even trade that way. So trading AD carry for AD carry in some cases can actually be the easiest thing to do in a given scenario. Angel on the roam again. Suppose he's more like the bishop, traveling infinite direction in the diagonals in this game.
Angel hasn't really been doing anything this game.
I think it's hurt that the Aurora is so good against him in the 1v1. That's one thing which I think we've seen quite a lot of. Fights in the enemy Raptor pit, although it is an Ornn. That being said, there is a Rumble coming over now. But a tanky Ornn. That's going to be... Varasalt pulled onto the... Oh my god, he had the flash. It's not going to help him, though. He's dead. The equalizer goes down, but it's just not useful. Double kill of to leave already, and the Varus just hasn't had to be worried about anything. Triple kill to leave. The Varus coming to play, and WE... You can't afford to get hit by a free Varasalt when you have a flash like that.
And you're fighting in these kind of choke points, considering the range of the engage on the side of EDG. You need to be aware of these situations where they can just pull the trigger off of one person making contact. We're talking about this before contact team fighting. DDZ was just there, trying to create space, trying to fight over vision, knowing that he had the backup available from the rest of his team. He's fighting over a ward.
He fails the one auto as well. Wow, okay, I guess it really... Did they...
Oh my...
That is a hell of a decision to make for a ward. Gets slowed by the Varus E, makes... The CC chain is just disgusting. If you have a Zhonya's, this is fine. You obviously do not have a Zhonya's at this point in the game. Leave ends up then kind of kiting northwards, has two frontliners in front of him. Leave's positioning this fight is exceptional, by the way. A lot of people would flash back into the river. By flashing northwards, by having the front line between him and them, makes a big difference. Roll teleport coming in from ZDZ, has that big shield. Dragon coming up now, slight gold lead to EDG. Karasim on the flank, and of course Karas didn't really get to do much in that last fight. Arrow landing onto Yayo. That important HP on the Alistar needs to be studied, needs to be tracked. Palkia potentially going over. That's Harris over the wall. Goes into the plate. That's not bad, actually, from the Aurora, but he dies on the intro. He dies on the intro, and Leave is still alive. Angel is alive. There's a dunk into the enemy play. Bao is alive. I think this is still an okay fight for WE because Cube's roasting them. Yes, Leave and Angel live, but they're not able to do enough damage, and the Dragon will go to WE.
Monkey is just able to make so much space in the backline with the Cyclone. He's just able to just dominate the fight.
Hang on, Xiaohao's going for the smite. He gets it! So there will be no soul point for WE. 2 steals on the Dragons for Xiaohao this game. The first one was just kind of like that swag, no-look flash out. He dies for the second one, but I think he's happy with that. WE, they'll reclaim the gold advantage now. Went from 1,000 ahead to 1 behind to 1,000 ahead again, but they're happy now. Our EDG, I think, with the objectives denied.
Here, Angel just chasing down Monkey a little bit, getting a lot of damage down.
Teleport onto Angel. That's coming in from Karis. Angel was really trying to find someone the outro. Angel has his first death of the game and overchased there, trying to catch up WE before they reset. A pretty quick and easy death for the Talia.
And now it feels like EDG are scrambling. You know, we talk about JDG being this very controlled team that doesn't thrive in chaos. It does feel like EDG, as soon as something goes awry, it does feel like they lose composure.
Especially around objectives, you know, especially around big objective plays like this. This is where WE beat them in the first round robin. Karis gets a ton of damage. He does die for it, but he gets a ton of damage down.
Monkey just isolated, zones Angel out of the fight, and then is able to create enough space for Cube and About to just leave the Cataclysm. Xiaohao gets the dunk. Yes, he's able to cage down the enemy AD carry, but it doesn't matter. There's nobody able to follow up with the damage, and he's just able to create so much space. Monkey, we have seen he is the kingmaker for this WE roster. When he's on form, he is nigh on unbeatable. Yeah. And today, in this second game especially, it feels like he's finally woken up.
Yeah, besides the smites, which is... Oh, did we see Yaya lose ult? Hang on a sec, he didn't have ult. Did he just die? Oh, he minion taxis out to safety. Oh, yeah, okay, that hurts. Cyrilda's has been complete. Does he get one last auto? I guess he did. One last Q. Leave just solo kills Yao Yao. Again, Pokevarus, quite good in the Alistair champion, especially when he doesn't have that ult.
Yeah, pretty happy to believe with the Cyrilda slow coming through as well. Yeah, this is just difficult, I guess, at this point to be the Alistair in this game. You want that level 11.
I want to see whether ZDZ pulls the ult to try and get the crystallized teleport behind them. They should see this now. Monkey's going in to try and create some space. ZDZ will get the crystallized. Cube is going to get ulted on the side here. ZDZ's dead. Equalizer onto the backline. It's not too bad. Gets something onto leave. So it's one for tower right now. Karis going further forwards. That's a really good Varus ult. And that might lead to the death. Awesome skill shot from Leave. Takes down the enemy mid laner. It spreads onto Monkey, who even gets stunned by the minefield afterwards. That Varus ult may have just saved the game from EDG. Leave. This Varus has been game-changing. Is it going to be a quadra kill? It's going to be the quadra for Leave. He takes down all but one. Cube, the last survivor.
How does Leave keep getting away with this kind of fighting? He is able to just zone out of the situation, not get hit by any CC, and then he's just able to turn back at the perfect pixel. Palkia lays his life down for his AD carry to get that CC onto Karis, and then the chains spread, and it's not a one fight anymore for WE. EDG rely consistently on their AD carry, and their AD carry delivers every single time.
The crystallization, obviously really important in trying to kill the tower here, but later on to this clip, folks, just watch the value of this Varus ult after. ZDZ says, look, I'm dead, folks, leave me to it, I'm going to take the tower, but really, so much of this fight is WE have a lot of tools to try and unseat this Varus, and they never quite manage to use them well enough.
You know, the equalizer doesn't land, the Aurora comes through, and the arrow there is so good. The Xiaohai is able to get the follow-up, and then Palkia realizes, hold on, if I go in, we can win this fight, and he just decides to hook in at some point.
The Varus ult doesn't actually spread directly from Karis to Monkey. It goes from Karis to About to Monkey. And because the Yunara is slightly further behind him, he can't get away from it. About overstaying actually completely cost them the team fight. About's mispositioning there spreads the ult.
Yeah, About... He has had glimpses of greatness, I would say. This is, you know, rookie AD carry coming through, I believe, from the
KCL,
yeah. But Leave has been probably one of our, I would say maybe top 5 AD carries in the league.
We have some really good AD carries, but yeah, Leave on form has definitely been up there in our upper echelons, yeah.
Leave on Stacking Champions, best AD carry in the league.
Senna Smolder, yeah, that'll work.
But man, these fights, every single moment, like you see this split-second decision in these fights, it reminds you of why this AD carry is so, you know, respected and so pegged such as a great talent, a great player in the league. You know, the split-second decision to see Karis making the misstep and just throwing out the chains to make the play happen.
Okay, Dragon up in 10 seconds. That's a catch onto Monkey, who flashes away from the flick back, but now that means, well, he doesn't have a flash. That tends to be a problem. Doesn't cancel out the Ornn ult there either, does Yaya. Now he's in the middle of the team, does have the ult running. Doesn't have a flash himself, though. He's got an exhaust and a teleport, and, well, neither of them seem particularly useful right now. Mistake from Monkey leads to the death of Yao Yao.
Yeah, again, misposition. I feel like ZDZ did them.
Oh, Leave flashing forwards, very nearly connects onto About. Great damage from the Pokevarus. Again, Leave is absolutely my player of the game so far. Fantastic game on the Varus. This should lead to the Dragon going to EDG.
Leave has completed Endless Hunger, by the way. You
Oh, yeah.
That's
true.
5 items.
Yeah,
He
that'll
can
help.
do the Shojin in the meantime. That is...
God, yeah, Leave is really scary. Now he has infinite cooldown and sustain, which is not something good Varus is meant to have, folks. Baron started by WE. It's a bit of a desperation one, but EDG are, well, I'd say they're a little slow to get to it, but it's not like the Baron is that quick. Karis on the flank. If he can kill Leave, perhaps the conversation changes. They are that changes things now because, well, he's been spotted. That's an arrow onto him. This is Hellbot coming through from Yao Yao. Karis will get out of the play for now, but maybe not for long. The Baron, hang on, Monkeys died. Okay, well, that's definitely not what WE wanted. Double flick back coming from Angel. Karis still out of the play, of course, too. And EDG, they sniff out the flank. The Hail Mary from WE really falls apart. And EDG, what do they plan now? Do they go Baron, or do they just walk in towards the mid lane?
This might just be... it's not going to be quite game yet, but EDG, I've laid the foundation to take this game away. 4k individual gold advantage for Leave in the AD carry position.
So this is what happened on the other side of the fight. Oh, well, Leave is out of vision and then just kills him, you know? ZDZ has been very tanky, credit to him. He's died quite a lot for his team, but he's done it quite valuably so far. Monkey's still dead. That's going to be... Yeah, they did manage to get the mid lane inhibitor turret, but they will get themselves the Baron afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like ZDZ, not necessarily the most impressive in terms of like stat line or plays game, but a lot of utility and a lot of space creation in these fights that is allowing the playmakers in Angel and Leave to just have the space to make the moment happen with their damage.
Yeah. So now EDG, they've got solid gold lead, 3 dragons, Baron. WE have typically beaten EDG when EDG fumble around objectives. EDG, the start of their split was effectively, wow, great early game team, but they don't know how to play around objectives. This series, there've been 1 or 2 ruffled feathers around them. You know, the Baron in the first game felt a little bit fast and loose. Besides that, I think they've largely beaten WE at almost every one of them. Of course, it helps that Shahhouse stole a couple in this game too. But considering that WE were clearly best team on form, at least within Perseverance, this is a very important game for EDG, and a reminder just once again of the stakes, folks. EDG, if they close this series out 2-0, they set themselves in a better position to try and finish in top 2 in the group. There is still, however, good chance that NIP do end up going above them, especially if they 2-0 TT. They will beat them to the finish line there, and EDG will finish 3rd. They'll still have a chance in Knight's Road. Every team in Perseverance will do. EDG, the reason they're fighting so hard here, though, is that they really want to give themselves an easier time of things by going into the upper bracket, rather than the lower bracket of our play-ins to playoffs.
I feel like Cube here is looking for a play to make happen with the equalizer, but the space creation coming through from the side of EDG. Look, their line of scrimmage is just playing ahead of the Varus. The Varus is under 0 threat in this situation, and there's not much really the WE can do about it, because there's so much CC and threat denial coming through from EDG. There's not really much they can do to get on top of this fight.
Yeah, and they don't have any wards behind them to teleport to. Not that it would matter too much for this comp anyway. They don't really have as many teleport threats. The Aurora can be, of course. And they're waiting for those ults to come up. Base will finally break, and they go in onto the inhibitors.
Yeah, but if... Yes. We have equalized that...
The problem is, they've equalized to 0, and it has, in fact, given exactly that much value. Okay, we found out... Yeah, we found out the equation, folks. The answer was 0 all along. Inhibitor down in mid lane. Be quickly going down the bot side as well. Discipline from EDG so far. Angel on the off angle in case there is a wall needed in the play. Baron buff falling off after just 1 more wave. I think that'll be the extent of the damage for the Baron push.
By the way, if EDG end up taking this game, which does look very likely at this point, and NIP end up taking their series against TT, we're going to have 3 teams on 4-2.
Yes. Now, as far as I'm aware, so this will put WE to +4 game score if they lose this game, and they'll finish on 4-2. EDG would be on +3 game score, and NIP rather, if they finish 2-0 tomorrow, then at that point, they would equalize. They would equalize with Team WE, and I don't really know what happens there because they're 1-1 with them in series, so that gets weird. But they would go ahead of EDG if NIP go 2-1 and win. Then they're equal in game score with EDG after a 2-0 here. And that gets weird because again they're 1-1. I'm actually not sure what the tiebreakers are. Is it game? Is it
Game time,
game
probably.
time? Because we're not playing tiebreaker games. We're not playing tiebreaker games. Which thank God for this one. Because let's be honest, regular season can drag even with a more truncated format like this. Karras is now teleporting for the flank. Dragon is spawning. Karras can W up.
He was
He should have been seen. I'm not sure they pinged him though. Not sure they pinged him. Yayo's very low HP. He's flashing him, but it's onto a spell shield on the Leer. That doesn't help at all. Karras is on the flank. Xiaohao has a GA. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. Monkey goes down first. Karras is yet to pull the ultimate. Flag drag out to safety. He's out to safety. Xiaohao puts the ult down. Sorry, Karras does, but I don't think it's enough. Leave is still alive. There's good burn coming through, but the arrows just mean that much more. EDG will take the game-winning fight, this series-winning fight, and march to the Nexus.
Yeah, EDG just to control the fight every single time. Leave is under zero threat at any point in this fight. Karras gets the flank, he still gets in position, and it doesn't matter because Yaya is so chunked out at the start of the fight. There's nothing that matters anymore.
Nothing that matters. EDG will put themselves in the best possible position to fight for top 2 in Group Perseverance. It's going to come down to the wire. EDG finish off WE 2-0.
I don't think there's much of a discussion to have on this one player of the game.
I think that's one of the best games I've seen from Leave in a little while, folks. Leave, excellent game on the Varus here today. Helps them go over the finish line, and this is more of the EDG that we wanted to see. We were a little worried, honestly, that EDG, with all the potential, weren't going to match that. EDG, I thought coming in from last year, should have been clear favorites coming into Group Perseverance. There's a chance they don't finish top 2 now. Now, the problem with that is, oh my god, we could get into a position, folks, where EDG, they do the hand over the heart bow, by the way, that's their traditional thing. The lower bracket, well, I mean, as far as I'm aware, I don't think they'll play against LMG, which would have been like the horror scenario. I think as it would stand, I think they would face against OMG if they finish 3rd. Folks, I'm expecting NIP if they win tomorrow in any sense. I think because it's game time that wins. I don't think EDG had fast win times versus the enemy teams.
No, NIP have the fastest win time because remember against NIP,
yeah.
TT, they dumpster them in like 20 minutes.
I'm not sure about win time.
I think it's total win time.
Yeah.
Like total
so
win
NIP
time
have the
in
fastest
all
win
their games.
according to Baneblade in chat. So to be NIP, WE, EDG. So EDG are not winning tiebreakers against in terms of game time. So they basically need they need NIP to lose tomorrow to get top 2 in Perseverance. Now, is it the be all and end all? No, but I do think that EDG.
They would definitely prefer being in the top 2.
Yeah, but I think as it stands, right? I mean, top 2 in Perseverance face against bottom 2 from Ascend, I believe, which means that, and then the loser of that will then face these teams which are kind of left in the bottom rung, effectively. EDG, if they go on in this form, I would expect them to win against OMG quite handily, and then going into the second round, I mean, they've just beaten, a bunch of teams. They've just beaten WE, so I think there's a decent chance that WE, even going through a lower bracket, still make it into playoffs.
I mean, there is definitely a possibility. There's also the possible ascendant of a young NIP roster that's doing really well, in my opinion.
Yeah, they are, for sure.
And there's also the factor of, is Group Ascend that much better than Group Perseverance?
Well, especially the bottom rungs of it, right? Because, and then also, well, then you add in questions like, well, how good is LNG compared to Group Perseverance as well?
Yeah.
Because they've looked very, very impressive in their own Group Nirvana games so far. That's our first series of the done, folks. Of the day, done, folks. I'm going to go put on a quick ad break, and we'll, I guess we'll wait for post-game stats, interviews, and stuff like that. And, I suppose, get you another coffee.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Something like
Cool.
juice.
Do you need, yeah, there's some juice in the fridge if you want some from that.
Go and stretch a little bit.
Cool, alright.
Meantime, maybe I can
All
I
good.
can roll back safely.
Yeah, you can. You're good. Yeah, you need, it's a bit of a cramped space to try and fit a chair and the microphone into and stuff. Okay. LNG needs to move at least one group up. There's so many sharks in a small pond, big sharks in a small pond this split. Yeah, I think LNG are the prime example of that, but then we've not seen them versus Ascend or Perseverance teams, right? So we don't know exactly where that line ends, really, for them. I was thinking about doing that. Yes, I should do that.
Leave had 48%.
Oh
of
my
the damage.
god, Leave just on a tear, man. Just on a tear. Gosh. Yeah, Leave, really good series from him. Destroyed that first game, and then this second one was kind of nuts too. He'll be player of the series, I think. That is nuts. I actually wonder whether leave out damaged the entire enemy team. I do wonder. Please kick Karras and Cube. Look, Karras has been really good for them this split. On the whole. Obviously, Cube had a pretty bad time of things. Leaves arrows in these team fights extremely convincing. The thing for me is the positioning as well, because it's very hard to actually put yourself in a position where you're very safe as Varus all the time, but he managed it. He's very, very good. Very impressed with him. Oh, I think we've got an interview coming in now, actually. That's the camera angle they use when they go to interviews. Yeah, that's the one.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人熙然。恭喜 EDG 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们请到的是上路选手 ZDZ 来到赛后采访席，欢迎主播跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EDG 的上单选手 ZDZ。
欢迎 ZDZ， 今天可以说是要素齐全的一场胜利。首先是4连胜，也是你们的常规赛收官战，也达成了队伍的1100场胜利，再加上 复仇了 WE， 而且是一场2比0。所以，如果让你来形容的话，今天是怎样的一天？
确实要素有点多。说实话，你不跟我说，我都没有想到。可能我们的聊天里，是复仇 WE 比较多吧。但是你说今天是怎样的一天的话，我觉得用大安的话来说吧，就是今天是美好的一天。
美好的一天，也是幸福的一天。可能明凯教练的冰淇淋也稍微的给到一点 buff 吧，你觉得有吗？
确实挺好吃的，
可能他的后台应该有在看见。其实赛前的话，双方都针对打团这个事情都给足了重视，都会觉得说今天要特别注意一下这个点。那你觉得拿到这场2比0的胜利，可能相对于对方来讲，我们自己队伍做得更好的点是哪些呢？
我觉得一个是调整状态吧。我们队伍其实是一个比较慢热的队伍，不管是去年还是今年，可能开局都是有一点天崩开局吧，就是可能我们队伍是需要一点时间。然后今天我觉得。 我们明凯教练在 BP 1跟我们聊了很多阵容，我们打团该怎么打，我们该站哪个地方，我们的位置是哪里？我觉得这对我们的目标清晰这一方面吧是很有帮助的，所以我们今天拿下了。
确实贯彻得很好，我们来聊一下第一局，确实是纵享4滑，几乎是没有给到对方什么机会。但是第2局好像，插曲就比较多了。首先是你们下路那波越塔失误，稍微有点糟，然后就是你上路的那波羊。 可能啊会出现在很多的动图里面。我们先来回顾一下当时的心理状况，当时心里在想什么呢？怎么会反向了一下呢？
当时我觉得我奥文的伤害应该是够的，就是去秒那个猴子，因为我第2个 W 快好了。然后当时是没有交流到猴子有没有闪现这件事情。然后我觉得他会被我秒，所以他会闪现躲我的大招到我后面，然后我就反向大了一下，结果他 没有闪现，所
以最后就是笑一下算了，是吧？但没关系，幸好后面还是找到了机会。但是你们在中路的时候，双方为了一颗眼大打出手。 结果是造成了非常好的一个局面嘛，包括也拿下了大龙。但是那一波当时是怎么去组织说我们要去报这波团的呢？
我觉得打不打起来主要是看对面怎么玩吧。我们只是做到了突然边线，然后来靠中集合这样的一个玩法。然后当时就觉得对面有点太凶了吧，就是想去寻求打起来，所以就他们也不让嘛，所以就打起来了。
这波是你去主 call 的吗？就你点个前面，你觉得说好像大家都可以来，对吧？
对的。
而且这一波之后，基本上可以说就稳步扩大了优势，然后拿到了比赛的一个胜利。今天可以说队伍的每一个人都站了出来，你会怎么评价今天大家的发挥呢？逐个来先说自己吧。
先说自己吧。自己就是，我觉得打个5分吧，就是一半一半吧。我觉得第一把打的是挺好的，但是第二把确实有一点点喜羊羊吧，有点搞笑。第二把。
还有角色名称 ，OK， 好的。那小浩呢？
小浩的话，这边确实是太冷静了，我觉得他太稳了。今天不管是抢龙的沟通，然后还是开团也好，站位置也好，他都是作为指挥，他是玩得非常好的今天。然后安吉尔，我觉得
笑得有点太大声了哈，场下的观众。
安吉尔，我觉得今天我跟他的2个边线嘛，我们分线做的也是挺好的，交流挺到位的，对。然后洪超的话，我觉得今天非常稳，然后输出也非常高，
大杀特杀了也是。
对，这是一个团队的一种定心丸吧。对。然后我觉得Palukia，我觉得他今天的视野做的也挺好的，就在打的时候能感觉到，对面的野区非常亮，然后像他的 Nico 就是团也开的挺好的吧。我觉得大家都打挺好的，真的。
是的，明显能感觉到，经过了一个组内赛的一个比赛历练之后，大家是都有在成长的。你觉得现在这支 EDG 比起赛季初成长了多少，或者说成长为怎样一支队伍呢？
我觉得现在的 EDG 相比于之前吧，是更加目标清晰，然后更加稳定的队伍吧。其实我们的阵亡数是能感觉到越来越少的，在比赛里。
那现在的话，结束了常规赛这样的一个争夺之后，马上就要进入到骑士之路了，又是新的征程、新的挑战。所以你觉得可能在骑士之路要更加有竞争力的话，队伍需要做哪一些的部分的一个再提高呢？
我觉得主要还是团战上面的发挥吧，能感觉到我们的团还没有这么的稳定，但相较于之前是稳定很多了。我觉得，这个游戏到现在打到后面可能都是去拼一个团战吧，我觉得这方面还是要继续进步的。
我们也期待 EDG 在后面的一个精彩的发挥。当然，最后一个问题，因为其实可能粉丝们会有意识到 ，EDG 在整个组内赛的过程当中一直是客场作战的，大家非常非常的辛苦。最后，我觉得跟队友们、跟教练们、跟所有的工作人员们也说2句吧。
就是感觉大家都挺辛苦的，然后很努力吧，大家也没有去抱怨这个赛程。然后也是按部就班的在努力训练，我觉得这样的一个氛围是特别好的，我们要继续保持下去。对，
希望努力一定会有好的一个成果。再次感谢这次来我们的赛的环节，也恭喜 EDG 拿到了本场 BO3的胜利。我们把时间交还给解说席。
Hey, well, nice to hear that from EDG in the interview there too, as their last game in the group stage, as Harold was actually just pointing out there as well. Of course, EDG, we'll see them in the nice rival stage, or the nice road stage. They've renamed that now, so that's a thing. And now I guess we'll get ready for our second series of the day, Weibo versus Anyone's Legend. Now, Weibo, last time they were out on the Rift, they were versus BLG. I was actually, yesterday I was trying to think who was playing as JDG, and of course that was Invictus Gaming. But Weibo versus Anyone's Legend, I actually think this is a little bit of a difficult, and player of the game is Leave as well. This guy was fantastic. Like, he was so good. There is, 91% kill participation, 48% damage share. Like, what?
227% gold to damage efficiency.
Yeah.
Like
that's actually crazy because he was up 4,000 gold and still that damage efficient. Now you're a poke champion, so you're kind of expecting that, but yeah, Leave was something special in this game, folks. He was really, really good. But yeah, second series today, got Weibo versus Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend clearly cementing themselves as the top team in the league. I think especially after beating JDG and JDG faltering a little bit, and BLG still not finding form. Everyone voting for Leave, no surprises there. But yeah, I think that Weibo are in for a pretty hard time, I think. I think that with JJ being on mixed form, really, I think that leaves him open to getting dumpstered by Tarzan, which is a problem, because I think that Weibo are a very chaotic team, but they really thrive when they get their jungle support active, and then they can kind of play around the map well and just play very fluid League of Legends. I think that Anyone's Legend are just a better version of that team, really.
I mean, maybe just fall as Weibo. You might be in a situation where you're trying to just fall back on an elk win condition again.
Yeah, and player of the match as well is also Leave, so he's done both those things. I just realized if I transition over now, you're still not going to see the graphic anyway, so it's just on me for not predicting it, I suppose. My bad. I could move it, but oh, look. Oh, it's gone. Wonderful. There you go. So we're covering Lee's face. It was very funny when Greyheart was just taking the role of, you know, the host yesterday, or the day before, rather. Yeah. Always knew he had it in him to be an LPL host. Yeah.
I mean, he was a great host when I used to work, when he worked with us in UKL.
Yeah.
So, you know.
How was the series? Asked Sam and chat. Leave had a pop-off series. First game, bot lane domination, into actually fights where EDG weren't throwing around objectives. Game 2 was just Leave disgusting Varus masterclass, but also Xiaohao stole 2 objectives. He stole 2 dragons. First one was just like a flash in for a smite with an Varus arrow helping him out, and he fly dragged out. Oh, Leave. Yeah, Leave did half his team's damage, 48% damage share. So, yeah. So Leave walked away with player of the match and player of the series as well. Gaia was really, really good. Yeah. So this is like the Leave that we've been waiting for. Angel had a much better series as well, I think, which, remembering the first time they played, I think Angel had a bit of a nightmare that first time. Karis was quite poor today. His Azir in game 1, airball 2 or 3 shuffles. And
just sloppy.
Yeah, the Aurora was fine in early game and then had 1 or 2 flubs in team fights, which stopped him from having team fight value. So yeah. So between jungle and AD carry for like player of the series, fine. They were both very good. I'm not. I don't have a horse in this race.
I think Shaha had a really good series. I feel like there should be like one of those montages for his first steal. Well, he flashes in smites and it's like the Mbappe Zidane like.
Palkia had some great engages in game 2 and game 1. I thought he had a couple of flubs in game 1 too. I thought Palkia was solid. The laning phase was good from him. I think that some of his playmaking was a little bit off, but not enough for me to really draw too much of an eye.
Palkia got an MVP vote in game 1, by the way.
That doesn't surprise me actually. Compliment for Sylv. Let me have a think. I'm trying to remember when we met Sylv as well. Actually, what shared memories we've got to draw upon. You know, Sylv reminds me of the elves and the fairies, and it's a wonderful name for you because it's just the same as the magic you bring to chat and to our lives every day, Sylv. So thank you for that. There you go. That's what I have to work with.
Not really a man of lyrical predisposition. I look at the screen and I say that thing is happening.
Hey, occasionally that's very helpful. Occasionally, I hear so. Anyway, yeah. Oh, some of these team fights were so fun actually.
Some of us still value the trade.
Yeah. Also, say I think about didn't really make much of an impact today. I don't think.
Yeah, no, about was really just nowhere to be found. Yes, it is the stream. I'm just maintaining my stream streak.
I do have like a little phone holder thing you can use if you want.
But, I'm just like keep opening it up to keep my stream streak going. But yeah.
Oh, this is like the venue. This is like the review. The venue kind of trailer thing, which is pretty cool.
Well,
I think this is the Shanghai one actually.
This is probably just the LPL arena.
Yeah, because I thought it was the JDG one because it was like Top Esports JDG, but I think that's actually the Shanghai one.
Yeah, no, this is the Shanghai one from like the.
Oh, Valence League of VCS. That makes sense. Yeah. It was one of those two, I think. Yes, probably in that era. Yeah, one of those like everyone was kind of casting the same stuff around that point because where else could you do amateur casting effectively? Yeah.
Well, it's worth. Valence League is always happy to look for casters.
True. In fact, this is a used mug, so I need to clean this, but I do have like a Valence League mug. It's very well used at this point.
The old merch.
Yeah. Well, Sam and I got some stuff for free because we got like the best community caster thing for Valence League back in like 21, I think it was. Yeah.
We might bring back merch soon. Maybe there's still like a bunch of rumblings about it, but you know, still a bit like a bit up in the air. But we'll see. But yeah, in terms of like what to expect from this series, I'm expecting if either to be honest, if Shahu's plays like he's been playing, especially against JDG, it might be a closer contest because he has been very map impacting.
Yeah, I mean, I think Elk is very, very good. I think that Elk has actually been putting himself up to be one of the best AD carries in the world on current form. I think that, you know, he's had 1 or 2 tough games. Like the Aphelios game he had versus Top Esports wasn't great. But besides that, I actually think on an individual level, I actually think he's been up there as best in world. One of the very best. I'm going to put on an ad break now. In fact, I'm going to get myself another coffee as well. Do you want cameras on or off? Does it matter to you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Sure, okay, I'll leave it on. Okay, I'm going to make myself another coffee and then,
Yep. And you listen to Cesar and Diana.
Yeah. People want to bring back merch, but no one has the time or effort. Yeah, I understand that. Like, actually organizing that stuff is difficult. I do get that.
Hello, chat. It is me. Yeah. Chat. Actually. Chat. 1 second. We are so back. We are so back. We got the... We're back here. We're back in the building. Sam is away until tomorrow. We got substitute Nymaera in the meantime. What do you mean is that Nafiri? Does this look like a dog? Man, this modern generation has got no ball knowledge. This is not even elite ball knowledge required. This is regular knowledge. This is what you're getting in the break. No more content out of that. It's just me and Lone Cat sitting here as we approach the next series, Weibo Gaming.
I mean, at some point I probably do need to bring back the Uma. I need to bring back Uma. Oh my god. I've been replaced by a very capable co-caster though, Lone Cat.
Yeah, Jonas, I was actually checking that. Like all of the Pro Bowl QBs, it's like it's Joe Burrow, Shadur Sanders, and Joe Burrow's second. So,
yeah, I appreciate the extra person signing up for RPGX. By the way, it's very cool.
Yeah, thank you for clicking the link that opens up, and you get to see the.
And you get to also support us. The best thing is you get to support us for free. Even if you just want to try it out, you're not sure about it yet, you get to support us for free and figure things out. At the end of the day, it's a customizable experience, RPGX gaming browser, and it's I've been enjoying quite a lot actually. You know, it's one of those things where it reminds you a little bit of way back in the day. I put in a lot of time into designing my anime list, and I was like, look, I just got to make it look right and blah blah blah. It kind of brings me back to that whole like. Someone just trying to like figure out HTML and CSS code for like the first time in a long time. It makes it a lot easier than that actually. Oh my gosh. When is Super Bowl actually?
The Super Bowl is this Sunday.
Oh cool. Very cool.
It is the Seattle Seahawks versus the New England Patriots.
Shit, and that's so wait, what have the New England Patriots been in Super Bowl since Brady left?
Nope.
Wow.
They were supposed to be still in the rebuilding era, but they somehow drafted a generational talent as quarterback, and in his second year, he's been an MVP candidate, and he's led them to the Super Bowl.
Do they have the same coach they used to have in their
No,
successful
they
years?
don't have Bill Belichick anymore.
I thought Belichick had left for a while. So is that the first time since Belichick's left as well that they've been in the Super Bowl? Damn, crazy.
Because I believe last time they were in the Super Bowl, it was still with Brady and Belichick. So.
Well, folks, we're going to get ourselves into our big game of the day, though. It's not the big game, of course, which is the Super Bowl, but you could also enjoy Chinese League of Legends. Weibo, onto the Rifts. Zucker, JJ, Xiaohu, Elk, and Erha. And then on the side, Anyone's Legend team, the only team in the LPL, the entirety of the league, which has kept the same roster from last year. Every other team has changed something. This is the one you know and love from 2025.
Andre, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle.
And Anyone's Legend, clearly best team within the LPL right now. They're the ones which have been performing the most recently. They're the ones at the top of the table. And Weibo, they're always a team which can throw you for a loop. They can do something random, but I think particularly Anyone's Legend is a bad matchup for them. You know, I say that, but funnily enough, Anyone's Legend were knocked down to the lower bracket last year by Weibo, which was really confusing.
That was a wild game. If I
it was a 5-game series, and Tien diffed Tarzan.
Yeah,
and of course, Tien's obviously on break now, so he might come back at some point. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that JJ can occasionally pull out that level of gameplay too. Of course.
I believe that statistic is 2v2 kills per game.
Oh, damn. Jachi and Fengyue getting so many. What the hell? They're almost like twice as many. Like, the thing is, though, what that doesn't mention for Jachi and Fengyue is the fact that they also die exactly the same amount. But they do fight, like, an awful lot.
I mean, it's the top esports bot lane. Would you expect fighting?
True.
Would you not expect fighting?
Yeah. Oh, boy, time to see my favorite team get slapped. We'll see. I think, folks, the thing about Weibo is, whenever I look at them and I go, they shouldn't win this, they end up winning it. And I have to say, today, I don't think they should win this, really. I mean, Anyone's Legend are, I think, clearly the best team within LPL for me, as I've said multiple times. You know, they got their revenge against JDG. The one team that they haven't managed to get revenge against yet is BLG. Now, they'll be playing them, folks, on Friday. If they beat them, we can confidently say who our number 1 team is for now. The key player is going to be Hope versus Elk. That makes a lot of sense. I think Hope has... Look, Hope actually has some pretty good stats here. I mean, the kills per game for sure. But I think that realistically, Hope has been the weak link of Anyone's Legend in this split. If there has been one. Elk on the other side, like I said, maybe the best AD carry in the world. And I know that sounds like a very out there thing to say. I think with how dysfunctional Weibo has been at points and how good Elk has looked, even with that, it really boosts my reputation, his reputation in my eyes when you think of... you know, Viper last year, for instance, as well, on Viper Life Esports feels quite similar. Elk is genuinely fantastic right now.
And then we pull up the stats, and his most played champion, he is currently 1-3 on.
Yeah. Again, look, Weibo have lost a lot of games. They have them, because what, they're 4-4 right now, I think they are?
I believe they
Something
are
like that.
3-4, maybe?
They're 4-4. They're 4-4.
Okay.
Yeah. So if Weibo win this series, it will be... It's not their last game of the split, because they'd have one more to play. They have to play against IG as the... Oh my god, IG Weibo's on the last day. That is going to be genuinely very funny, folks. It will be. But,
Excellent train content for when
yeah. Hang on, does that just go to an interview? I think it's going to an interview with that camera. Well, I'll switch it off again. We'll let you listen to this. I'm going to get my coffee from the other room.
大家好，我是 WBG 的辅助选手啊。
欢迎二哈，其实大家还蛮关心的，就是在上一场比赛结束之后，队伍都做了哪一些总结和调整呢？
上场比赛打完嘛，大家就对个人失误这一方面要多去总结一下。对。
而且呢，今天是组内赛的最后的2场比赛之一了，所以你希望在今天队伍在哪些方面能够做得更好呢？
今天的话，我们着重要注意我们野辅的联动嘛，因为对方也是一支野辅联动很强的队伍。
就让我们一同期待今天这一场对决。我们邀请到的是 AL 的 Tarzan 选手，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 大 Tarzan。
欢迎 Tarzan。在最近的比赛当中呢 ，AL 展现出了卓越的抓机会能力。那你觉得今天这一场对决最关键的会是什么呢？
今天关键的我们中野辅的联动吧，然后就小心微博的前期节奏吧。
也是组内赛的最后的2场比赛了，所以在今天你想展现一个怎样的 AL 呢？
我们最近状态越来越好吧，然后希望我们今天比赛也是。希望给粉丝们给到好的比赛的吧。
就让我们一同期待今天的比赛。
Wait, why is that bad, Joe? Like, I have to say, like, EDG looked really good today. They did look really good today. They toured very confidently. Should be getting onto the stage now. Which stage are we on? We're in Shanghai, of course we are. On to Shanghai we go. We'll wait for those jazz. I'll take my cameras off the screen because this is a very cool intro.
有请 Weibo Gaming Anyone's Legend。
Teams onto the stage. Anyone's Legend, Weibo. Weibo, forever a bit of a firecracker there. Oh, that's fair, Joe. Yeah, I forgot that context. Yeah. Although, to be honest, NIP should realistically be going through top 2 anyway. I think as long as they win the series tomorrow, they're 3 in top 2. It's just a matter of which matchup they get at that point. I believe if they 2-0 tomorrow versus TT, I believe they go through as first seed, actually. And I think if they lose, they do go through as 3rd. But as long as they win the series tomorrow, they're fine. Okay, so we've been through bits of this matchup already. I'm actually very interested in top lane as well, by the way, because I think Tsuga, if Tsuga starts like popping off in top lane, I think that can be a big problem, because one of the big loss conditions for Anyone's Legend is if Flandre gets a bit blasted in lane. It's one of the biggest issues, I think, for that team. What's up, Harold? I would love to go get my coffee. In fact, I'll go do that now.
I have returned. Weibo versus AL. I feel like this series can be slightly boiled down to Hope versus Elk and Flandre versus Zeka, in my opinion. I feel like the jungle matchup is going to matter somewhat, but with the current way the current meta has developed, I think having winning sides and a strong bot lane to play around in the early game is going to be like
the thing is, I think both these teams they have a lot of similarities in the way that they play macro. I think that jungle support is both very important. Winning lane is never a bad thing. In fact, winning lane in the current meta is just so important. Like, this is one of those rare matchups where every single lane has like a huge part to play. Maybe mid lane is actually the least important individual role, because I think that, you know, Shanks and Xiaohu, they've both been solid, but I don't think they've been kind of like blasting through lane. So I think that maybe they'll have the quietest impact on the map, really.
I mean, unless Shanks goes back to his Yone kind of ways.
Yeah.
Not really expecting individual impact out of mid lane for this game, especially.
Yeah.
We are expecting something to happen from the mid lane. I would say probably play around priority with the side lanes together with the jungle. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily mid lane domination that we're looking for.
Yeah. I need Elk and Xiaohu to go off. I mean, they're very cool players, and like I said, I think Elk has actually been putting himself into the conversation for top 3 AD carry in the world, maybe something like that. Look, Ruler's on really good form right now. There are a bunch of players in the LCK which are performing very well in the AD carry role right now, but I think that Elk's been the best AD carry in LPL, certainly, and I think given how Weibo have been not a great team as a whole, they've got a lot of stuff they got to figure out. I really rate his impact on this team an awful lot, and my individual assessment of him is very, very high. Draft could go all over the place, though, between these two teams as well. I expect a lot around, well, I think really Weibo want a flippy, volatile top lane matchup. You want something like, and you want to deny stuff like Sion from Flandre, which kind of hides his laning phase a little bit.
Sion, Rek'Sai, probably the one you want to target in terms
volume
of
difference between casts is kind of big. It's probably because of our distance to the mic, actually, and also I'm speaking a little bit louder than Harold right now. It's all good though. Nice.
A little bit.
All good. Who has side selection? As far as I'm aware, Weibo does for game 1, and then after that, we'll see. Yeah, I believe it's Weibo who get first pick or side of map selection first, and then we'll see after that point.
First selection.
Yeah. Okay. Daily and major fixes. Okay, right. You've done your dailies. I've done my Uma daily. Well, yeah, it starts at 4 PM weirdly though for us though, which is the thing. But okay.
Is this close enough?
Is this close enough? But yeah, I think that really Weibo want a flippy topside matchup. I think that bot lane could go any number of ways. I don't, stuff like Weibo don't choose that many kill lanes bot lane, but they'd love to have Elk on something like his Jhin has been excellent. His Jhin has been very, very good. Obviously, Misfortune, I think, for either AD carry works out quite well for the meta right now.
Alex Kai'Sa is kind of legendary. So
yes.
It's not been allowed.
Yeah. And no surprises there. And I don't think it should be allowed, really. I mean, he was dropping like 18 kill games. So thank you for the follow there. Sever2, by the way. And again, folks, if you've been enjoying what you're listening to here, I think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. The only reason we get to do this, because I do this every single day. The only way I get to do this is with your support. It's very cool that you spend your time here on our little LPL journey and creating our own little bit of the LPL community online.
Yeah. Video games.
Video games, yeah. Is Ezreal completely out of meta right now? No. LCK likes Ezreal quite a lot, as does LEC. LPL hasn't loved Ezreal, and I have to say, even then, it's like a game 380 carry pick.
I mean, it's been banned a lot, especially when you're
in like second round, yeah.
But like especially when you want to draft around, like in trying to lock down the mobile carry, and like you're drafting Jarvan and you're drafting Orianna, you're trying to take away the Ezreal just to make sure that you have a threat to jump onto.
But like I would say, hey Boogie Biller, thanks for the follow. I noticed actually that Boogie subs earlier and now follows now. Sure, you know what? I'm not gonna question. Appreciate you being here. Anyway. Appreciate you. But I think that on the whole, I would say Ezreal's more like a B tier AD carry champion right now. When you think of like the S tier is like Nymaera Varus, and then maybe you chuck up something like
Caitlyn.
Well, Caitlyn, I actually think Caitlyn's more like an A tier one. I think like Caitlyn's more conditional actually. Like it's great if you're looking for lane control bot lane and nothing else, but even then I think it's very risky. Like obviously it's a comfort champion, so like Crownie and he makes it look very good within LEC. I don't think Caitlyn is very easy. I think that's then you get like, but really the top two AD carries I think are really Nymaera Varus, and then you drop down to your A tier of like I think Aphelios is good into Yunara. I think that Corki is kind of like a take on all comers champion. I think Misfortune is very good with the combo team comps and also very good against Varus because you're sustained first item in the Bloodthirster.
Yeah. Then you're probably looking at what, like maybe Ziggs.
Sivir is in there too. It's like maybe a little bit below A tier because again she can struggle in some of the laning phases, but she also does very well with a lot of the supports in meta. And then you kind of get down to like I'd say like your A-/B tier, which is kind of like Ezreal slots in at that point. I would say Caitlyn's kind of in that kind of tier as well.
Probably.
Xayah really underrated. Xayah is great if she can survive laning phase. Problem is most of the meta AD carries she just eats damage in laning phase.
Yeah, because she has no inherent gap close. She wants people to run into her.
Yeah, she's very, very good against, well, and she's kind of like mixed versus Jarvan as well, because while you can ult a lot of his damage, you can't fly over the wall with your ult. So if you're in the Cataclysm, you're still in the Cataclysm. And Xayah hates Rumble. Hates Varus, hates Rumble, hates Misfortune. There's a lot of AD carries which just like, you can't play very well against.
I've been trying for the last 10 minutes to come up with a weird portmanteau like we have by for like Esports, like for Elk and Waver, and I can't find it.
Elkbow Gaming?
Yeah, like that's probably like the best one that kind of comes to me, but like that's really it.
Bring back Kog'Maw? Kog'Maw has been viable at some point, so people have just been they haven't understood how to play him. It takes a very good AD carry to, because it's a very different skill set where the Kog'Maw has to know how tanky he is to face tank a lot of damage but out DPS. Like, Kog'Maw's a very risky champion but has such a big power. I actually might run an ad break now, folks, just because it looks like we have quite a big delay. Now, as soon as I hit the ad, I know that draft's going to start. I'm going to do it now, just so we don't have to worry about it later. So the ad's starting now, and of course draft will start within the next 30 seconds. Of course it will.
Because, you know, well, that's Murphy's Law.
Yep.
Or something like that. But yeah, in terms of like AD carries, Lucian is probably B tier right now.
Oh, Lucian's actually, yeah, I think that LPL really undervalues the Lucian. I actually think Lucian should be an A tier, because Lucian Braum's good, Lucian Nami's good.
Lucian Milio,
Lucian Milio's pretty good. Yeah.
Lucian Seraphine.
Lucian Soraka's pretty good too. Yeah, Lucian with all. Yeah. Oh, Ashe is in the I think A tier as well now.
Yeah,
because Ashe Seraphine and Ashe Braum is. Yeah, I think that Ashe is starting to come up and like we're realizing how damn strong it is. Yeah, Ashe is like somewhere between A and S tier. That champion's broken. Yeah.
Where is Draven? Draven tier.
Yeah, Draven's like, do you have a Draven player and can you play against certain bot laners? So like, Draven is he's counter meta. I don't put him in like the regular kind of like tier there because he's very good into Kalista. Kalista's kind of like around the A to B tier as well, by the way. He's good into Kalista, good into Misfortune. Misfortune can't win the straight up auto attack trades, and they're both Bloodthirster traders, but he wins the heavier trades. So Draven tends to just feel a little bit better against the Misfortune. Yeah, really Callista, Misfortune are the two which you feel really good against. Everything else is a bit more dicey. Which team do I think is better? I think Anyone's Legend are clearly better, but Weibo is such an oddball team. Expect craziness. It's... yeah.
Expected the unexpected, or something.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Weibo you can't predict. Weibo, I've learned this lesson so many times over the... I mean, I've cast LPL now, folks, for 23, 24. Yeah, this will be my 4th year casting LPL, and I still don't know what to think about Weibo. Like, around, yeah, you know, sometime...
They are certainly a team in the league.
Yeah, we notice in 2023, it's like, this team goes 1-1 every week, and then we realize in 2023, hang on, how are they, like, getting a winning record against, like, our super team JDG? Which is just, they don't make sense. They are consistently inconsistent. Even when you think they've reached a good run of form, something goes wrong. When they're in the depths of awful stuff. We're back into the draft, though, and we'll see whether Weibo keep up that moniker for themselves. Let's get into our first draft of Series 2.
Apparently, I've also developed an English accent, considering looking at Olivia's chat.
Initialise grew a beard? Yep, that's the one. Silas banned away Signals, Malphite, Anyone's Legend likely banning that now.
Yeah. Well, likely going to be the Malphite ban. I would assume probably a Rumble ban coming through from AL on 3rd. Zekat, very professional in the champion. Probably the reason Weibo got away with beating JDG the other week.
Yeah. Crazy how they've consistently done it with many different rosters. Yep, Xiaohu is the only piece of this roster which has remained. They've changed coaches. Everyone else in the roster has changed multiple times in some cases as well. And Weibo still retain whatever the hell that happens. And that's with, you know, I don't even think Xiaohu is the shot caller for this roster either, by the way, and he typically hasn't been. I think JJ now is too. But yeah, the Malphite does come out as a ban because they see that Silas ban and think, oh, well, that'll be a Malphite then.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be like an Orianna ban, I would assume. James has been really good on the Orianna, and you want to like try and take combos or combo potential away from AL. You know, the mid jungle, you know, they've been sinking.
But I think that Weibo are pretty happy to first pick the Orianna for Xiaohu. I think, yeah, so they'll ban the Bard and be like, well, you're going to give us the Orianna or you're going to give us the Rumble. I think they'll pick the Orianna over both, though.
Maybe. I don't know. If it was up to me, I would probably pick the Rumble first, because then like you get to like, even if Flandre does play like his Scion or he plays his Rek'Sai, Rumble just gets to outlane both.
The thing is, if you end up giving the Rumble to anyone's Legend, you can pick Zikazem and Besser into it. He loves that matchup. It's the Nico last ban. I think this is Orianna first pick. You give over something like Jarvan Rumble, and then you pick some. I think you pick the Ambassador into it. They do as you suggested though, and they do lock in the Rumble instead,
which is probably gonna Rek'Sai, I would say.
I think Flandre will go Cassante Scion into this.
It's one of the three, really.
It'll be because like Flandre is a really good Rek'Sai player. I don't think Rek'Sai is great into Rumble. It's one of the matchups you actually struggle with the most out of the top lane, really. Yunara has also been left through. This means that this leaves some questions now, because now on 2-3 you have some hard decisions to make from Weibo. Do you lock in, because you probably want the Jarvan if it's up? Do you lock in Jarvan Misfortune? Do you have to lock in a mid laner here? You're actually going to give up something important. You can't I don't think you can match both these. I think if you lose the Jarvan, I think that Anyone's Legend have a really strong combo with the the Jarvan Ori combo.
I think with everything that's been shown already on Weibo, surely you go for something like Vi here. Instead it's going to be the Jarvan, but...
Yeah, because you can't allow the Jarvan Orianna to go over. I don't think you can allow that. Might choose the Rise for Xiaohu, been a great player of that champion. The Jarvan Rumble is a great combo. It is into an immobile mage on the other side. Tarzan, now maybe he goes towards, I mean, he has a couple of choices. You go towards either Wukong, Nocturne, or the Vi,
yeah.
I
think it's likely going to be the Wukong, in my opinion. Like, you get to have the Shadow combo.
Oh, he does love his Poppy as well. He's probably the best Poppy player in the LPL.
Well, this is also a Poppy flex.
It is, yeah, it is, yeah.
Because Kael is also a really good Poppy player. I'm actually surprised that Wukong hasn't come through, because the Wukong is a really strong one-on-one counter onto the Jarvan, plus an excellent ball carrier for the Orianna, because they can just go invisible.
I think, look, I think the only reason they do this is because Tarzan is so good at this pick, and of course you noted Kael there too. Realistically, this is going into jungle, especially with no bot lane information being pulled out so far. Now we have second round of bans, presumably Anyone's Legend ban away something like Misfortune. They ban away the Corki as well, interestingly.
I think it might be Corki Lucian or Corki Ezreal bans. It is Elk after all. So
I think when you've got the Jarvan, I think you need to ban the Misfortune. I think when you have, you can't allow just the hot pot shot glass combo. I don't think you can allow the Misfortune through personally.
I guess we'll see at this point, because it's not really like, I think, especially like if you're Weibo and you're looking at this, we're like, okay, we have our 2-3 piece combo. If like we need to like pull on for the straight team fight, what do we need to try and maybe get threats for the Jarvan to play around, especially in this early game?
It's Sion banned away from Flandre. Again, I think that what Weibo need to do is make sure that Flandre doesn't get easy matchups topside. I think you ban the Cassante away next as well, because I think one of the big win conditions against anyone's Legend is you make sure that top lane is volatile. Misfortune is taken away from Elk.
Yeah, probably going to be a Cassante ban here. Probably going to force Flandre on something like maybe the Ornn.
Maybe. Yeah, that's true, actually.
I mean,
People are playing that again now.
We saw ZDZ earlier today in this exact matchup, so it did pretty well, I would say.
I like the Sion, like the whole like missing word puzzle things, like ban Sion. Yeah, we figured that one out. Pantheon actually away from Tarzan, so if respecting the Poppy support flex, and of course Tarzan a very good player of that, and of course he would have matched up the semi-global with the semi-global.
Surely not.
I don't think Flandre is that kind of player anymore, folks. I mean, he does play the Aurora. He does like that in top lane. But the problem is, it's then a volatile matchup. Flandre has had some good performances on this, and this is not just a hobby. I think this is actually probably going to get locked in. It's good against the Jarvan. But I think Weibo are okay with this because it does mean they have something they can dunk on for Flandre.
Yeah. Last minute switch, it's going to be the Ambassador instead.
Okay, alright. I mean, the Aurora would have been fine there too, but against a mobile champion, Flandre has had some excellent games on this champion, has been carrying some of them. But again, Weibo, I think they have managed to get themselves something they wanted, which is just a volatile matchup topside.
This also opens up the possibility for Zeka to go for a maybe more aggressive setup, especially in summoners. Maybe if you go for an Ignite, you can get more like volatility into this lane. I think a lot of top laners are missing out on the possibility of just going double combat summoner.
Wow, yeah, okay, occasionally you could do that. Nautilus locked in now. Do you lock in Elks? You can't lock in Kai'Sa here, I don't think, can you? It's so much AP at that point. You'd have to go full AD Kai'Sa at that point. I actually think the Jhin is better.
Jhin's really good.
I think Jin's good because, look, Jhin is good when there's no tanks on the other side. They do just say that, look, fuck it, Elks Kai'Sa is really good. Eat this.
I mean, yeah, Elks Kai'Sa, I would say if they won Worlds, they would have probably been a skin at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really popular champion. Of course, the problem is IG Kai'Sa is so popular, but Elk is one of his most iconic champions. It's one of his most successful ones. Last pick now to flex Poppy between jungle and support. Poppy to support is fine into the Nautilus. They can lock that in if they wanted to. Looks like it's going jungle though, and it'll be the Alistar.
I'm actually quite surprised that they end up going for the Alistar when something like Braum is open. They could have had a really strong laning phase and a really strong team fight potential with the Braum. But the Alistar value is there, you know, you just headbutt people away, especially when the Jarvan tries to engage. You can just headbutt them away. AL, I don't know who comes away with a better draft here, because I really like what Weibo have. A lot of playmaking, a lot of movement, especially around the map if they need be. But on the side of AL, there's a lot of ground holding capacity and a lot of disengage potential.
One of my worries for Weibo is Tarzan and Kyle have a lot of agency with the picks that they have. I think the Alistar is great into this combo, and I think the Poppy, being able to stop the Jarvan engage, being able to stop the Nautilus at points too, is utterly absurd. I think anyone's Legend come away with important tools for their key roles. The worry though is, can Flandre keep himself abreast of this top lane matchup? We have seen him die early despite his team fighting being absolutely exceptional. Will he be able to survive through his very strong laning phase?
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost into game at this point. Weibo Gaming versus anyone's Legend. An exciting matchup for sure coming up on our screens. We've got some signature champions being picked away. I would say Shahu's Rise and Elk's Kai'Sa against Tarzan's Poppy, you know.
It's a famous one.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to look at.
Hopefully should be into Rift soon. Music goes to a bit of a crescendo. I'm surprised that Elk really just said, look, just give me the Kai'Sa. I don't think it's actually great for the draft there, folks. I think the Jhin would have been more successful personally, but I think that Elk, just as a player, and also as a takeaway from Hope as well later into the series too, I think Elk has been so important to Weibo. Giving him something to just say, look, I can outplay this is really important. That was a lot of the key to BLG style when he was on the roster, right? It's just, look, I don't care if we're counted in draft. We're so good at these champions, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Now, BLG, of course, lost a bit of that shine later on into their into this era, really, where it felt like, sadly, they weren't good enough to outplay like that anymore. However, Elk on Weibo has been so successful. The Kai'Sa into the Poppy, though, is definitely not an easy matchup, too. I think Tarzan may be the best jungler in the world. I think he is within the LPL. He's certainly putting his name up there, right? And I think last year he was very good on the international stage, too. Giving him a champion with so many different tools to outplay as one of the best players in the world is always dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think with, like, you know, Kanavi having the form that he's currently has, and Owner not being, you know, at his probably international best, you know, Kian not playing anymore, there's a lot of, like, variables that go into this. Shun not being the kingmaker for the DLG roster that everybody thought he might have been after that first series. You know, you're looking at somebody like Tarzan with being like this kind of playmaking jungler who could really just have been the best, could really just be the best player currently in his role in the world.
Yeah. Well, looks like we've got a bit of delay getting into game, so we'll bring us back. Hello, how's it going? How's everyone's day going? How have you been enjoying LPL? As we're getting towards the end of regular season as well, what have been, you guys in chat, what's been your favorite series you've watched so far this year? Because I really loved the first IG JDG series with Rookie's crazy outplay in that last team fight. That was insane. That was really cool. There have been some pretty fun series already, though. I mean, there was a couple in the LCK which were really fun too. Like, weirdly, the Nongshim Best of 5 they had recently, that was really fun, actually. Anyone and got some highlights from regular season? We're kind of wrapping it up now. Doroko, are you okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Your grandma's house burnt down? Oh my god. I hope everyone's alright.
Oh, sorry, you...
T1 KT was good. Wait, which one? The one with the huge comeback from like 10,000 gold? Yeah. It was Nongshim KT, that was the one. Yeah.
One of my favorite ones was the first EDG in the NIP.
Oh, was that? Yes, I remember them.
The NIP lost game 1 and then they were 10k down in game 2 and came back and then dominated game 3.
Yeah. JDG Anyone's Legend was pretty good too, actually, the first time around, where that JDG 1-2-1. There was some really good late game team fights. That was really good. Oh my god, she's unharmed. Okay, well, I'm glad that no one's harmed. Obviously, like, losing physical things is very difficult. We'll get ourselves into Rift, though. I think we're finally getting ourselves into it. Onto the Rift we go for our third time of the day. I have to remember how many games from the first one. Let's hear those gyos. Those were some very disorganized Anyone's Legends chants. The Weibo ones, though, they were pretty well coordinated there.
Weibo ranks in control.
Yeah. Gwell asked for a fun fact earlier. Oh, I'll have to think about that. Gwell, if you're still in chat, let me know, because I want to actually give you a fun fact while you're around. So just ping me in chat when you are there. We'll get into this laning phase though. Kai'Sa Nautilus obviously very strong at the level 1, level 2. I'll trying to make sure he's trained. Oh, that's a really good cancel by Kyle. Ends up getting that pulverize to stop Airhead getting that passive through. That was some quick timing from the Alistar.
Very good stuff coming through from KL already. Disparity of summoners only in the mid lane, so far as we can see. Rise going for the Ghost.
And Xiaohu was always building that a lot, even from the first games of the split. That's a flash force for Kyle getting onto Elk. Buries the barrier out. That one probably less successful, but it does mean that the Kai'Sa has a lot less presence in lane now. No barrier. No heal from Airher. Both sides down 3 summoners for 3. The flash on the AD carries, the only one surviving between the two of them.
I wonder if in that situation you just flash the knock up and you try and just trade back with maybe a hook and you try and play it out. But
I think it's pretty hard to ask to flash a Q flash though from Alistar. It's really hard timing on that.
Yeah. You see here, you know, Shah already getting shoved early on. You would expect this from the Rise in this situation. You know, the champion has a,
not bad actually.
Disgusting amount of damage early on.
Kyle is out onto the map early now too. He does have Hex Flash if he wants to pop out of that brush, but Xiaohu, not going to fall prey to it. Kyle, whenever he does get out onto the map, is such a threat. You can see that also Hope went back for the early cull as well. So early laning phase for Anyone's Legend, actually feeling pretty okay for them.
Now, as you see here, Zeka setting up a bounce back in terms of the wave towards the top lane, but yeah, in terms of like what's going on in the game, pretty much everything's relatively normal, and it would seem that the overlay has crashed as well.
Yeah, I did notice that they went back to the old one. Oh, that looks pretty cool. W in from the Kai'Sa, they get quick passive. Of course, is the big thing about the Kai'Sa Nautilus. You can proc that plasma passive really, really easily. Also, another thing too, Kai'Sa's W does significantly more damage when you're hitting someone at more stacks than you are at 0. The W does get a little bit of extra base damage. Good double knock up. Just get some damage back onto Elk. Hope does get that Q. On the whole, though, Elk and Air are doing fine, actually, for this first phase of the game. Although Elk does need to recall and get something from that first back. Hope got his first back in already.
Yeah, considering Hope already backed and got a call, an additional call to try and make these fights uneven. You know, pretty good trade back coming through from the side of Weibo. You know, now Elk has based, he has the call as well, and the brown bags in pack for now.
I'm not sure he's going to get the cannon here, actually. I think that will die. So that's going to be a bit of a loss for him.
Maybe he gets it with a double.
That's true, maybe.
Oh, he got it.
He got it. All right,
we got the call stack.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he did get it then. All right, fair play. He does get it. That's important. Combo into the brush. That's the aftershock on the Alistair, helping a fair amount. It's good damage onto Air. He has no flash. He's going to go very, very low. Hope could have potentially flashed to secure the kill, maybe. I think he was going to heal up enough. Air makes it out alive. He'll recall now, but it was a little bit spicy there for just 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, you know, on the side of AL, you know, you're using the power of this early Nymaera, you know, with the Q stacks already trying to chew through the lane, trying to get these damage trades going. On the Kai'Sa, realistically, you probably want about 1 or 2 items to start trading back more effectively, to start getting those plasma stacks running first. I wonder if Elk does end up going for a more AP build this game.
You can't with double AP solo laners, surely. I mean, what happens if you go more Malmortius on Flandre? He just never dies at that point. That was my worry when the Kai'Sa was locked in.
Yeah. I
understand it for the range advantage. You do, you know, there's utility for it. And, you know, I cut off your point. That's me being rude. But I do think in this case, I think you do need to go AD. I think you need to go just full Gala style. That's the second cannon he's missed, by the way. I am keeping track. Oops. But yeah, my worry is you have double AP solo laners, and a Bloodletter's Curse will only help you out so much.
I mean, I wonder if you like maybe go Bloodletters on the Rumble, and then you immediately slam something like a Crit Bloom on the...
I just look at first item from this ambassador already. There's a Hex Drink a first item. Flandre knows where his bread is buttered. Potential fight with Bot River. Are we fighting over the 6-minute Scuttle Crab? Maybe.
Fight.
You're becoming a very... Well, basically, if you win a fight now, you get level 6 for your jungler, which is really, really important. This is why, yeah, everyone wants to fight for this, and it looks like Weibo are going to get it, so that's going to be level 6 in. Basically, if you double clear and get this Scuttle Crab spawning at 6 minutes, you get yourself to level 6 first. That's why everyone moves for this. Level 6 for the Jarvan. That's why there was so much of a movement into the Bot River. It's not fighting for a dragon. No, it is actually fighting for the level 6.
Yeah, I think, you know, the fact that Weibo had the positioning already inside the banana brush kind of decided the fight at that point. You're trying to enter a situation where you can just get perma-CC'd by the Nautilus. Nautilus Jarvan combo. So you're not really like forcing, you're not gonna like look to force anything in particular to go down in that lane. But as we see here, Xiaohu, you know, now is slightly down in XP because of the no teleport. He's not able to...
Ooh, tried to thread the needle. Didn't quite get that there. Very even in CS, this bot lane, actually. I mean, real credit to Weibo. I mean, you expect the Nymaera to get push in pretty much every lane besides maybe the Varus or whatever. Shockwave into mid lane. Xiaohu, is he going to pop that Ghost? Pops out the Phase Rush instead. It'll be safe for now. Might have to pop that Ghost to get back to lane. Xiaohu, safe there for now. But yeah, credit to Elk and Erhan. You know, they lost out a couple of the harder trades early, I suppose, but they've stayed even in CS, and they managed to get onto the map for that Scuttle Crab very early on, which we talked about that being at the 6 minutes rather, just a minute ago. Very important to them. I didn't expect that to happen in this bot lane in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Elk is kind of just showing his prowess on the champion. We're talking about the fact that, especially in 2024, where BLG at the time were the team that was like, we don't care, this is technically a counter matchup, we're better on the champions.
Yeah.
And Elk is kind of showing it here, as in, I know exactly what I need to do to get out of this laning phase in an even state, so I will just do that, and I will direct my support to play around that kind of thing.
I now need a Pearl Jam, like, parody cover of even flow, except it's even state. You know, there's like an amateur or semi-pro wrestler called Steven Flow, where he just his intro song is just Even Flow, but every word is replaced with Steven Flow.
Fair enough. That's really funny, actually.
Honestly, peak comedy. Now, Jarvan is on the bot side of the map. There's Realm Warp's on the other side because Rise was hanging top side. I actually wonder whether he was covering top lane, knowing that JJ's potentially looking towards that bot side instead. Very even in gold here, folks. Within a couple of hundred gold. Mid lane, biggest discrepancy in terms of lane right now.
So, yeah, mid lane followed by top lane. And now we're in a situation where I would say Zeka is probably at his weakest in the lane. You know, Hex Drinker versus Tabi.
Tabi's pretty good. It's just that Hex Drinker is like the godlike laning item. Back in the day, Hex Drinker would win you any laning phase. Tarzan taking the grubs, first one there, no contest. Of course, Weibo haven't taken the dragon on the other side. I think the problem is if you go towards dragon too early, you kind of cash in your lane pressure a little too early, and you can end up getting contested. Problem is now, oh hang on, hook lands onto the Alistar. There is level 6. I actually think they lose this trade. It's pretty scary when you've got a level 6 on the Yunara. Kyle's coming down to the play as well. Ult's coming back through. Realm Warp, that's a lot of CC onto the Yunara. Might be able to get himself a turnaround. No, Kyle, no summoners either now. And I think his will has suddenly become quite breakable. That's going to be another kill over. Elk does use that ult to close the distance, and that is 2 kills to the side of Weibo, 1 to the Kai'Sa, 1 to the Nautilus.
Excellent collapse coming through from the side of Weibo. They make sure that their control is not in vain. They move JJ down as soon as the fighting starts. As soon as they see the ult pop from Hope, Hope uses the dash to try and gap close onto Erha, and the punish comes through immediately. The Realm Warp, the hook, the depth chart. The cultivation of spirit from the Yunara is not enough to save yourself from a landmine.
And you look at this play and you think, okay, well, look, 2v2, it's meant to be contested. You know, you probably win this as the Yunara and the Alistar with level 6s, but there's no one coming down for here early. You notice that maybe there could have been a cancel on the Realm Warp in River, but I don't think they got close enough. Maybe the camp communication was, we're tracking the Rise, we'll cancel the Realm Warp, and we'll make this into a 2v2, but Jarvan was already there. They don't actually cancel it at all. Shanks does get a push onto that mid lane, gets a plates and some CS advantage, but you feel like with Elk Kai'Sa now ahead of the game in CS and in kills, that is a huge loss for anyone's legend.
I mean, now you're ahead of the curve on this Kai'Sa. When we were talking about, you want to reach that 2-3 item mark, because that's where really you're going to be unlocked. You kind of just dive the backline, use the supercharger to try and create space, and then nuke 1 or 2 targets, depending on the level of HP that, of course, the opponents have.
We should have a talk about Erha, because this guy came in last year after hung unexpectedly, ended up being benched. He came up unexpectedly to Erha. He performed very well at the start and then fell off towards the end of the year. And so, you know, I thought, okay, Erha, realistically, he'd be lucky to hang on to his spot. He's fine, but nothing special. He has been one of the biggest players to glow up in this year so far. I think he's genuinely been fantastic. When Weibo beat JDG, I think a lot of it was through him, and that was his Vampire play. He was actually very, very good, especially in the mechanical parts of the laning phase and team fight. You know, while there are some patches to the game that he'll have to, you know, he'll have to patch his gameplay up a little bit. You know, this guy has really impressed me, much more than I thought he would do coming into this year. Tarzan is on vision. No flash. Don't want to get wall stunned by Tarzan there. Tarzan, I don't know if he knows he's spotted. He does now, though.
Yep, getting slightly poked down, but AL will successfully contest the vision with the wave shot that they have in bot lane. Now, the re-entry from Weibo is actually one of the harder parts, because you are trying to re-enter into an Alistar Poppy inside the river, and you don't have the lane priority, because as much as we're talking about this Kai'Sa being ahead, the wave
potential shockwave, that is going to be the phase rush pop by Shadow, so no follow-up damage, so it's just the shockwave damage, no QW afterwards. Oh, this could be a play. Tarzan still on bot side. I think actually anyone's legend would like this fight. They jump forwards with the Alistar. Elk jumping backwards there, and no flash. That could be a bit of an issue. Is there a wall stun to come through? Yes, there is. He tries to get away from it. Can't quite make the distance. Shanks walking down. Kill goes from Hope onto Erha. Kyle, not so sure about that one. That's not a bad Cataclysm, but they're not quite within turret range. Rise could ult into the play. Much better from anyone's legend this time. They correctly assess the entrance into that play from Tarzan.
Them Elk sidestepped literally everything, but the Roman was coming through.
Comes okay. Oh, that's a really good steadfast presence. Tarzan on the Poppy. We said he could be a game changer, and he might just be that. Oh, Tarzan, what a play from the jungler of anyone's legend, saving the bot lane play and turning it into a 2-kill fight to their advantage. 2 for 1 overall.
The best jungler in the world, currently showing his prowess right on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Tarzan, what a play. The re-engage is attempted to come through from Weibo, but the play is there. The Poppy is there. The steadfast presence to stop the dash. The wall stun. And nothing happens furthermore. Like, look at this replay. Look at the big brains.
Yeah, you think that, look, Hope, he's caught out, and then this flash is utterly absurd. That doesn't get any closer, really, folks. I mean, I think the fly drag might have actually missed anyway, but I'm not sure if... Yeah, he could have flashed to confirm it, maybe. But the damage from the W and everything else makes a problem. Shockwave on top of the Ambassador. Zuko goes down for his first death of the game. First time we've really seen top laners do much. Anyone's Legend starting to get out onto the map. Great Shockwave. 3 kills now on the Orianna. Going for the burst build with the Ludens. Shanks can be a huge win condition now with a Shockwave.
And we were talking in draft about this power pick trade. You get the Rumble, they get the Orianna, and so. It's kind of like a weird situation where you're like trading, thinking, okay, what we want, teamfight potential. Okay, we got this teamfight pick for this teamfight pick. And now, AL are showing their prowess in this game by just forcing these kind of mis-tempo fights where you're out of position because of the previous play that happened on the map that stuttered your resets, and you're not able to be back on the map on even numbers. And they punish that. They use the cooldown advantage to force that. And, and Orianna Shockwave will always be more impactful than a Realm Warp when it comes to an actual fight.
Yeah, in terms of like the X factor of getting somewhere, sure. Yeah, Realm Warp, very few things can match. That's the one real thing in the game which can transport an entire team somewhere. Especially some of your engaging factors, your flanking factors. Sometimes, transporting a engaged support or jungler into the backline can be very, very important, but doesn't give you that damage in the same way. And that Shockwave, well, it does technically in terms of it giving you your combo upgrade, but in terms of actually damaging the fight, Shockwave is probably the most famous wombo combo skills of all wombo combo skills. Chance for wall stun there from Tarzan, but Weibo get out of the way. This will be the first dragon of the game. I think Anyone's Legend want to contest this. Flange was walking over with flash and ult. Can you get into the backline? Poppy ult, swinging the hammer. It goes on to no one as Jeja gets the dragon itself. Kyle going in for the engage, wall stun, and the Ambassador flying into the backline. Air is going very, very low, but the disengage ultimate is very good, and the hot pot starts making a bit of hide allow. Elk into the backline, manages to take down Ambessa. Can he get down the Alistair? Yes, he can. Flashes the combo. He might get Shockwave, but he's the one who made the ripples on the water's surface first. Weibo run away with the dragon and the fight. They fight their way through the trenches and come out ahead.
And Weibo find the chaos in the team fight. Zeka with the damage from the equalizer, and the follow-up is there. And Elk, the mechanics god on this Kai'Sa, the flash away from the headbutt, the way that he repositions in the fight to try and get every single little bit of damage that he can into the fight. It's such a messy composition of beautiful gameplay. Oh my god.
This Kai'Sa's speaking Mandarin, friend. He's speaking Mandarin. Kyle is walking over. Might be able to stop the Herald hit. No, the Herald goes down. Will be able to pick that up. Does he have the Q to get over the wall? Yes, he does. I was actually wondering, if he had that cancelled out. That could have led to issues. We'll watch back this play again. And, Weibo are just such a wonderfully creative team at points. The flag drag actually gets him out to that Poppy ultimate. Not great accuracy by Tarzan there. But you think, okay, well, wall stun onto the Nautilus. That's going to really hurt them. But you'll notice that the backline is completely locked up. Erha has a great fight. He uses all of his HP. Hope and Shanks are separated away from it. Elk gets away from the Yunara in the front line as well. Erha somehow survives through this entire fight, by the way. This is genuinely an excellent fight from the support again of the Nautilus. Locks up the backline, manages to get a hook onto the Yunara later into the fight. That Nautilus genuinely should have died at the start of it. Survives through, changes the fight.
Yeah, I mean, everything was layered so perfectly on the side of AL. Like, yeah, you missed the pop ult, but then you found the engage. But it was so fragmented that the Weibo were just able to compact the ranks and see where they go. They go first target, first target, first target. Elk, the X factor in the fight, dives into the backline, creates a split target situation, and then you're forced to handle multiple threats, which I believe this AL composition is not really equipped to do.
Yeah, I think as soon as the Poppy ult and W are down, you lose a lot of your disengage potential. If it's a single direction fight, yeah, you're not going to be able to fly drag into the backline. And yeah, I mean, people pointing out in chat as well, Hope has yet to have a clean fight. 1 and 3, does have the 2 items. Oh my god, the damage! Elk doesn't have flash, he just uses his ult. Gonna get caught out in the 1v2, and they don't think they have the damage! Hope flashes the Cataclysm, it's a 1-for-1 of 80 carries. JJ evening up the score. Elk going a little too far forwards. Realm Warp will get Xiaohu out to safety in the bot side as well. We are fist fighting, Harold. We are fist fighting.
Yeah, the kills went on both 80 carries, even though, you know, I believe one died before the kill went through, but I think one auto attack was flying. But we're now in a situation where, especially as AL, you're looking at this Kai'Sa, you're looking at this situation where you've got the Jarvan flying at you, you've got the Kai'Sa flying at you, you've got the Nautilus hook and depth charge possibly flying at you every single fight, and you have to be mindful of possibly disengaging and then finding a possible angle to re-engage. But this is vintage Elk.
Yeah, look, Elk, he's level 11, he's got himself Kraken Slayer up there. Oh my god, the Kraken Slayer proc. I wonder... He tried to dodge the combo and ult over it again. Very hard to do that at that angle, because if the Alistar headbutt just contacts you, your ult gets cancelled. It's a nice try from Elk, doesn't obviously work out. And you know, this kind of game reminds me of, well, one of the weaker parts of Anyone's Legend. I'm not going to call it the weaker parts of Weibo, it's just because Weibo, I hesitate to call anything a weakness or a strength because they're just such a weird team. There's never a fight which AL doesn't want to take. They are very, very quick to take fights, and you look at that last Dragon fight, they like to retake an area around the pit, but it's a very risky style to play. You know, T1 play that kind of style as well, but I think they're clearly, obviously, the best team to ever do that in Anyone's Legend. While they do have a lot of success doing it, it does come with an inherent risk of, okay, you can take the risk of walking in late to the objective. Sometimes the terrain isn't there for you. I think in this game, Weibo have chosen the terrain a little bit better. They got to that last objective first. This time, though, Anyone's Legend do have vision control around the bot side if the fight were to break out.
Yeah, now AL have control of this river, as you were saying. They've got control of this bot side, except for that little ward right there in the mid lane channel, which could be detrimental considering there is a teleporter very soon available for Zeka. We're going to be in a situation, I feel like, in the next fight where there's going to be a lot of tracking going down, especially for this Rumble.
Yeah, Dragon's up in 20 seconds, and that W from Kai'Sa stopped the recall means that Tarzan doesn't have a full second item yet. You'll notice that JJ does. He went for that Protoplasm at Harness. Got a tier 2 boost from Tarzan, so it's not like he's without combat stats, but he would have really liked to get a recall in there. Teleport now coming in from the Ambassador. Weibo don't have as much control, though. Forced out of River. See that Xiaohu getting pushed in by Shanks. He'll find it a little hard to get the angle there. Baron spawned there. Kyle stepping away from Jarvan Q. Notice how they're clumping up. There's actually a pretty good chance of a big combo coming through if they clump any harder. Herald into mid lane to act as a counterweight for the Dragon.
In the meantime, you know, bot lane fight is still going on. Elk now pushing into the mid lane, getting this pressure around this tower with the Elk. That ward is being the bane of AL. AL cannot play the smoke and mirrors game because of that vision. Yeah, vision control. Weibo have been very good at vision control, even though, you know, they're not the most successful team here in Ascend. That's been one of the skill sets which they've shown very well. Dragon is alive, though, and this fencing match continues. A little bit of jousting going on between the teams. You know, you're fighting for this vision, and the Yellow are still none the wiser about that vision. They know Hope is currently transitioning into this fight. Elk is currently playing from the shadows very deep into his backline. Probably just looking for this W poke without the W up there yet.
Dragon started. The Jarvan flag has really helped Weibo get onto this. Somehow they've got onto this again. Where's the pop hill? Missed last time. It'll get this up. We won't do this time either. Jeja goes in. Does get wall stung. The hot pot. It's a little off, but the damage is still there. Where's the damage from Anyone's Legend? Can they finish off any kills? No one dead yet. Hook onto the ulting Alistar. Where is that Kai'Sa ult? Could fly into a shockwave. Only hits the Nautilus. And that's Elk going into the backline. He's really feeling it today. Kills Kyle, ejected from the play, but Anyone's Legend, their HP bar's too low. Anyone's Legend, they give up control of the river. Weibo get the Dragon and get out with a kill.
And again, control of vision, control of the area. Weibo have just been straight up better this game for when it comes to the time to pull the trigger in these fights. The hot pot goes a little bit wide, as you were saying, but still, it gives Weibo so much space, especially for Elk and Xiaohu, to get damage down in the early part of the fight. They burn so many cooldowns while AL are trying to disengage, and then the re-engage comes through, and...
Oh, it's just short. It's just short. Tarzan, that's 2 ults, which, look, Poppy Ultimate is one of the most important skills in the game. If that tell you what, this fight should have gone so much worse, but the Equalizer doesn't actually end up getting that much damage down. If that goes into the hot pot itself, that would have been so different.
Again, so much damage going down. Look at Xiaohu's damage and the shock in the Trace Seeker hitting on the side of Elk, and he dives in.
Oh, Elk. There are very few players which are as entertaining to watch on the Kaiser as Elk when he's ahead of the game. 5-3, jump into the jungle, though JJ does have the Protoplasm, which will give him that extra healing. It's keeping him alive right now. Cataclysm used, clumps them up. There is the flash and the ult down from JJ. If that pick had worked, it could have been Baron. That second item from JJ keeping him alive.
Yeah, the Protoplasm Harness really doing work there, but he is forced to burn the flash in this situation, which means there is less gap close and less reliable gap close available now for the jungler of Weibo. Now, we're looking at a situation where on the side of Weibo, you are perfectly fine with this game state. You are 2 Drakes ahead. Your composition scales really well, because I would say Weibo's composition scales better than AL's composition. And you now are in a situation where your crit damage carry has 3 items completed now.
Yeah,
Hunter bolts,
yeah.
Which means that ultimate is going to be more and more available for Elk to dive in.
It's an AD assassin build, right? You go in for those first 3 auto attacks, get your passive, and someone evaporates. JJ, you don't have flash. This is really not where you want to be. His items on cooldown, but the Nautilus ult gets a lot of value. That opens up potential of Kaiser flying through. Shockwave does kill the Jarvan. The equalizer's pretty good. Hook into the choke point is not great from Air, actually. Elk ulting, trying to get that auto reset. They kill down the Alistar, but it's only the support. Great flash over, but it's no extra kill. And Besserol, this is a step too far, though, from Weibo. You feel Realm Warp coming through, trying to reposition. They still have a lot of damage to use. Elk trying to go onto Hope. Spellbounce from Xiaohu. Takes down Tarzan. Suddenly, now a 2 for 2 despite losing the early member. Elk seeing if he can get that wraparound, looking for any extra damage. Doesn't look like it. Weibo, that was not a good fight for them, but they still come out even.
Their gold lead is really making work there, and their super carry in Elk is really, really being the kingmaker in this game. He is able to buy so much space in these fights because they know he's the main threat, so they know they have to wait for him to really pull the trigger. But here, JJ is just greedy with his pattern.
And he also uses the E. He doesn't have the flag track at that point. He doesn't have the Cataclysm. His Protoplasm harness is on cooldown. So he gets taken down very free. But folks, fights like this where Elk manages to carry it despite the bad start is why I think Elk may be the best AD carry in the world right now. He is so, so good. Great flash away. The Realm Up from Xiaohu also very, very inventive too to reinvent the battle lines here. Elk gets out of vision and the ball doesn't spot him. Ball doesn't spot him. That's one of the big changes there. Elk very, very nearly kills him in the backline.
So much damage coming through from Xiaohu. This rise is almost scaled up. 2 items completed. The actualizer probably coming through in the next minute or so, I would say.
Yeah.
Considering he has the 2 components in his backpack. And, you know, level 16 is probably going to hit. The Roa has proc his level 15. Now you're looking at the situation on the side of AL and you're thinking, okay, if we catch them out of position and we're forcing them to make skill checks.
Combo onto Nautilus. Tarzan's got a wall stun angle. Hope is into the wall. That's the problem. But do they go in with the Kaiser? Zerka's in. I think they're calling the retreat. Realm Warp's coming through. Zerka doesn't have his own flash to disengage. Equalizer is fine, bluntly, but not enough. AL playing the disengage well. Kyle gets onto Elk, but there's people stood behind him. Stian Besserol doesn't work the way they want to. Elk is still alive. Can he do the damage? He really does kind of need to. Use that ult already, and anyone's legend, I think, working out. Shanks goes golden, kills Xiaohu on the other side. Anyone's legend clutch out the fight in a 3-for-1.
That was just messy on the side of Weibo. Again, they're forcing on these fights, I feel like, without having their full contingent available. They have to teleport in, they have to pull so many triggers to try and equalize the fight, and yet it's not enough. Elk is dealing the damage, but the Kaiser's short range.
Yeah. And what you'll notice here is they choose a fight with the terrain, but just look how many wall stun angles there are for Tarzan here. It makes this actually very, very risky for them.
The ult from Tarzan is what saves this fight. He gets 2 people out, and now JJ is isolated, unable to deal damage. Zeka TP's in, he gets shockwaved immediately, and now Elk is trying to put down the damage. The equalizer goes down, but everybody can just get out of it because there's so much open space. The ult lands on Erha, who puts him himself in position to save Elk. There.
It's that last bit at the end is really, really tight. Shanks flashes for the kill on Xiao, who very nearly kills him back, actually. That's the Seeker's gone, but the Sonya's built up after. Dragon was taken by Anyone's Legend. Baron started now, and I think that Anyone's Legend have looked for the aggressive angles just that little bit more precisely than Weibo. Back, that's the ward into the back of the pit. There is a pop ult coming up in the next few seconds, still on cooldown for now. Where is that equalizer? Hope does get hit by the hook, but where's the follow-up? The equalizer's not bad, but he hops out of it. Shockwave onto the Nautilus. He's down. I think that'll be the Baron stop, though, and Weibo, they lose 1 for stopping the Baron.
I feel like Weibo are fine with this trade at this point in the game. You're just losing your support. Andre misses the public execution.
Yeah, close there, but not quite able to land it. Does have 2 items. His team fights have been a bit hit and miss, have Flandre, but he is at that's 2.5 items. And all it takes now is one good team fight, one good shockwave, one good ambassador ult, and anyone's legend run away with this. Weibo had the better of the early game, but they're being contested hard now. I think they're starting to lose control of the aggressive angles.
We've got 4 items completed now in the back pocket of the health, but Hope has catched up. He's almost 4 items as well at this point in the game. And now you're looking at a situation on the side of Weibo where we want to pull the trigger, we want to make a play happen, but you're not guaranteed a kill every single time. Hope's ultimate and Hope's dash mid ultimate have been excellent to get out of the danger situations in this game.
Yeah, the only reason this game is remotely playable is because Elk has just been mechanically just styling when he can do. Again, Elk is one of the best AD carries in the world right now, I think, on current form. Quite hard to judge exactly where, because of course you don't have the inter-region play between LCK and LPL right now. Actualizer completed by Xiaohu. There is that Zhonya to Shanks, we talked about that before. Seekers on Zika could be quite important too, actually. Going golden, potentially able to stop some of the damage coming through from anyone's legend. If you can go golden with an overheated flame spitter, perhaps that could be the difference too.
Bit of a golden roast. I do wonder whether we'll see in these fights, really, if Elk can put down the damage, especially into the backline. No, we're seeing 4 items completed now, completed also on Hope. With this overlay, we can't see which boots they've opted for, so...
That's true. I mean, I'd imagine it's going to be... Well, it might be Merc Treads, actually, for the Nymaera. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would assume so at this point.
Just because against double AP solo laners, but yeah, interesting point. That's an interesting point, that, actually. And by the way, I didn't mention this earlier, but Biotech, thank you so much for the Prime there. It does make a big difference to us. And again, if you're enjoying yourselves just as much as we are, yeah, it kills it with the Q over the wall. If you are enjoying yourselves, think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe, because we love bringing you this LPL action. We'd love to do that even more so. Hard to do it without your support, but we get plenty of it, which means that we get to keep it going. So, Anyone's Legend, they're starting to control the map more and more now. They're able to group up. I think Weibo, it's very hard to play this game out now, because Anyone's Legend are grouping up first, and Weibo aren't able to find these split picks. Flandre, look how he's playing from that fog of war. There's always another angle for Anyone's Legend. Potential ult onto Elk. They're maybe looking for him here. W lands. They managed to jump onto him. Elk's looking for the assassination, and it's dead. There's no ambassador left. GA for JJ keeps him alive. The golden roast has happened. Double kill now for Elk, and this could be so huge for them. There's no jungler. There's no top laner. There's a Baron on the table. Anyone's Legend, they were the ones angling for the attack, but they get split apart in the pincers. Weibo shut down the ambassador, and they'll head to the Baron.
The assassin jumps in, and Weibo are all the better for it. This Kai'Sa has really been the end-all be-all for this Weibo roster. Elk, probably one of the best, if not the best, AD carry in the world right now, really showing out his prowess in this game. This assassination target is just Erha sees the moment, and Xiaohu is there to capitalize.
They don't see Xiaohu. If Xiaohu's not there, then there's the ambassador ult being primed and ready onto Elk. Maybe he would have flashed it, but because Xiaohu gets into that fog of war, ends up shutting down the flank. Genuinely, Xiaohu makes this play. I don't think they spotted him. I don't think they realized that. It means that the flank falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, this is just perfect team fighting on the side of Weibo. They recognize what the win condition is now. They get the Baron on top of it. And you start to wonder, is AL like getting pulled apart in these fights where they just can't really focus on a single target and they're just getting pulled apart?
Misses. Reminder that Dragon is up in 20 seconds. That if there is a flash for Airhead. Oh, W lands. Oh my god, they can actually kill him. He's looking for it. Has that Fiend Hunter bolts. Flash away from Hope. Pops that ult as well.
That is ult and flash out of the...
Flash for the block on the dash away. Gets out of that. Those Merc Treads stopping the grounding from working anymore. Flash down for Tarzan and for Erhan now. Fiend Hunter bolts onto both AD carries will make their ultimates lower cooldown, but of course not zero. Elk with no ult now. Is that a big enough cooldown economy win for Anyone's Legend? Elk without ultimate. Does that change things for Anyone's Legend? Looking to try and fight back against this Baron, which was hard earned by Weibo.
Yeah, I think you're looking more at the Hope's ultimate more than Elk's ultimate in terms of fighting, but now Drake being pulled slightly by the side of Weibo. They know the flank.
And also, just noting, in terms of those ultimates, Elk's ult is already back up. There it is, level 16. It was quicker cooldown going in for the smite. And there it is, the Poppy ultimate's not bad, but Kai'Sa can ult back into the play. Shockwave nearly catches two, but it's only the one. Realm Warp coming back in as well. Do AL sound the retreat? Do they continue onwards? Elk is still here, still has that ultimate. That is down, but that's going to be the Ambessa out of the play. There's no damage going on to the Kai'Sa. You have to kill the Kai'Sa. Xiaohu flushing forwards. Elk's ult comes through again. Gets ulted by the Ambessa, but I don't think they have the damage. The Solar Lane is so close. Wins the fight. Double kill for the Kai'Sa. Weibo walk away with the win.
What?
Elk may just be the best AD carry in the LPL, folks. I don't know what else to say. Elk makes it happen. 13 kills on the board.
He is just able to kite perfectly under people with the supercharges invisibility. The fight is made by the best in the world, and Elk is him right now.
I mean, just look back at this. It's a really good Poppy ultimate, but the dunk still goes onto the backline. The equalizer is still really effective. So despite the fact that double damaging members are out of position because of Tarzan's ult, they managed to get back into the play, and Elk still has ult to work with.
Yeah, and as we see here, Elk is just able to face tank all the damage. And I believe the kill counter reset because this is technically a pentakill.
Oh my god, Elk just slaughters everyone. I mean, there's one kill for Ryze in the fight, it looks like in there as well.
No, there's one kill for the Ryze.
Yeah, so
it's still a quadra kill.
I thought he was going to die here. I 100% thought he was going to die. Proves me wrong, and I saw a couple of comments in chat. Oh, there's so much glazing for Elk. Surely it's not worth it. Folks, Elk, let me say it again. Elk is the best AD carry in the LPL right now, one of the very best in the world, and games like this on the Kai'Sa, which is his best champion, really give you some of that real magical feeling in these games.
And that fight was without his last items, and now he has a full Infinity Edge and the Zhonya's.
Oh my god, that is such a big thing, such a huge difference. Of course, the Zhonya's will give him the AP upgrade as well, alongside the Nash's too, so we will have the W extra stacks and the lower cooldown.
Which means now AL are truly on the back foot. You have to respect this Kai'Sa. You have to respect every single W that comes to it, because I believe with the amount of power this Kai'Sa currently has, she can one-shot anybody.
The real danger is if you W and then you can wait and get the W shotgun where you channel the W and ult into melee range. That's passive. A couple of auto attacks from the Fiend Hunters, you die.
Yeah, and now you have the 100% crit chance, which means even every single one of those autos from Fiend Hunter bolts will deal extra true damage. So all of your resists don't really matter at this point into this Kai'Sa. So much fighting has gone down in this game, and every single time it has felt like Weibo were ready to throw every single resource to protect Elk, and Elk has paid them back tenfold.
So now Weibo, they have control of the map, which they didn't have before. Now, there's still a Shockwave with huge burst combo. Shanks going for the full burst combo is something which, we saw a lot from last year from, like, the Vi Oriana of BLG. That was one of, Knight did that a lot in 24 and then going into 25. Nope, Shanks has that full burst combo. To get Ambassador, look, all it takes, folks, is for Elk to misstep once, and despite him having an incredible game, he goes down. The game is probably over at that point. We're reaching the point where one bad enough teamfight loss does end things.
Now, the ability of Elk to just be out of danger right now is probably Weibo's best situation. Well, Elk is able to just play out of range, get the poke down, but slowly AL are taking back space on the map because of how important their snap engage tools are. We are currently still waiting on probably AL trying to pull the trigger with a public execution shockwave combo.
Yeah. But no, if Ambessa lands onto someone important, that could just be the game, folks. So Annual's Legend, we know they can be very, very clutch team fighters. So they're trying to play around that fog of war. Weibo are respecting them. Elk trying to look for that W, hits another one. Reminder, Elk, if he finds someone isolated, he'll just do all of his stunts himself. He has the items to do it.
Now, the Weibo are currently basically using the Kai'Sa as a warding tool. Kai'Sa W does give evasion.
Javani as well.
Yeah, so they're just able to take control from a really long range. They don't necessarily have to commit tools to get inside of an area. And we're seeing it here. Now they're contesting the wave, even though there is an Orianna that is going full burst and can blow up these waves. They are using the Ryze, they are using the Orianna, they are using the Kai'Sa, they are using the Jarvan to just try and corral AL into a bad fighting position.
Just wondering if they're... Oh, the Ambassador lands onto Xiao, who flashes away, uses the Ghost as well. That's a very low health Rise now. Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. Can he get back out onto the map in time? Do they look for a fight before he can get there? This might be the Dragon over to anyone's Legend. Xiao, who cancels his reset, realizing he was in danger. I think that, well, if they want it, anyone's Legend should be able to get towards the Dragon now. They're overstaying in mid lane. L gets hit by that W. Kyle CC'd. E from that Rumble goes across as well. The crystallization on the tower, bringing it low.
Hope is able to just free hit at this point. There's not really many tools that you can instantly burn to get on top of this Yunara. Again, these fights are being decided by the fact that Weibo are able to get on this Yunara and disrupt their team fight combo. And their team fight basically tempo at more than combo at this point. But if you're fighting
Hang
this
on, Realm up into the pit. They want to rush this. They really want to rush this. They have a lot of damage on the Kai'Sa onto the Baron, and they won't have the Poppy there that quickly. I think this is gone, maybe. Poppy's not going to be here in time, but do they get out? Baron's secured. Where's the damage afterwards? Jeja's going to get CC. Does he have an EQ over the wall? Tarzan will spot out Zuka. Maybe Weibo want the fight instead. They dunk in. They have the ultimate from the Jarvan, and that's the Orianna gone. Shanks doesn't even get to pull the shockwave. Elk does it again. Weibo choose to turn aggressively and are rewarded for it. A double kill for Elk. Weibo walk away with the Baron. Anyone's Legend, you're going to have your Dragon. Will take the kills and that map controlling objective.
And Weibo pulled the trigger, the Realm Warp. We talked about the impact of these ultimates from the mid laners, the Shockwave, major combo value, major damage value, and yet the Realm Warp every single time able to move around the map in such an undercover way.
Yeah, and folks, what did we say? Weibo, they weren't favorites coming in today. It's a hard matchup for them. Weibo do not give a damn. They do not care. If you disrespect this team, they slap you in the face. They're walking in for a potential game end. Elk doesn't have the ult backup just yet, but does have the flash. Flandra, can he ping an ult onto someone important enough? Tarzan, he's ulting into the play as well. Xiao, who connected onto, but Flandra goes melee range and he just doesn't have the damage. Weibo, they do it again. Take down the Nexus turrets. Shanks coming out of base. The Nexus is going down though. It's too little. It's too late. It's Weibo 1-0 up on the board.
It's Weibo time, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes to the inconsistently consistent kings of the upper bracket. Weibo, do it again.
I accidentally clicked the ad button instead of something else as well. Whatever, we'll get some ads through there. Folks, Weibo take game 1 in a matchup. We said, look, realistically, they can't be favored. They're just going to get diffed through jungle. What's going to happen here? Elk locks in a Kai'Sa in a draft, which I thought maybe it wouldn't work in. I thought, well, you know, too much AP. He proves us completely wrong. Fiend Hunter bolts, assassin build, dive into the backline, kill that first target. Elk had a magnificent game. It wasn't just him, though. I think Shanks was held by Xiaohu quite well. Actually, I think Xiaohu's realm warps are very important. That one onto the Baron at the end of the game was very important, too. The team fighting from Weibo was far beyond what I thought would happen against this kind of composition with the Alistair Poppy. But I think that anyone's Legend, they didn't know where to position their front line to their back line. There were very few times where you saw like the Kai'Sa unable to get into the back line. I think that's a misposition from the front line of anyone's Legend.
I think on the side of AL, you had a really good one-way fighting. While on the side of Weibo, you are able to just split the fights because you have so many multiple threats with such simple ways of relocating in the fight. And most of your damage is not necessarily committal, while most of AL's damage necessitates a commitment from your member. You can, on the side of Weibo, you could have dropped Equalizer Cage, and then you get the Jarvan EQing out of the cage, and just, you know, you just lay down the damage for when the necessary time is. So you don't have to do anything really other than just throwing down the gauntlet every single fight and coming out on top.
Yeah, well folks, that was a hell of a first game for our second series. Now, reminder, Anyone's Legend are currently our top team in the LPL, currently 6-2, slightly ahead of BLG, who have the game difference on them. Now, if they lose this series, actually BLG go to first over them. Well, look at this damage. Oh my god, Elk. I mean, Hope does some good damage here. But the damage, but the thing is, when Elk, oh my god, the gold graph as well. But realistically, you know, the damage which Elk did was mostly in 100 to zeros. That was important damage, whereas Hope's damage was spread across a lot of members. Didn't really feel like it was game-changing damage.
Zeka's damage is nothing to scoff at as well.
The Elk clips on Reddit, awesome, cool. Oh yeah, I mean, folks, if you do see clips which you enjoy, I'm not sure if my play-by-play is actually any good, but
Also DM them to me. I want them for my showreel.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Hey, you've had some good moments here. I've been enjoying casting with Harold, and of course, folks in chat as well. By the way, folks, if you have any like feedback for Harold as well, I'm sure I'd love to hear it from you from chat as well. Because again, you are our audience. At the end of the day, we cast for you, and if there's things we do that you like or don't like, it's good for us to know that. I really enjoyed this game. I think Elk. We were heavy on the glaze. I'm really glad that he delivered on it. Otherwise, it would look like really bad glaze. But I think that Elk may just be the best AD carry in the world. Maybe. He's up there. I think he's top 3 minimum right now.
You know, this was some proper Krispy Kreme original style glaze going on.
Oh my god. I mean, that was some Jomong. Yeah, Jomong. That was Elk's original name. One of Oh god, what a guy. I keep forgetting he wasn't one of you know there were the 3 genius AD carries, which is effectively like the AD carries to like the next coming after Uzi, which I think was Abel, Jackie Love, and I can't remember the third. Might have been Hope. Yeah, it was Hope, Jackie Love, and Abel, I think, were the 3. Who are my top 3 AD carries in the world right now? Ruler, Elk, and third I'm undecided on. Third's actually quite hard to decide, but those two are definitely in it. Elk and Ruler, and then the third one is up for it. And I think that actually Elk has a chance to play for first there as well, on the whole. It's quite hard to decide.
I would say probably Ruler, Elk, and one between...
Well, Pays has been playing pretty well recently. I think that the start of the split was a little bit more OP. He started to go up again now, though.
No, for me, it's like either... The third is probably like Pays or Smash. Really.
Yeah. I don't think it's... I think Goom has been fine, but I don't think he's been like top 3. Again, I don't think he's been bad. He's not like the core issue with HLE. I don't think it's Viper. Viper's been playing quite quietly recently. So it probably is like, yeah, it's like Pays. Smash has been fine. Pays has the most potential. Pays is fucking great. He's great, yeah.
Alright, we'll take a break.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for that. Missed the unofficial Penta. I thought that Rise got the kill though.
Yeah, Rise did get the Penta.
Rise got a kill in the middle of it, so I didn't think it was a Penta. I might have missed that though. Oops. Yeah, Rise got a kill, so it wasn't a Penta there, I don't think.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the Penta. It was a double kill.
Right.
Should have been a quadra kill, but you know.
Yeah. Oh my god. Hey, somebody's been playing really well in LEC. That guy's really impressed me. He has. Oh, Elk, what a guy. Hey, Crowny's been playing well on the Caitlyn at least, yeah. That's been good for him. I think the rest of his champions have been a little bit more skewed, but his Caitlyn's been good.
So much damage. The super
I just didn't expect that amount of damage. That was absurd.
They're putting emotes over the replay at this point. Holy hell.
Very pedantic. Blah blah blah. Wait, what happened with this? Wait, I'm missing the thread. What is this? Jomong. Is it spelled with an E at the end of it? Isn't it? Yes, I did know that, but I vaguely knew the spelling. Okay, do you want to take yourself a break, and I'll chill with chat for a little bit?
No, I'm just gonna stretch my legs a little bit.
Okay, cool. All good. Okay, well, that's one way to start a series. I mean, Weibo just don't make sense. Again, that's why whenever Weibo come up against a team, I'll just be like, is JJ good enough to replace Tien on different days? Yeah, look, Tien's really good. It's not like JJ isn't, though. JJ was really not great the other day versus BLG, but he was fantastic here. Yeah. Glad Navi is doing well. They're probably my favorite team currently. Navi are being fantastic. Yeah. Rilek is fantastic.
They have a LIT graduate who whooped my ass when I played against.
Yeah? Yeah, I think Rilek is fantastic. That guy is... He's genuinely, like, next coming of the jungle prodigy, you know. Elga's player of the game, no surprise, this guy was, yeah. Wait, give Longcat a slap? No, Angie, I don't want to slap Longcat. 92% kill participation, 33% damage share. I mean, yeah. What more do you want from Elg? Elg was absolutely insane. Are you playing Longcat like a guitar? Okay. Oh, Elk. What a guy, man. A friendly slap. Okay, maybe we can work with that. How long have I been watching LPL? Well, so the thing is, I only started casting it in 2023, but I mean, I was watching LPL on and off since 2015. Because in 2015, I watched like every major region. I used to watch way more LCK than LPL though, and obviously the same time zone. And then I was in my LJL era from 2020 to 22, really. So really, like, this modern era, I have a lot more information about. I've had to look back at the previous eras. It really helped having people like Mazel, Munchables, Lyric, and like these kind of like old hands at the LPL to tell me more about it, because yeah, I could kind of like get a lot more information that way. Okay, let me change back onto Sessions Diana and we'll chill out a little bit. This has been a really fun day of games, you know. Even the games earlier were pretty fun, despite them being, you know, fairly one-sided to EDG.
To laugh about.
Yeah. Oh my god. If you have a moment, can you explain to people who didn't follow closely enough what happened with Milky Way? Wasn't he supposed to be a phenom? He's had a lot of investigations into him for breaches of competitive integrity. Now, obviously, the assumption there is something like match fixing or whatever, but that is an assumption, right? But FPX, before they dropped out of the league, basically they benched him indefinitely. And there is actual court cases going on around that, because I believe that he brought that to court because he was suing some people for those allegations. Because it's now in the courts, LPL, as like an organization, can't comment on it. So that's why we don't hear anything. It's because it's actually a legal issue with like lawyers and stuff involved. It's not just arbitration with the league or something like that. It's like genuinely kind of big like that. So yeah, and I will say anyway, his second split and then also his return on RNG in last year early on, they weren't fantastic either. His first split was exceptional, but he never lived back up to that again, really.
I mean, he was like Kindred and
his Lee Sin, his Nidalee.
Like he was the new carry jungler, and then he faded into nothingness.
Yeah. Okay, I need to find a way to put some more ads on because I put on a short break just after the game ended, which was, oops, a misclick, my bad. But okay, we can put some on now. Hopefully it works. Put them on now so we don't get them in game. I've got enough coffee to see us out there. Thanks for that. Fell off so hard he got prosecuted, goddamn. Yeah, I'm not quite sure that's the reason for it, but yeah. It's really sad because obviously like that guy was huge, right? I should probably move these actually. I can move that up here. Move it up here. Yeah, I'll move it back. And yeah, folks, I shouldn't do this during the outbreak, but yeah, if you'd like to support us for free, you can download Opera GX and sign up for that. It is, again, a completely free way to support us, but I think it's very cool. It's a cool gaming browser with a ton of customization. And yeah, if that's your thing, think about signing up through our link, or even just trying it through it, you know? Do you think Annual's Legend's going to win next game? Well, if I predict they're going to win next game, then like, obviously Weibo will win again, you know? If I say, oh, Weibo are going to win, of course they're going to lose. Anytime you put, like, any kind of thing in there. Leaves Varus TP is hilarious. Yes, Slayer. Sorry, I missed that earlier, by the way. I just saw you type that. Yeah, Leaves teleport into the middle of the lane. We had a good, like, facepalm about that because, yeah, that was really quite bad. That being said, the rest of the game was really, really good. So we can't, like, complain too much, you know? Yeah, like, we'll give him that one for free. But yeah, I'm glad that Leave actually had, like, a really good game again because this guy, when he's on form, is genuinely top-tier LPL AD carry. Yeah, long cat. Headbanging long cat. You know, like you know that pigeon headbang? The pigeon dance emote?
Oh, yeah.
That one? Yeah. Hey, Zara, thanks for the sub, though. Appreciate you. Yeah. Where's Shortcat? Did I put them on the shelf? I have a... yeah, Shortcat's on the shelves over there. If you look there, left middle shelf. Left middle shelf.
Ah!
Yeah, Shortcat.
Aha.
Yeah.
I'll go grab Shortcat.
Yeah, it was a long cat and shortcut. Yeah, it's like, did anyone watch Big Chef, Little Chef on TV many years ago? I did. Yeah. Do you think Weibo is better or no? Weibo or Weibo? What do you want me to say? You know?
This is not even Shortcat. This is Ball Cat.
Ball Cat, yeah. If we had like 9 of them as bowling pins, that can be the bowling ball. You know? Yeah. Like, the thing is, there might be some problems with Weibo in the next game where they don't have Elk Kaiser, which is genuinely a problem. The long spoon, yeah, the spoons, yeah. Not to toot my own home, but I'm OG LPL enjoy from the pastry spawn rust. That's awesome, cool. Been in the scene forever if you want some tales from the old days. I would love them at some point, Delight. I would really like them at some point, actually. Yeah, that would be very useful. Okay, move that back over there. But yeah, no, I definitely, some of the old LPL kind of, I've kind of heard secondhand a lot of those stories. I'd like to actually go back and watch some of them again, really. Shortcats to just return balance to the realm. Balance in all things. What about wide cat? That's if you turn long cat's face like sideways. That's wide cat. Or Pusheen, I suppose.
I guess if you put like his face here.
Yeah. Yeah, I love her hair. Oh, it's like the cat hair. Yeah, or kind of like Anya, I guess, from Spy Family.
Oh, funny story. The other day I was at Experion back in Alexanderplatz. They had a bin with like all things like on sale. One thing they had a bunch of on sale, like all sealed in boxes, was the cat ears for the Razer headphones.
Yeah. I have actually thought about getting them. I thought they'd be kind of funny. Like, I just need LED everything, you know? Yeah. But I thought, like, turning up and summoning Insight with them is something that might not work. I'm not sure that's the vibe for it, you know?
Insight,
I mean, if I sit like this, the cat, like, if it, like,
you
vaguely...
get the cat ears from the...
Vaguely from this, you know? Oh my god, Chinese Lily Supremacy. Yeah, they just released a trailer for them, right? Because they had like
the new skins are out today.
Looks fine. What do I think? Do I think Weibo? Yeah. What is Weibo better or no? I mean, largely I think Weibo aren't better than anyone's Legend, but they can spike above them in specific moments, and that's the case with Weibo with any team. They are very spiky. We saw they look bad versus BLG the other day. I think that if you get into a messy back and forth game state with them, that plays massively into them. Weibo are a very chaotic team. I think they're actually very good at getting vision control in those kind of games and making plays off of that, particularly when Elk has agency. Like, this team does not win if Elk doesn't have agency. That's one thing. And actually that maybe that's so much I didn't factor in enough, which is Hope and Kyle are not good enough in lane right now to keep Elk down. And maybe that is the win condition for Weibo, maybe. Because I thought it was a bad matchup, but yeah.
I wonder if Weibo now with this situation default back to somebody like the Caitlyn. Now that they've like tested the waters and they can see, especially now that the Yunara's gone, they go towards something like the Caitlyn, and they will just try and like...
Well, it'd be Varus really for them. Caitlyn has not been an LPL pick this split so far.
But it is an Elk pick.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant for Hope. Sorry, yeah. No, the problem is, I think that the Caitlyn is too immobile, and it's too hard to actually get your damage onto a target. I think that I would prefer the Jhin, personally. I think Jhin would be better for him. I understand the logic, though. Like,
I know the Rumble being gone. Is the Jhin, like, really high value at this point? Like,
yeah. Can you tell me a bit about supports? I feel like it's the weakest role in LPL. There's some logic to that, because I think for a long time I thought that was the weakest role as well. I think it still probably is. Our best supports in the region are... Our top two are On and Kael, really. However, I do think, like... Vampire, Airher, Palkia are bringing up, and Jway, I think we're a pretty strong second string, but we're really missing those kind of like legendary supports which always take over in the game the way that Ming used to, Mako used to. Yeah. But yeah, obviously in this last game, Kyle was fine but couldn't do enough really, and I think that Kyle, I still think he probably had, it's him or On I think have been best of all, but Airhead, like I said, has actually really been impressing us.
Yeah, Airhead has been really good every set. Like, especially, there were a few games where he was a little bit shaky, but most of the time he has been consistently having good performances. In difficult matches, I would say even. Like,
I agree.
Hard.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you'd asked me, like, last year, I mean, obviously Mako was still around at that point, but he was very inconsistent. Yeah, I think that on the whole, I've heard enough. I'm a Weibo fan. I'm so sorry to drag you into this horrid emotional state you may end up being in. Look, Weibo are not an easy team to support. It's a hard road, but they did make a World Finals that one time, which is better than many. Into the draft we go for Game 2 of the series.
LeBlanc ban draws on the Azir immediate counter ban coming through.
Yeah, Xiaohu has been a bit of a LeBlanc player. Those are strange bans coming through, though. Does that signal something like a Talia?
No, AL were looking for the Azir, and... which means Weibo immediately banned the Azir out.
Yeah, I suppose so. But then again, I think that the Azir would have been obvious anyway. I don't think you needed to ban that LeBlanc. I think Azir would have been on the table anyway. So we have Nico, Varus up and available. One of those two is getting through. That's the biggest thing I noticed right now.
What are AL gonna first pick? What do they value most in the first pick? KL has been an excellent Nico, so it would make sense to even get it first, even though you're not guaranteed a good matchup in the bot lane.
I mean, problem is, do you give over something like Sivir Nico if you give over the Varus? If you take the Nico, do you give over the Varus as well? I mean, Elk is a good player of it. Varus is the last ban. Nico first pick, pretty obvious here, I think.
Yeah, probably going to be Nico towards something like maybe MF. And then secondary, Nico first pick. Kyle has made no secret that he prefers this champion almost to any other. Anytime I feel like Nico's open in the AL game, Kyle will end up picking it. So makes sense here. The
Civ
answer
is
comes
fine.
through immediately.
Civ is fine. You know, it's a takeaway from Hope. Shinzo in as well, so temporary frontline. Good against Nico engage because you can just pop ult as soon as you see the Pop Blossom going bleed. And sometimes you can eject the Nico out as well.
Answer coming through already from the side of AL. Currently hovered B is the Corki.
That looks fine to me. I mean, it's
fine.
It's good into Sivir. You control the wave push. You're very bursty actually. You can only spell shield one thing, which is a bit annoying, of course.
Corki to me is like, it's fine. Nothing happens. He's there.
Corki exists. Hey, Hope last year was pretty bad on this pick. He's gained a lot more strength on this pick those times gone on. So, do you lock in Wukong Pantheon Nocturne, something like that now? Nocturne might be okay here, actually. Maybe even better here. This allows Flandre real teamfight value. Also removes some of that volatility in the top lane matchup, which we were calling for Weibo to have some real angles in there.
I wonder if you go... You just lock in support here for like the Sivir.
It has been pretty good on the Lulu actually.
It would make sense.
It really helps with the Shinzao as well. You were lacking engage at this point, and we've seen a couple of teams like JDG had this problem the other day versus someone or other, where they ended up with a 0 engage comp. However, Shinzao Lulu is really, really good, and Sivir with any kind of enchanter is also very happy.
Can't believe that, you know.
Thank you, Delight.
The MF has gone through completely.
That's true. Yeah, I would have thought that would have been more powerful. I guess when you don't know what the front line looks like, sometimes it feels a bit crap, because if you end up going into like Cassante Mundo, you don't do anything.
That is true. Yeah.
Nobody but does Zahen into Sion? Now Zuka does. He does actually.
Zuka does. Soboro does.
Yeah.
ZDZ did, I think.
Fun fact for Mobile Legends Bang Bang EN. Did you know that in German, Sion shouts Feiglinge, which is cowards in German? That's your fun fact. Gwen banned away from Zuka.
Because it's in German and he's running away.
Yeah. I think the Gwen ban's good here. Would have given them a real carry through that top side. Another one which is very good with the Lulu as well. Zahen's banned out. So what do? Do you just have to go Cassante now into the Sion?
Maybe Aatrox.
Aatrox is okay. I think the Cassante is fine too for Zuka. Kind of gives you that tank versus tank matchup. It's a bit of a wash. It's not what Weibo really wants, but it's still fine just nameplates off.
Zeka has been really good on carries, but instead they're gonna go for Xiao, who's early, taking it away.
Well,
from
this
Chance.
could be a flex. You can put this into the Sion. Xiao, who's happy with it too. Yeah, I think this is a fine flex here, actually.
And you're like looking at the situation. I guess you're looking for like if you're gonna get priority mid, if you're gonna get control through the mid wave, or unless that Aurora is just gonna be fine regardless in the matchup top lane. Like, with the Victor currently being hovered, or the Syndra, I think both have a not the greatest matchup into the Aurora.
I think Victor's fine into the Aurora, because you have like the extended E-poke, and either way, you're looking to just stand behind the Sion in team fights. Then Tarzan, I think this is fine Wukong angle, I think this is a fine Pantheon angle, I think either are okay, being somewhat bruisery. Point and click CC for the Pantheon comes in, of course it gives you the global as well. So you have a couple of options now. Do you chuck? Oh, you do? Okay, so the Galio's going into mid lane, the Aurora into top lane. They could have gone something like Ornn for more traditional engage. Weibo are not going to find it easy to make aggressive angles. But they do actually have pretty decent laning matchups now.
Yeah, no, I think Weibo have gotten away with the better early tempo team, especially. When you're able to just control the game through lane priority and just be able to get the game going at your pace. But there is the X factor of Tarzan on Pantheon.
Yeah, Jejo on the Shinzao though, pretty good for him. The Victor and the Corki, hey, playing into Shinzao a lot of the time. You can trap him and stuff like a grab field, but they're not really going to be able to deal that much damage with him.
Yep.
So now if Shinzao manages to tank up the initial engage of the Sion or the Pantheon, put the ult on, Galio comes in as well, that's a pretty good way to reset the fight. Then you have the Sivir to run you around the fight. That helps Galio get a second taunt of the fight off if he needs to. Shinzao get into range for the E. We'll get into that draft. Not draft, the other one. The Rift. We've done the draft. Silly chat. You thought it was the draft, didn't you? You misled me. It definitely wasn't me. Get into that Rift. I'm definitely not gas lamping you. Let's get onto the Rift.
Isn't it gaslighting?
No, it's gas lamping. You don't know the meaning of that word, Harold.
I don't know. I'm actually surprised.
I'm actually going to blame Zara for that. That's his roast. Roast, why? What? Zara, why would you think we're going into the draft? It's clearly going into the game. Everyone blames Zara. Point, and blame.
Point and laugh.
What was the last pick? The last pick was the Galio, went into mid lane, putting the Aurora top lane.
I'm actually quite surprised.
Whatever. I do that plenty of times. Sometimes it's an empty thought. Let's get on Thrift. Hear those gyos. Hear those gyos. Hear those gyos. They didn't turn the crowd mics on.
Gyro! WBG!
Gyro! Way more.
Gyro!
AL!
Gyro!
AL!
Gyro!
AL!
Gyro!
There we go. And then Lagrangier! Good stuff. Sometimes you gotta do it yourselves. We're our own sound effects department here. They're taking a bad chunk there at level 1. Ate the Frost Bomb and a Nico Q. What this does mean though is because Hope and Kyle drop off the wave, they do give the free ricochet across the wave, so Elk's fine with the minion damage they've done.
Yeah, I mean, this is like good early laning from Elk, and they are using like we saw a similar lane matchup this morning in the previous series where I believe it was still Sivir Lulu into I forget what the opponent. Oh, they were playing MF Nico.
Oh yeah.
And the MF Nico was just able to force so much pressure down in the early lane, but leave was kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Yeah. That'll happen. So top lane, Aurora is permanently going to shove in towards the Scion, and the really annoying thing about this matchup, and also across the rest of the Rift too, even Aurora has this really annoying identity where if you go for the double burn build of Liandry's and Riftmaker, it's actually very good at bursting out squishies too, because what you do is you hit the Q, you wait for all of your passive damage increases to stack from the double mask for things. And then when you pull back the Q for your passive, it increases your incredibly large base damages, which turns out also one-shot squishies. Hang on, that could be a bit of a problem phase which comes through though. Shahu, a little bit risky in the trades there.
Yeah, glad he's not playing the Birdio skin, otherwise that would have been a really fried chicken.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Don't even know if they've seasoned it right. These are the questions we've got to ask.
I wonder if they use some Lagama.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The greatest of all condiments.
But actually, before I leave Berlin, I need to remind myself to go to a store and buy some Laganma.
Oh, I can show you some. Yeah, I can show you some. Yeah. Laganma's the good stuff. They have a couple of different types of it. If you really want just like the original crispy chili oil, you got the ones with like the peanuts in, which are fine, but it's just not quite the same. So early shove in from Shahu in the mid lane actually got the bounce back there. Down a couple of CS. Shanks has done well in the early laning phase. Of course, Shanks. I don't think it was the problem last game. I think the Orianna got pretty far ahead. Was quite strong. It's just he couldn't really find the platform to properly team fight in that last game. Perhaps he'll find a better platform in this one.
I mean, considering the current weather events, I would say a storm is definitely brewing in the mid lane, but it really depends on the supporting cast in this game. I do believe Kyle is the trendsetter for the CWAL team in this game, together with Tarzan. I expect a lot from Tarzan, especially in this game where he's got access to a global ultimate on the Pantheon. It's really gonna like work out whether we're gonna see a lot of aggressive plays coming through from Tarzan, or he's gonna be a little bit stifled by the early prowess in lane from the side of Wave.
That slow from the Glit Lance leads into the Boomerang Blade. Who's getting chunked at himself though, but Elk is very happy here. Hits the level 4 just before that. Spell Shield I think was just landed there too from Elk. Very happy on the Sivir. Had a couple of really good games on this so far. This split, and just whenever Elk has agency, I just feel like this team can do anything, and that was something which we saw a lot on BLG when it, hang on, that's actually within kill threat range. Oh no, cookies, right? Yeah, Scion regen, cookies. Yep, that's the thing. Door and shield. This is all nerfed beyond this point too. You know, we've had this nerf for several patches. Still regen for days.
I love pressing the silly button in my item bar and they're regening 3 million health.
Is there Shawarma in Berlin? Yeah, there is, but the Durner here is really what you come here for. Although it's, you know, I suppose somewhat similar between the two of them. But yeah, the Durner in Berlin is, like, I'm not even really a kebab kind of guy, but that stuff is really, really good. Good roots onto air. That's actually kill angle. Uses the heal. Good trade back from Elk though. End of the day, the way you win a 2v2 is damage onto the AD carry most of the time. Weber do get the best of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think WAL are doing the right thing in this lane. They're trying to pressure on the right angles, but Elk has had control of this bot lane for these 2 games, and this doesn't seem like it's gonna change anytime soon at this point.
Ward in the brush. Okay, so Zerka now knows there's a ward in that brush. And tell you what, we haven't normally teams have quite easily given over stuff like Scion towards Flandre. But Zerka, I'm glad he's got a pick to potentially try and abuse it. Because as we said, one of the issues with Flandre is sometimes he can end up getting a bit diffed in lane and he falls out of contention. Well, is Xiaohu counting minions, folks?
I mean, that minion's also out of phase, and I think should know, but never
He's not counting minions. He's not counting minions at all. Takes a big chunk. Okay, it's like, there's a 4th minion. My lucky day.
Extra money. Excellent.
I have actually thought that sometimes. One or two times, like, oh yeah, wow, that's great. And then I just get ulted to die. Preying upon our sensibilities. It is trying to get rid of some of this. Kyle does have the... No, doesn't have level 6. I'm completely lying to you. I'm gaslamping you again, Tarzan. Trying to force the spell. Shield does manage to get it out of Elk. Heal. Flash away from Airhair. Elk holding onto his teleport behind them from the Aurora, who has the level 6. This might be too far from anyone's legend. Tarzan into the brush. What's going to happen with the Aurora now? Teleport's coming late now from the Scion on the other side of things. That's a lot of HP gone from Weibo, though. I'm not sure they're loving this one. Flandre does have the ultimate. Is using it to go bot side. Who's it hitting? If it goes onto the Lulu, they don't have the flash. No casualties. Everyone backs away.
A lot of angry fists being waved in this fight. And nothing really happening. We got a few burnt flashes, a lot of burnt cooldowns.
What do we want? Kills. When do we want it? I'm not sure.
Basically, pretty much at this point. But, I mean, with good instincts on the side of the Weibo for, you know, trying to just step back and take the fight, I mean, like a skill at a time. And then JJ goes in, they almost find the perfect combo on top of Tarzan, but then Tarzan's able to just flash out. And, okay, he got the cannon. Better than Xiaohu he did last time.
Now, worth noting that Elk did have a significant CS lead over Hope. That's now been lost. It's now back to even now, really. So, anyone's legend. I think they have gotten the better of this. They do get, of course, teleport out of both Scion and the Aurora. Not really sure who that favors. Whatever, a bit of a wash, really. Anyone's legend. Pretty happy playing through the laning phase in mid lane, though. That's been going pretty well for Shanks.
I mean, you would expect the Victor to be ahead in this early matchup. Yes, the Galio has a lot of burst potential, but you wouldn't expect that much to come through from it. I wonder if Xiaohu is going to say, "Oh, another minion."
Like, don't let this happen. Come on. Okay, it's fine for now. I will say, my experience with the Victor Galio matchup is that, look, as long as Galio's within like 10 CS, you're fine. And if you're someone like Chovy, obviously you can go even and even sometimes really pressure that out. It really depends on... the difficult thing with the Galio is trying to figure out how much of your skills and your passive you need to use to farm as opposed to poke. Now, if you can get both done at the same time, you're really, really happy. But of course, the difficulty with something like the Galio is that every time you hit the wave, you're basically pushing it. You don't have any control over when your passive's coming through. It's either off cooldown or on it. And your Q is very hard to get it to kill just a single minion as well. But then obviously if it over pushes, mages just run you down. They get that extra skill shot, they get extra trade onto you, and you really hurt from that. So Galio is actually very hard to get the most out of laning phase, whilst also keeping the wave in a good spot.
Or you could just shove wave, disappear.
Yeah. But you need to have a few levels in your Q first, which is the problem with that. Which means that by the time that comes around, sometimes you can be 20 CS down in the worst case scenarios. You know?
That is true. So we're seeing the pretty standard build on Galio right now. Probably going to be towards that. I can't believe words are failing me about items at this point.
Well, the Galio, probably the Hollow Radiance in this game, right?
Yes, Hollow Radiance. Yeah, I was thinking Endless Hunger.
I just think of my favorite world within Kingdom Hearts, Hollow Bastion, instead, when I see that. Are you a Kingdom Hearts player?
No.
Okay. Well, for those of you Kingdom Hearts players who are in there, say hi to, like, Squall and stuff for me, then. Well, I guess it's Leon in Kingdom Hearts 2. The Squall's the Final Fantasy variant. Okay, fight over the Skull Crab. This will be not that crazy valuable. I mean, you do have Galio ult to come in. Zucker's quite low HP. I actually think AL have way better positioning on this. JJ probably has to back. You might try and snipe it with the W. There needs to be a little careful here. Jumping in, gets out of the Chaos Storm. Zucker's around the corner. Ultimate's going through. Not the best flash, though, really. Zucker gets caught in the Q knockup as well. Kael getting caught down in the bot side, though. Forced to flash there.
I'm confused.
Yeah, about what in specific? Because I'm not going to lie, I think we actually might still see a fight here. Tarzan was trying to take grubs, not really able to do so. JJ's going to farm up on the Gromp and heal up from that.
Yeah, as we see here, Elk now having more control down on the bot side. You know, I would say Has okay, no, Erhai is still in the lane now. They proc the crystallize.
Oh, they spotted. They basically they spotted the reset. They walked up. Hang on a sec, JJ. You don't have a galley. He takes one of them. He dies for this. JJ, that's just you've used your ultimates. JJ gives up a free kill. It does give over one of the grubs, or take one of them rather. But I don't feel that's particularly worthwhile there.
Jahu is just getting hit by the skill shots from Kael. Kael, after getting run down in bot lane, says, I don't like this anymore, I'm going top lane.
Yeah. Screw this, I'm out. JJ, so important to that last game on the Jarvan. Now he's given a kill over to Tarzan. His Pantheon is one of the best out there as well. He hasn't pulled his first ult of the game, mind you, as well. He has that semi-global to put in somewhere. Might even go towards top lane here, actually, if things work out well enough. Yeah, I actually think, yeah, Tarzan's recalling right now. Wants his first item, I suppose. She should have that pretty soon. With that first kill, he might have it, actually. There you go, Sundered Sky. Tarzan's looking to just ult into a lane. First item before anyone else in the game. Shanks jets it a few seconds later. Got to dunk down on that global.
You know what's the most annoying thing about laning Aurora?
Yeah?
It's that their passive gives her healing.
Yeah, and the move speed. So it's like, oh, passive. Oh, I can't catch you. What? Why are you too high HP?
Yeah, exactly.
Curious.
Like, this champion is so annoying to play against. I'm thinking about, like, Flandre must be thinking right now, like, I will get you 1 point.
Worth noting as well, yeah, I mean, the laning phase has been very even in terms of CS and topside. Of course, not many people are sticking to the guns on the Aurora. It really has only been Keen I've seen play it. I can't even remember. You know, I might have to go have a look and see if anyone actually even played it. But, yeah, Dragon now started by Tarzan.
Well, they have readjusted her to be more around a mid lane kind of player, and as we see here, they're keen playing Aurora.
Yeah. We actually have a complete... Well, let me check in the top tier leagues. Show us some... 14 games of top lane. Huh, I didn't expect that.
He played Thanatos 2 games, Gakgos 1 game.
Kiaya played a game. Okay, alright. So it's basically people play some odd games. Hang on. That's fighting towards the top side river. Jed, do not be having that flash. You do be having an ultimate, but you might need to use it. Here comes the Galley ultimate. Not bad. Forcing the flash out of Shank and separating Flandre from the rest of things. Zerka flying out of the play. Death Ray onto 2, though. Really gets the damage going. And Weibo have misjudged this top side play again. Anyone's Legend fast into the play despite the fact that they're playing against the Pantheon ultimate. They come away with 3 kills from the early game, 2 from that fight. And I think Anyone's Legend are now going to be smoothly cruising into a lead.
And again, it feels like Jace has been out of position every single time they've been looking for a fight.
Elk props the barrier, does have the flash. He flashes late and dies anyway. Weibo, after such a critical game 1, perhaps, dear chat, dear viewer, you thought that Weibo were favored in this game too. You were mistaken. As soon as Weibo gives you belief, it's so swiftly taken away. Anyone's Legend, a dominant early game in game 2.
Weibo is, in this situation, he is the KT of the LPL. You can never believe in them. Yep. Never believe in Weibo.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, look, KT, probably the most famous of that archetype of teams, but Weibo got the World Finals first. Now, did they do better in Finals? No, they got 0-3 blasted. It was a really bad Finals for them, but hey. Great Chaos Storm, great grab field there from Shanks. Shanks, awesome fight. But Anyone's Legend just taking the terrain and fighting with it so much better. The Scion ult into the river, both times has happened now. It's been a real thorn in the side of Weibo. You've just chosen their fights poorly now at this point. And the problem is now, you're so far behind in jungle and in mid, I don't think you can take those fights again. You would have really liked to scale up in terms of AD carry, but even Elk has now started to fall behind now. Hope getting ahead.
I just realized something. Flandre has got an Inspector's Cowl to, like, survive the lane. And then he's decided, you know what? I'm not gonna be laning anymore. I will just get a Zeeks to ult and everybody down.
That's a really good idea, huh? I mean, Flandre, I have to say, is one of those guys who actually thinks through his builds more than anyone else in top lane. He is our mad scientist. He invented the Rek'Sai top lane the last time it came about. He's the guy that invented Tank Chase was the big one from him too. He's always been kind of like the thinking person's top laner.
Depending on the builds, yes. Gameplay, maybe.
Again, no. He thinks about it. Now, you might need to think a little bit more in terms of some of it, but on the whole, Flandre has actually been, in this like last era of LPL, he's really been one of our most impactful top laners, even if his laning is not what it once was.
Slightly suboptimal.
Yeah. But even then, sometimes that's a little harsh to him. Look, his laning has been fine. I mean, I think, I will say it's been the weakest part of his game. However, the reason he's been top tier is that even if he falls behind...
he knows how to make use of his champions.
He really knows how to make use of his champions, whether that's on the map or in team fights. Now, 3,000 gold up for Anyone's Legend. Very, very happy in this game so far. getting towards good item completions for them as well. Anyone's Legend, a much smoother game from them.
Still, the lead is very spread out, so I wouldn't say that Weibo are completely out of it yet.
No,
but JJ gets spotted, and a little bit of poke goes down. You know, the alternator now completed on Kyle. Makes it really annoying when you're getting hit by those pop blossom, not pop blossom, blossoming bursts?
Blooming burst? Blooming
Something
burst?
like that.
Because blooming blows is the Lilia key. I think it's blooming burst. Yeah, Tangle Bob's your E. Shape Splitter is your W. Yeah.
But now we're seeing we're in a situation where we've got first item AD carries, but at parity of 1 item, Cork is just going to be more
Top lane
useful.
is fighting in bot lane a little bit too, stopping each other from ulting importantly. You'll notice that Sion has the ult. Oh, well, I suppose it'd actually be the Aurora trying to fight around that. Herald taken easily by anyone's Legend. Looking at the HP bars of top laners, doesn't look like there was much given there between the top laners there. Elk coming on to Hope, Spell Shield's the fast spawn. Not really much of a big trade though. Herald, nothing else really.
Yeah, I mean, I think AL are happy to like leave this status quo kind of fine. As long as Elk doesn't get out of control, AL are going to be fine in this game. They're not really under any particular threat. Zeka has not snowballed this lead. Actually, he's 700 gold behind in this lane. And you're not really like looking at a Galio to be the end-all be-all carry through the mid lane. You're looking at him as set up for your carries who are currently a bit too behind.
And I think in particular it's meant to enable what's happening with your Shinzao as well.
Yep.
And I think that now you're behind in that role. Even with the Galio flying in, at that point it feels like a 2-for-1 special, where you've caught the jungler and then also the Galio dies in the entrance too. Maybe Lulu can make the difference. It's an Ardent Sensor first that is actually very, very nice for the Sivir and the Shinzao, who gets more through more of his passives. Shinzao passive, for those of you that don't know, is just ridiculously broken. That third hit for the healing and the extra damages. Surprisingly crazy. A while ago, just before Shinzao came meta in 22, actually in 21 and 2020, Shinzao Lulu was very, very strong, kind of flying under the radar. Then of course Shinzao's taken over the pro meta. The last 4 years now, basically. Has been everywhere. Dragon has spawn though, anyone's Legend on the approach.
Now, Weibo have control of the river. They are able to like dictate the tempos here, but Hope and Tarzan are
Sion ulting in, going into Shinzao. Flandra gets onto the Lulu though, and just pops like a balloon. Chia gets out to safety. The Aurora's fine. That's not a bad taunt from Xiaohu, but what's it setting up for? Kyle gets the spell shield out of Elk. It's not bad on the ricochets though. Elk will get one back. It's not bad from the Sivir. AL are certainly still winning this fight. Pantheon's coming in. The tower will die, and that means they've got to run for the hills. It's not a bad knockup, but Elk doesn't have the damage to follow up. Anyone's Legend walk away with a 3-for-1.
Really, really good fight by L. Good patience to try and look for the moment. As we saw, Erhard just disappeared from off our screens, but
hang on a sec. That's really scary. We'll hit the falsetto briefly as well. Squeaky bum time, we'll call it. Very, very close on that one. Hope been doing a great job of holding L2 catch. 2,000 gold ahead though. Does tend to help with that. Dragon will go over to Annual's Legend, and while though you can see some of that again, creative angle creation from Weibo. It's probably too many words to describe that. Erha thinks maybe the Sion would hit the Shinzao. He doesn't. It's him. And Sion ult really, really hurts. Level 11. You know, the Aurora's not bad. I have to say, though, I don't think this Aurora has done what it was advertised to do.
Yeah,
I think Zuka has really struggled to get the value he needed.
You're trying to, like, look for value in every single fight. You're trying to, like, maybe pop somebody, maybe get a lot of consistent damage down, and yet it feels like there's not really enough happening yet for this Aurora to have value. You want Elk and his ricochets. We saw the potential in that fight. We saw a lot of damage coming through from the Sivir, and yet it's not quite enough. There's not quite enough front line. There's not quite enough space creation, especially with your Lulu going down that early. There's not much peel available, especially in these
there's
fights.
no Ardent Sensor on it either to help the AD carry do a little bit more. You know, Weibo, I think their laning phase early on in bot lane was fine, but I think that Zuka needed to get more out of this. I think that is meant to be a bit of a laning counter, and as you can see, Flandre does not care. He has that Spectre's Cowl. You talked about that itemization. I think in this case, actually, it is very intelligent here, just saying, look, I can just leave lane whenever I want to now. He has the extra HP of that Giant Spell, farming up very well, so his W has a ton of value too. This side is not dying this game.
No, as long as there's no as long as there's no 4 items on the Sivir, this Sion is not gonna die at any point. Now, as soon as we get to the 4 items, I would say we're probably gonna have a Sion under threat. But if he is the first to die in a fight, I would say that's probably for the worst. But as we see here, probably going towards that second item for almost every one of our carries. Hope is probably he's working towards the third item already.
Yeah, he's going for that collector, which was kind of like the Chovy special from last year. This game's completely fine. Everyone's going to be building towards fairly squishy builds anyway, because you've got the double... well, I mean, Gallows, the tankiest person on the other team, and that should tell you quite a lot. Flandra, he can always just ult out of this if he wants. No threat onto him there. Tower goes down. Anyone's Legend, almost 7,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes. That is very hard to overcome.
Yeah, there's a gigantic gold leader right now on the side of AL. And on the side of Weibo, you don't really have comeback tools available for you at this point. You're not really in a situation where you're able to, you know, find that weird angle to try and make a play happen. Because Hope is on the Corki. Corki is one of those AD carries that is more well suited to face tank the damage.
And also in this game as well, we did highlight this from draft from Weibo. The engage is very limited from Weibo. You're looking at very kind of fluky Q3 flash from JJ. He needs to kind of flash for that auto attack knockup. No one else is going to be find it easy to engage. If you were ahead of the game, you could look for creative flanks, get Xiaohu in from the side for a taunt, something like from Zuka as well from the Aurora flanks. You can't really do that now when you just look at the vision control on the maps in which Weibo have typically been very good at. They don't have a ward into the enemy side of the map now. We've got key bushes as well warded out by anyone's Legend. They've even got one very deep into top lane. JJ could actually look to stack up this hit. He could actually look for this now, actually. We'll see if he goes for it. Doesn't have the... Well, he does have the flash. Chooses not to go for it, though.
Yeah, I think Weibo need to do something soon to try and make this game go a little bit more in their direction. I feel like they're forcing themselves to like hold back, and yet they need to also find a moment where they can punish an overextension. But it is so difficult with the amount of like conversion, well, not conversion, the amount of mobility and the amount of map presence the side of AL have. So
I also think they're just quite hard to kill as well. You know, Corki's very mobile. You talked about him actually being able to face tank a bit of damage. Has the barrier up too. Victor has some HP. He has got a phase rush and flash as well. It's not the easiest person to kill. AL just choking out the map. Vision starting to go down. Airhead side steps, but Elk stopped on the recall. That might be quite important actually. How much of a component does he have in inventory? Teleporting towards the Baron. I think with that Elk recall cancelled, that's what's going to embolden them to do this. They can just tank it with the Scion for forever, and Elk won't have all of his gold spent. Poke coming through from Shanks. Hope Valkyrieing forwards, looking for the poke and gets it onto Airhead. Holt coming through from the Scion. There comes the Pantheon. I think this is going to be the fight which AL really want to use to get that Baron. JJ into the backline. Well, best for him can't get onto Kyle. Tarzan, though, very, very low. If they lose the jungler, does the conversation change? That is the jungler down, but does that really change that much on the other side of things? Elk is alive. Anyone's Legend not actually getting as much as they wanted there, and if Elk can get himself the kill onto Hope, maybe it changes things, but no, he goes down. Flandra will die. Venerable in his service as that undead juggernaut. Anyone's Legend, probably not the cleanest fight for them, but they still walk away with a 4-for-2.
And Flandre gets the double kill. The Undying Juggernaut from the grave still gets 2 kills for himself. It's a 4-for-2 on the side of AL, and I feel like this is kind of the point of the game where we look at the situation and we're like, who is killing the Scion? Who is killing
the tower? Apparently,
who is killing Tarzan? If they're able to dive so freely, what are Weibo really looking to do? Elk tries so hard to make this fight playable, and it's not quite enough. Zeka gets so much damage out with his ultimate. Yeah. And it's so much work being done on the side of Weibo.
I actually think that JJ has an okay fight there, because he ends up basically tanking both backliners and zoning them out from the team. Hope and Shanks enter the fight relatively late, and I think that's why the damage profile looked the way that it did. Hope still managed to get back into the play, though. End of it, Zeka couldn't quite kill Kyle on the back end of with his flash. The Aurora not really delivering.
Yeah, now we're looking at a situation where there's a 8k gold deficit. It's going to be soul point for AL coming with this break, and Flandre can just walk up and barely broke his shield.
Well, there's no pen on Zuka. He's got himself Blackfire Leandris. Doesn't have a blood letters or anything like that. And Elk yet to get the Lord down with regards. Maybe that'll change things. Dragon being claimed for anyone's Legend, though, on the Mountain Rift. Put themselves up to soul points.
As we see, then we've got 2 items and almost 3 coming through from the big carries. You know, we've got now the Collector completed on Hope, which means the score key is gonna hit even harder now once the Gatling Shred goes through. A little bit of Hoya stuttering, but is nothing to worry about, dear viewers. 3 items on Flandre.
Get knocked and ulted every so often. Yeah, 3 items on Flandre, and like it's really, really hard to kill this Sion, as we've said, and particularly with the Hex Tech giving you just like a random bit of extra damage as well, and the ult cooldown reduction, he's just constantly a threat.
Yeah, I mean, the draft from Weibo is good if you manage to be even, especially in the mid game.
The Baron's been started by anyone's legend now. They're walking into Fog of Walker Death Ray there. That's really good damage. The grab field. Jeja's going to jump over it. Does he have his ultimate? It's not bad for the Lulu backing him up, but he's taking so much damage. Flandre now, he's getting melted. Kyle can't quite reach onto Airhead, but he does get onto everyone else. I think the fight will still go the way of anyone's legend, but the front line is down. And once again, it's not the cleanest for anyone's legend, but perhaps the Pantheon will change that. Jumping in, that's a Q, and that'll be a dead Lulu. Hope jumping forwards now as well. There are 2 damaging members alive from Weibo in the 2v4. They do take down that front line. I don't think they've got the ammunition left in their cartridges, though, to really see things through.
There is a barrier still available on Elk. Zeka has no flash available, so it's difficult to even maybe look for a potential one-shot combo onto somebody where you, like, flash QE. But
Baron doesn't go down, though. It is worth knowing. Baron doesn't go down. Anyone's legend do lose their front line. It's a 3-for-1. It's a good fight, but this should have probably been much more one-sided. Very good start from Shanks. But I'm a little bit worried now that actually anyone's legend are actually separating out their front line and back line, not cleanly winning the fights in the way that I would have thought they would do from this lead.
Excellent drive by Flandre. It's nothing. A on his back.
You know, he's just trying to avoid the walls, I guess. Zeka, does he have ultimate? No. That's probably not going to help. He'll die in the top lane. Looks like it was Tarzan. Just didn't even need to use the ult. Just walked up there and killed him. Now with Zeka down, that's a lot of the damage down with him. You're really relying on Elk. Does have the Lord Dominates Regards now, backed up by that Lulu. Not really sure how easily he'll be able to get that damage down, though, with anyone's legend with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, and even, you try and, like, maybe run up this middle and try to force something. Hope just valks away. And you don't have a wave to play on. You don't have a wave to go.
Kyle
and Kyle's
has Flash and Protobelt and Ultimate, and he's not seen. That seems like a story of a really good Nico flank. They spot him. They only go onto Xiaohu, though. Just taking down the Galio, taking the 1 for none. Spell Shield onto the Scion. Ultimate Elk doesn't have that anymore, but he's also not turning around and free hitting. He's clearing the ward instead. Jeja trying to jump over to the wall, to the Raptors. He does get the Wild Growth as well. He'll stay alive. Zuka coming back alive. Now, anyone's legend using a few of their ultimates, but they do take, this time, a clean 1 and out. Do they go back towards that Baron? At the end of the day, if they just keep running this play over and over, Weibo are still just losing all the kills.
Yeah, Weibo are still getting farm onto Elk. This is a weird situation, I feel like, for AL to be in. Yes, you are now melting the Baron, finally deciding to pull the trigger onto some major objective. Now, Weibo are maybe looking to contest.
Zex coming through, looking for Shanks, trying to get that full damage. That's not bad onto him. Trying to jump forward to Zell, going forwards with the ricochets. That's the Victor down. Perhaps Weibo can find themselves a fight through the Sivir, but Jeja goes in. There's no extra follow-up damage, and he goes down. Tarzan flashing forwards onto the Aurora, and he kills him with the Comet Spear. Out of the heavens and into the grave. Elk does get the Galio ultimate, though, and kills Tarzan back. There's a minute on Dragon. If they can roll through this, they can deny some of those Baron buffs and maybe set up for that next Dragon. Elk does have that Sivir passive to get that movement speed. The Lulu helping as well, but the Zeeks gives that cooldown reduction to the ultimate, which allows Flandre a way out. How many members did they lose? I think 2 there in the fight. Anyone's legend do walk away with 3 Baron buffs, but they won't get that good setup for the next Dragon.
Really, really good recontest by the side of Weibo. They know they're in a losing position. They know they need to make something happen, and they finally do. The recontest here is really good. Zeka starts getting the damage down on Shanks. The turn is half-assed, honestly, on the side of AL. They're thinking about turning, but they're thinking about finishing. Zhizha gets in the pit, manages to zone out 2 people, while Elk is able to run down the enemy mid laner and just keep poking and getting damage down. But here, Tarzan strikes without warning and gets the kill onto the Aurora.
That is such a crucial cue. Of course, Spell Shield good from Elk, too far from Tarzan at that point. Now, we really need to get out of replay right now, because Dragon is spawning right now. It would be Mountain Soul from anyone's legend, and that would be game over. Infinity Edge for Elk has been completed, though. He has a Lulu behind him.
him. Elk, no flash from the last place. Sion ulting in. Spell shield used by Elk. There's the Pantheon ult though, and that might cause some issues. Taunt in front of them. Elk is free hitting. Kyle gets onto the backline, and that might be a dead Sivir, but the well through. Oh, Ricochet is helping so much. 2 GAs down in the front line. Flandre's dead, not a GA for him. They do manage to kill the Sivir, and I think Anyone's Legend, though they will take a casualty on the way in, will still take that fight. Hope could potentially look to kill her. So close to killing him. One more rocket would do it. Not quite. Tarzan not in range for the Q this time. Anyone's Legend deal with public enemy number 1, and that would be Elk Sivir. How much do they get off the back of this now?
They're probably going to be able to crack this inhibitor unless JJ and Xiaohu pull a play from really nowhere at this point, but the gold lead in the AD carry slot has closed down so much. It was 4k. It's down to 1k.
Really good peel around Elk. There was just too many extra engage tools. You know, first it was the Sion, then the Pantheon, then the Nico afterwards. They finally got on Elk's case. He did a damn fine job, and again, it feels like this is just Elk's team. This is just, can Elk carry? That is the nature of this team. Mountain Soul to Anyone's Legend. The difficulty of these team fights goes up another step now for Weibo.
Another notch of difficulty has been selected in Weibo's playthrough of this series, but here the engage comes through. He gets spell shielded on the Sion ult. The Pantheon comes through, but the taunt is excellent, and then Kael from the back comes down with the slam, and they almost make it. They almost make it work.
Tell you what, if Erher had actually escaped that Nico ult, I think he could have ulted Sivir to stop the Pantheon stun, and that might have been the turnaround. I think Erher's positioning there, you know, we were praising him a lot for game 1. I think this game is not entirely his fault, but you do just see how difficult it is to position on enchanters in a lot of these games. Elk, he needs to get huge damage out, and I know that oh my god, that's not going to help him with that. Sion ulting through, coming for the side swipe. Pantheon coming through as well. Elk is pretty low HP. It will be the tower gone. Elk has defender's advantage and can get towards that base, but they can't do anything with the Sivir not hit. If Sivir's not there, it's a big problem. Zerka going through. Trying to get that combo down. It's just the ult. No follow-up damage. Not a great game from the buddy with a shotgun this game, really. Elk back out to the map.
Managed to clear the way, though. We are in a situation where the Baron buff is gone. There's no more Baron buff on the side of AL, so this pushing power has been diminished. This Sivir is just going to be able to wave clear permanently. Go ahead, I would assume, heading towards the Bloodthirster.
It might be a Merc Scimitar.
Yeah, I was maybe thinking it might be a Mercurial Scimitar angle as well, because to get that additional cleanse angle to try and create as much space as possible.
You know, you have a Mikhail's on Erher already, and basically the only point and click stun, the only like CC you have to worry about, yeah, occasionally a Nico E, but realistically it's the Pantheon W.
Yeah.
I think you go Bloodthirster, and I think that you just let the Mikhails solve the Pantheon problem for you.
This game is so difficult to navigate for the side of Weibo, but Elk is trying his damn best to make it playable. This Sivir, level 15, about to hit level 16, I would say, probably in the next 2 waves.
However, you know, we talked a lot about Elk because it's so important to this game. Let's readdress the whole situation, though. Hope is 8-0 on this Corki. He is also 4-item. He doesn't have a Lulu backing him up, so he's doing all of his own stunts, but Shanks has a death cap as well. He's 5k ahead. It's kind of incredible, actually, that with a 10k lead, this game is still somewhat playable because of the nature of Sivir with a Lulu behind them. But Anyone's Legend, they have been in control of this game from beginning to now so far. They just need to make sure that Elk doesn't free hit. That's their only loss condition. That Sivir must die.
I would say Xiaohu has been in similar situations before, though the Sivir was a different user at the time, but
Xiaohu's out of vision here. Does he want to go for something? I don't know. I'm going to jump on He doesn't have flash! He doesn't have flash! Can they give him his first death of the game? Yes, they can! The AD carry's dead! Elk can start to free hit. The Chaos Storm's not bad. Sheer taking damage. Great flash onto the Corki from JJ and Xiaohu. It's their only engage that they have. Anyone's Legend lose their AD carry.
JJ's snap engage really changes the fight there. The unknown spear is the deadliest at every point in the game. And JJ is just able to create the space there, gets the 1k shutdown that's onto Hope, and now the game is even more balanced at this point. This Sinzao is just frontline at this point. You just want to buy time and space for your Sivir to deal damage.
Yeah, I think having Shinzao and Galio buying up just this random bit of space in the front line, when you have look, it doesn't matter that you're behind however much gold on Elk. He was going for the Merc Scimitar, by the way, as that QSS in inventory. We see that now. At this point in the game, it doesn't matter that Elk is behind Hope. If he gets to free hit, it's still a free hitting late game AD carry. Baron's up now. Dragon is up in 2 minutes. That will be the Elder, of course. AL this is why things get scary. Sometimes you have to ignore the numbers on the top of your screen, ignore the Mountain Soul, and say, okay, yeah, you've got all of this stuff. End of the day, that is a Sivir in late game. That is Kyle on the flank. He has flash, he has ultimate, he has that proto belt. Weibo, it's so difficult to reclaim the map. Doesn't teleport behind them as well. Kyle spotted out as well. Elk's flashed onto it. He doesn't have enough cleanses. Does have the Galio coming down, starting to free hit. Hope getting him out of the play. Jeje will get taken down, and Zucker is found out by Tarzan as well. Failed flank, mission abort. Anyone's legend, clutch it out. Ulting towards that top lane as well. The taunt's not bad though. How much can Elk do? He needs to do everything, but Hope is on his case. Elk down, left at the side of the road. Anyone's legend take down public enemy number 1.
And it's a cleanup coming through from Anyone's legend. Shanks or Sharks in the water right now for the side of Weibo. And again, the way that they punish the cooldowns, Kyle on this Nico has been excellent every single time on the flank angle. He finds a 4-man Pop Blossom to decide the game.
Weibo keep it questioning until the very end of the game, but Anyone's legend roll through with a massive advantage from beginning to end, and will bring us to a 3rd game in the series, not to be outdone by Weibo. Woo! Well, folks, don't say we don't give you entertainment here. Anyone's legend, they are currently top of our table. If they lose here today, actually, I think they would have dropped below BLG on game score. It would have been a very different story for them. LPL, man. Look, Weibo are just one of the most entertaining teams to watch in the league, because you just don't know what's going to happen next. I didn't know what was going to happen next. Elk, genuinely impressing again. He made so that game look playable from 10,000 gold down versus a Mountain Soul. Now, I know you might be sat there going, oh, but they have the Mountain Soul, 10,000 gold. It genuinely was such a huge difference. Thank you so much for the subs there, Purple Orca, as well. It makes a huge difference to us. Anyone's legend, bring us to 3, and we get ourselves another game in Group Ascend here. Anyone's legend really trying to hold on to that top spot. Reminder, folks, if they end up losing this series, I think they actually draw. I think they get put below BLG, and they technically drop to number 2 in the standings. Doesn't change that much, but it's still like, you see how tight things are in this group. And Weibo, if Weibo win here, I think actually it's really hard actually for Weibo to.
They go 5-4.
I'm trying to think actually what can happen, because Weibo have another series. So hang on, that doesn't change. So basically, if Weibo were to lose this series and lose the next one, which would be versus IG, they might be able to drop below top esports somehow, despite the fact that they've beaten JDG. It does not make sense. Kyle MVP for sure. Kyle was really good.
Kyle was really good.
I actually think
Flandre was very
Flandre was good. I think Hope, besides that one death, was immaculate. Tarzan's ults were really good. It probably is Kyle. The flanking fights were really important. I need a drink. I'm gonna get myself coffee. We're gonna go put on some adverts real quick as well. I'm gonna leave Harold as custodian of the stream, steward of Gondor. Yeah. Why shouldn't I use it? That's more Palpatine, really, but yeah.
Probably should switch to music.
Oh, that's true as well. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. No, it's good. It's all good. Okay, let's change that over. Put that on as well. Cool. There you go.
Hell yeah.
If you want to change scenes as well, I thought this was
yeah,
change scenes. It's the 2 middle ones, basically.
Yep. No cannon cap.
Yeah, the 2 in green.
Thank you. Alright, welcome back, chat. We are now in the waiting room for the 3rd game of this 2nd series of the day. Man, the damage you have is crazy. Oh boy, 35% damage share Shanks. This victor hurts. Yeah, 37% damage share on Elk, 4-4-4 in terms of scoreline. Man, Elk tried, but AL were just a bit too far ahead in this game. Man, Flandre had such a good game every time, moving down for those plays in the river, being around, using those ultimates to try and force cooldowns. I'm not really sure who's the MVP. I would personally give it to Flandre, but I have a bias of being a top laner. Others would make the case for Shanks with his damage share being so prevalent in every single team fight. You know, his Hextech Rays, his Chaos Storms. He was just able to buy so much space for the side of AL, but we don't really know at this point. It's really up in the air, in my opinion. And again here, these excellent team fights coming through from the side of AL, and every time Weibo, it felt like they had a fighting chance every single fight. Every single moment in these fights when it's not super clear who is going to like take it. You never know. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. As Weibo, what do you do moving forward? What do you really do moving forward here? Because, like, man, look at Shanks' damage here. He's able to create so much space, and that this is somehow one of the fights that goes better for Weibo. It's just click, 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 click. I feel like Elk in this game, like, right click frontline, see if Ricochet win fight. But you know, we're at the point of like the series where what are you looking for in this third draft? You know, Rumble's gone, Jarvan's gone. What do you really look forward to here? Because it's gonna be really, really forceful. You know, like in the terms, especially the jungle matchup, I think Vi rises a lot in priority. I think something like the Kiana, especially in players like Tarzan and Jeje, the Kiana would rise in priority. Maybe even we see a sneaky Lee Sin. Ezreal probably for Elk, maybe, but we've seen Elk currently. It does feel like he needs something that impacts the team fight a little bit more other than Ezreal. But, you know, Elk on Ezreal has looked amazing, to be honest, so there's not really much to say. Oh, let's see. This is, I believe, the flank coming through from Erha. Not the Erha, from Kael, where he gets the 4-man Pop Blossom, and yeah, no, kind of decided that last fight with so many cooldowns of being burned to try and just dissuade the situation, and Zeka then TP is basically into a Pantheon. And then the follow-up comes through, we know, with the Grand Starfall and the Scion Charge, and Elk is just CC'd for days and not really much else to go on to. I believe we're gonna get our MVP soon, and then we are gonna go into a short break before we get to our game 3, but ooh boy, oh boy, I do wonder what is going to happen for this game 3. Anyway, just switching this over, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna do a little bit of a spiel here because this is 26.2 in terms of patch, I believe. Kael gets player of the game. Makes sense. The engages were excellent. Really good Nico game, period. Like, just in general. There's a reason this guy is probably the best or one of the 2 best supports in the league. But makes a lot of sense. But I will do a quick spiel. So the person that is usually here is Nymaera. The person that is usually here is Initialise. I am a guest. My name is Harold. We are here to do a castings. They do this for a living. I'm here as a guest. If you want to support them, drop follows, like and subscribe. Sure. Follow, subscriptions, bits, support them on the Ko-fi, and maybe just I don't know, go and download Opera GX using their link. I can't reach the keyboard. I can't put the commands in. I'm sorry. I look like a mix of Ibai and David Raya. Are you calling me Spanish? Come here.
Okay.
They're calling me Spanish.
Are you Spanish?
No.
Okay. Well, congratulations on moving up in the world.
What?
Oh god. Right, do you need a break for anything?
No, I'm fine.
Cool. Alright, one last game today. Yeah, I'm glad this series has been really back and forth in the team fighting.
Kyle, like, player of the game.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, his flanks were really, really good. Yeah, his like the coordination of the fights between him, Flandre, and Tarzan were what won their game, really. Like being able to get through to the Sivir even with all of the peel available by landing like 3 engaged tools at once was the big game changer, really.
For what it's worth, Shanks had 37% damage share.
I have to say, in a game like that, that's actually not crazy because it's late game and you have a Scion top lane and you've got Pantheon, I suppose. So I'm actually not. You're like, yeah, it's basically you and Corky doing like all of the team's damage, really. So I'm not crazy.
There was still like, I think in the numbers with 42k damage in that game.
Yeah, okay, damn. Guess you're hitting a Gallia for most of that game.
Yeah, fair enough. And then on the other side, Elk 35% damage share.
Oh, thank you for the bits as well, Orca. I was out of the room when you did that. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. David, Ebai, and Nymaera casting is. Oh wait, is so much better than. Oh wait, no.
No, we don't play down our fellow casters.
Yeah. Also, I've cast a lot with Raph, and like at the end of the day, look, if it's not for you, sure, I'm not gonna take that away from you. Like I like Raph a lot. And actually, Raph has cast on here before too, actually. But look, at the end of the day, look, you can have your opinion. That's fine. I'd appreciate people don't like kind of bring that in here, I suppose. Like, if you've got positive things to say, for sure. No, but I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here.
Yes. Remember to click the link for Opera GX.
Yes, that's true as well, of course. We have, yes, I've posted in chat a few times as well, but basically, we have a sponsor for this month, which is Opera GX. So a gaming browser with like a ton of functionality, a ton of customization. You can make it look how you want, you can have a ton of extra functionality. And if you would like to support us through that, you can click on a link and support us for free. It is for free. You can support us through that as well. Even if you just want to try it out, see if it's for you, it would be really cool if you could do it through our link, and it makes a lot of difference there as well. Okay, so a few minutes till we get into our last game of the day.
What are we expecting from the draft? Because a lot of like the power picks are gone now.
It is just all on Elk for me in terms of like, does Elk get agency? In that you can see that both games, Weibo have tried really hard to just set up Elk to just be the hyper carry in some way.
I do wonder if it is going to be more about even like maybe try and skew the jungle matchup a little bit. Maybe go for a Kiana.
I mean, there's no Poppy to block that anymore. I feel like JJ needs to play for his lanes more, though. I think it just comes to... I really think it comes down to bot lane agency.
Sejuani time.
Does Kyle get out onto the map? Does Elk get to play in team fights? Great caster. Thank you, Serenus. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And yeah, for those of you on Twitch as well, we have Twitch front page on Friday as well, so look forward to that. So it might be really busy, so I'm gonna need like the regulars to like make sure that the chat atmosphere survives, you know?
We're here Friday to lock in. Well, yeah. I might not be. I'm on a train on Friday.
It's not an excuse, as long as there's internet on the train.
It's a train across Germany. What do you think?
Are BLG and AL locked for top 1-2? I'm not sure they're locked 1-2. Because I think BLG can lose again. And if they go 0-2 and JDG go 2-0, I think that might end up being a tiebreaker. Anyone's Legend can lose 2 on the trot, and they can also lose their top spot as well. So they're not locked top 2, because I think JDG can push one of them at least out of top 2, maybe.
So if JDG win 2-0 and Bilibili lose 0-2, it's still a 4-game difference.
So they would come down to a tiebreaker on
or
like
head-to-head.
Head-to-head / other things, and I think they have to play
time.
Because BLG have, it might be, so if BLG beat them, then it doesn't matter anyway. Okay, so basically if JDG beat BLG, I think they go second. As long as the game score is there. So if they win 2-0, they'll go second. And in fairness, based off of what we've seen in the regular season, I mean, well, they did lose to Weibo and IG, which is not a great look for them, but their games against top teams have looked pretty good. Yeah. Look, LPL doesn't make a lot of sense, this split, folks. Well, okay, it does to a certain degree. It does to... I mean, I've talked about this a lot on podcasts on here as well. Effectively, like, I'm okay, because they're like peanut ones, right? Or like hazelnut.
I don't know, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think they're double chocolate, just...
Because I'm not a big fan of like hazelnut sadly. But, anyway, I think the problem is like JDG, they don't deal well with like just the gremlin teams of Weibo and IG. They don't deal well with the gremlins. They're like they're just too all over the place. That does cause a lot of issues for them. But I think they're better against the ones which are a bit more more like straight up brawn, because they actually have the brawn to match them in terms of BLG and AL. And then actually they can actually get ahead of them in team fights. I think that on the whole, BLG are worse at team fighting than any of the other top teams, which is very distressing to see. But I do think Anyone's Legend is slightly better at team fighting than JDG, depends on comp. But I think that on the whole, JDG kind of slots in somewhere amongst the top teams on that. And you can see like some of the games being determined by like, okay, well this is about team fighting, well this is about jungle support, because I actually think that Weibo have had a surprisingly good jungle support this split. I didn't expect them to be on this kind of form. I think that JDG really struggled against them, actually. And even against IG, even. I think they struggled on that front.
I mean, I think most of our Group Ascend jungle supports have been playing really well.
Most of them, yeah. And I think it's a bit hard to compare it to LCK because I think they move across the map differently. And I think like you've got players like Carrier who's just in a league of his own right now. And obviously I think Duro and Canyon are on very good form. I think Canyon's actually starting to revive a little bit. You know, you look at some of the other teams in LCK and I'm like, okay, well, there are some cracks there. I think that actually, whereas last year I thought jungle support is just going to be a bit of a disaster outside of anyone's legend. I think it's more competitive than last year. Look, I think as a whole, despite the top teams having flaws in LPL right now, I think it's more playable than it was last year in many ways, actually.
I mean, you've got the telepathic connection back between Shun and On now.
True. Yeah.
So,
although again, they have their own issues too at points.
Yes.
We're not gonna completely rose.
No, we're not gonna like completely rose water over the entire thing. But you know, I do think BLG have been looking a little bit, at least more consistent. Especially, I think Shun suits more the type of playstyle that BLG's laners want to go towards. But going back into this game, GG, world champion.
Yep, it's from 2021. Yep.
I do wonder what he's gonna look towards because there's two ways you can look at this game. You either say, I want to take control of the jungle matchup and try and snowball the game through my own lead. Or you go, I want to support my laners and be there to just help them out throughout the game and win through laning phase.
Thank you for the bits as well. Thank you, Walker, for the 250 in there. I had a little. I need to get a different sound effect for it, but it does. I do hear it every time, so it is working. Right. I'm just going to go back to what I was talking about for the draft as well. As we do get into that last draft of the day, you know the music. Time to dance. I think that it comes down to a lot about does Elk get any agency. It has to be about Elk. A lot of our standard bans coming out in the Jace and the Malphite. Kyle's Bard banned away from him as well.
Renekton banned from AL.
Well, it's a good blind pick with a lot of the top laners out now. I also wonder whether we just get something like a Cassante slam for Flandre at this point.
Or something like that.
I mean, Flandre might even go back to something like the Rek'Sai as well. Flandre just wants something which is stable on the whole. He wants stability. A Phelios banned away. A little surprised at that, but I suppose with AD carries getting taken away, we start to cut later into the pool. Stuff like Ezreal now starts to get considered, I think.
Varus is still available.
That's very, very true. And Weibo get first pick for this too. There's Azir and Varus are the two big things. One of those is getting given over. I think you take the Azir, and I think you take Misfortune later into the draft. I think that both these players are happy with Misfortune. They take the Varus, though.
They take the Varus, which means the Azir will go over to Shanks.
Dangerous.
The LeBlanc ban telegraphs the fact that they want Azir. Oh man, this is gonna be a difficult one, because now what do you look for Xiaohu?
That's
do
a
you
good
go
question.
towards the Syndra? Do you go towards the Akali maybe? Something a bit more explosive, something with a bit more playmaking agency.
Well, you don't have the Galio anymore. You don't have the Orianna. Xiaohu, he could look at the Cassiopeia. He's played that a couple of times this split. There's also the Talia as well. So he has a few different options, but Xiaohu is going up against one of our better Azir players in the entirety of the LPL. We talked about that Misfortune into the Varus. I think that Hope is very happy with that. Elk likely going to be on the Poke variant, but I do feel like the Misfortune does bring a lot in terms of laning pressure and that ability to shrug off Poke later into the game. I wonder whether the Varus first pick might work against Weibo, you know?
I wonder what Weibo... Nocturne.
So now with the Nocturne, but what do you pair that? It's the Akali, you called it before. Nocturne, Akali, you want to have a stable, solid backline, they're gonna get gap closed onto. Jungle, mid, very aggressive from Weibo.
Xiaohu Akali. We've seen this very, very sparingly in the last 2 years, but every time I feel like we've seen it, it's been a really explosive pick on the side of Weibo. I remember, what was it, 2018? What was it, 2018, 2019, where he used to play Akali a lot, especially because it was meta at the time, but you know. Man, this guy, he has one game on his
I can't remember when Xiaohu last played it. He hasn't played it this year. He might have played it in Demacia Cup a little bit, but it's been a little while. Now into our second round of bans, Erhas having the Renata taken away, which would have set up like an on-hit Varus kind of build. Do they ban away another support as well? They could ban away Karma potentially.
Wukong ban makes a lot of sense on the side of Weibo. You have on the mobile carry in the backline, there is an MF available. You don't want the power of the Cyclone to really disrupt your team fighting potential.
Rel banned away.
Rel ban makes sense.
Yeah, it really helps with that extra engage. Nautilus is gone.
Leona's
Alistair is
available.
gone. Leona might be the pick. It's fine into the Rakan. Pretty good at cancelling out the MF as well. I suppose there is a world where you go... No, you don't want to go Braum into Rakan, actually. Last ban, it's going to be the Vi. So again, lots of junglers removed from Tarzan's pool. Now, what's left up for him?
What's going to be? It should be... Surely... what is going to be the R5? Is it going to be top lane?
Kiana's not bad here, actually. Kiana's not bad.
Kiana's decent. There's not much point-and-click lockdown. But then you're subject to the possibility of getting a Leona locked in, and then you're trying to face tank a Leona as this Kiana. So
Neferi is actually better here. No, I like this more, actually. It's one which is mobile.
Oh.
I think that the Neferi is good if you want to go that damage. Sejuani, better if you want to go for that engage. Neferi, of course, you can use that W to go invulnerable against a lot of the burst damage from Weibo, and if there is a Leona coming, it'll be very important versus that ultimate too.
But it is a really bad matchup into the Nocturne. The Nocturne out-clears you, out-damages you in a heads-up 1v1.
There's a reason we don't see the Neferi much anymore.
Yep.
However, Tarzan was up there as best Neferi in the world last year, especially when it was at the height of power. Neferi was kind of Tarzan and Kanavi's kind of go-to crazy carry champion. Does this mean we get the Varus top?
Could be.
Are we going to get Varus top right now?
Well, Varus...
We get Varus top? Okay, so now we don't get the Varus into Misfortune.
Wait, hold on. Is it Varus' support?
Are we getting Varus support and then something else in top lane? Surely you don't blind pick a Camille top lane like this.
Jax is still available. It's good into both.
Unless what you... Oh, this could be the most, like, crack, and I'm talking about this in the drug sense of it. Like, this could be, like, one of the weirdest drafts we've seen. The Leona locked in would put that Varus in towards top lane. Now, you have to pick a champion into the Varus top lane. There's smiles on the faces.
Unless it's a Kali top and Varus made into the Azir.
I think at this point, Varus top lane is the go-to. I think it's just too powerful and too oppressive there. What do you pick into it? Because Flandre, I don't think he's going to pick that many things which can test into a ranged top laner.
The Jax could be here.
He might end up playing just Cassante and conceding it. Sejuani top. Flandre Sabala top. Flandre Sejuani top lane.
Oh my god.
What do you mean? We get Sejuani vote. What have we done to this role?
No. It's Neferi top, I think.
Okay, I'm just gonna... You know, I've made too many different comments on this. We'll wait until things get locked in.
I'm not looking.
No, I think it's a... If this happens, the Sejuani is fine into the Nocturne. Flandre, he did play a lot of Sejuani top lane, which is why I had assumed that would go up there. He's typically been that Rod of Ages. He's the only guy in the world that played it. Now it is likely to be that Neferi top lane. Okay, I think we'll wait until we've got a little bit more time to see when they get locked in. Thank you so much for the bits there as well. That's a whole lot of them just randomly chucked in and one after the other. If the Neferi goes top lane, you're fist fighting top lane. Varus should still win the lane, but if Neferi ever gets Sejuani ganking that lane after level 6, Varus dies. Varus cannot survive against the double dashes forwards with the melee synergy. It's a Neferi top lane, folks, for our last game of the day. I don't know how to explain this, folks. I don't know how to explain this. Neferi top lane, Sejuani jungle versus a Varus top lane. This is some real, like... Oh, I don't know how to describe it, folks.
I've censored myself enough. What the fuck is going on?
This is all over the place. All over the place. Well, folks, you only see this in the LPL, and that might be derogatory or complimentary. You'll just have to see. I don't know if Flandre's ever played this top lane. I'm going to have a quick check.
I don't think so.
Yeah, folks, I'm not sure. Let's have a quick check. He's never played at top lane. I'm actually not sure if... Neferi, I did see occasionally. We saw Irrelevant play in LEC, I remember, a while ago. Get onto the Rift, though. Let's hear those gyos. Guys, I'm checking out the stats. I can only see one top lane Neferi in history from a tier 1 league, and it was Licorice that played it. I thought Irrelevant hovered it and never played it. So guys, folks, this is only the second ever tier 1 Neferi top lane.
It's a Hail of Blades Neferi as well.
Hail of Blades, so he wants to jump onto him with the E level 1 potentially. We'll see whether he goes to that. The Q's better for the poke. See that ward was autoed down by Zucker. Double wards in that top lane. There must have been a second ward put down there. And as you can see on the graphic on the bottom, I'll translate that for you. But I don't actually speak Mandarin. Don't read it. But it basically means this is the first ever top lane Neferi in the LPL.
What?
Crazy. So Zucker's going to be really lane dominant. Started with that Q for the poke. You see that the bone plating's broken on Zucker there. He's not had a great day today, but you can see that, look, if I were coaching Weibo against anyone's Legend, coaching any team versus anyone's Legend, I want there to be a flippy matchup topside, just to hope that you can put Flandre behind. He's very good on stable matchups. Get him onto something volatile and see if you can get ahead of him.
I wonder if we're gonna see a kind of a what we saw with NIP the other day, where every resource is being converged into the top side.
Because Hoya played a game on this the other day. Now, I think in the coming patches, the AP Dusk and Dawn variant does die effectively. This could actually be a very rough game for Tarzan if he misjudges his engage angles. Because if you get Dusk and Dawn into the AP, you do get one shot by Varus. He has so much percent HP. Jumping in with the level 3 though, gets the Ignite down, gets the first Q. I think, no, he faked it out actually, gets that flash. That's the threat of the Neferi, runs at you with the Halo Blades and the Ignites. The flash away from the Varus.
He's Summoner burnt on the Varus, and Tarzan is already in the top side. There is a teleport back on the Varus, so it's gonna be okay, but this is still not great. Xiaohu getting a little bit of damage down onto Shanks. Okay.
He's actually gonna get passive up again now, actually. That's pretty scary. Doesn't kill him right there. But goddamn close. Dawn Shield gives him the 8 bonus in regen as well. Xiaohu pushing Shanks out of lane.
I wonder if he could have flash Q auto there. Maybe killed him.
Oh, Xenoblade missing. Harsh in the 2v2. W lands onto Kyle, not onto her. Of course, Elk's Jhin. Look, we've been focusing top lane, as we should, with the Fairy versus Varus. But Elk's Jhin has been one of the best out there too in the current patch. He's been very, very good carrying through with this. We've seen a lot of the Storm Razor, Lord Dominic's Regards build. Remember, there's no flash for Zucker here. They're going to spot him here. Now, Zucker needs to keep himself high HP. Problem is, Neferi gives you a full dive, gives you a free dive. JJ's not going to be there in time if they do go for this. Trying to put that wave under tower. Wave is held outside of it, though. I don't think they'll get the free dive. If they'd been able to walk in with the wave, that would have been a kill because of Neferi's great ability to reset tower aggro. Good defense there by Zucker, realizing he was in danger.
Really good by Zeka. Good presence of mind to just try and hold up the wave a little bit, but the engage goes down in the bot lane again.
Cleanse away from a Hope, and Hoya is having an absolute field day. We have no idea what's happening, and it looks like it's cleanse and heal blown for AL's bot lane. He used that heal earlier, so 2 summoners for none.
Xiaohu's still getting more poked down in the mid lane. He has the fleet instead of maybe an electrocute, going for more.
To try and get that second passive or disengage or get around the soldier autos. Definitely helps in some of the side laning matchups into the game too, where you want that little extra bit of sustain. They're probably not always going for the gunblade. I think in this kind of game, probably do want to go for it actually. Shanks again. Trying to put down those soldiers. One of the big things about the Azir and the Akali is that you put a soldier down in the middle of the shroud and it makes things really nice for you. The play there from Shanks actually getting really good auto attack uptime. But then again, remember the regen advantage is well on the side of the Akali with that second wind and the Dawn Shield.
Another good bit of poke coming down from Xiaohu. He may have not played the Akali that much in the last few years, but he is one of those storied mid laners who I believe you can say has played almost anything in the game. So not really like worried about the current situation. This top lane matchup is currently pretty even.
Ooh, Alex recall doesn't stop out Airhers. Would have been nice to get that early reset in. Teleport coming through. Zucker, of course, the Neferi went for the Ignite. He doesn't have that teleport. Hang on a second. He's going to get... Doesn't have the level 6 off the minions. Good damage there. Gonna freeze the wave outside his tower. Happy now. Sejuani's coming up. Remember, no flash on the Varus.
Ult available for Flandre. This could be a dive, and this could be a very
he's flashing over! Here comes the level 6 from the Neferi! And the Varus goes down! You cannot survive against that assassin diving combo on top side. Great kill going over to the Neferi. Crucial gank from Tarzan.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected, right? JJ is doing the Drake in the meantime.
Oh no! Oh no! We're just saying, no, you got to get ahead of the matchup. It's great. Now the wave will still die to tower, but why did you just give the gold back, Flandre? We were just praising you.
No way.
What has he done?
I need a replay of what happened. I feel like he walked in.
Just get himself over that ultimate. Has his ultimate to get out with that part 2. Should have been a sweep into death. Couldn't quite get it. Xiaohu makes it out alive.
Really good from Xiaohu, but here we're gonna get a replay. This is the play.
Happens?
This is the play. This is very good on the side of AL. They punish the flashless Varus, and then here Flandre is just trying to get the wave back in. He's probably called it back over Tarzan to help him shove. He gets the flail onto the back minions.
Oh
and
no!
That dies. He is into tower range and he has no mana for W.
He could have flashed out. And now he's even in gold with Zucker. He's got himself Tabby first now, which definitely hurts a lot of the kill threat from the Nymaera. Of course, still going to have kill threat, but the move speed, if anything else, is really important. That, come on, Flandre, that is an easy one to give over.
Really good from Xiao, who there to space out in the Shroud to try and get more damage onto Shanks. He knows the region is on his side, and now Zeka is able to just walk up under the turret with the tabbies completed, even in gold. Zeka is really happy about the situation. He has the boots advantage, movement advantage. Yes, Flandre, when he jumps onto you, he will probably do a lot of damage, but now Zeka has that extra degree of safety, especially.
Ooh, W landing onto Hope. He doesn't have cleanse. Good dodge from Elk, flashing over. They need a little bit more damage, and Hope is lost. All hope is lost. Anyone's legend lose a kill on the 2v2.
There's no more hope to find in this AL bot play as Weibo get another 2v2 kill. Elk is on a rampage today.
Sometimes players have names just like, yeah, we'll make the most lyrically out of them. That's going to be the crystallize that. So that's plate for no plate on the other side or whatever. I think it might be one on the other side. I can't quite read the mini-map there actually. But Weibo, this early game should have been going so much worse for them. Zucker does have, ults through the W. That's going to be the ult from the Nocturne. Does he want to throw it towards that top side? No, he doesn't. He would have thought he would want to at that point. Flandre could W that. Could still walk towards the top side, but W's on cooldown for a very long time, mind you. Looks like he's just going towards the grubs instead. That's not a good Nocturne ult to bring it out. Flandre still has his own ultimate though. He's going to jump in. That's a lot of damage from the dog. Just go forwards. The darkness comes through though. Still W on cooldown, and Air arrives at the blade first, and the dog's dead. The dog's dead. They jump in. Zucker trying to get the damage, and only the way that Varus can. And the arrow is so much damage. Pierces the heart of Bristle and Sejuani. A triple kill for Zucker. It's like watching Hoyer all over again.
And it's 3 men, 1 bow, and 3 kills for the side of Weibo.
It's 1 for each person inside of Varus' body. The demon and 2 dudes, each end up getting a kill for themselves. A curtain call won't lead to much from Elk, but Weibo, they're getting away with it. They're getting away with it. I can't believe it. Weibo 5-1 up 2,000 gold. They get themselves grubs early. Dragon, they've got everything, Harold.
This is a hysterical laughter time. I don't know what's happening.
Oh my god, this is after they just used the Varus ult. He has the spell shield. Surely you think, well, you know, the Sejuani passive, that'll lead to everything, but he's feared. And the vision toggle goes off because the paranoia, he can't activate it. He can't activate the E. Air roams to the play first, and oh my god, the Varus damage.
That solar flare as well, getting the 2-man stun there. It's... oh my god, this is so good. And then the piercing arrow damage.
That's, I think,
Varus top, baby.
That's the W with the full Q stats. Yep. Insane damage. He's going to go for that Dusk and Dawn, presumably, as well. Oh dear, AL. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Dear me. This is not a fun situation for you to be in, but... oh man, this is... Weibo, again, controlling the game through controlled chaos at any point. You're in a situation where you don't necessarily need to be winning every single lane. You are in control of the fight because you know you can buy enough time and space for your damage dealers to come through. This Naafiri R5 Naafiri. Yeah. No, never mind. Not R5. R4 Flex Naafiri.
Yeah.
Is not really working out. We got the first kill, but there's not been no repeat gank. There's not been a roam coming through from the supports. There's not been presence to make sure this Varus doesn't get out of control. And now the Varus has 3 kills.
Ooh, dodge away from that Q. Zucker doesn't have the first item built up yet, but will be going for that Dusk and Dawn, which means that the turnaround burst with the AP scaling is nuts. Jungle support roam towards top side. There's no cleanse, there's like no flash. This could just be a straight up dive. He's trying to hold the wave outside of it. Might have to body block if it comes to it. But if he does, that's very, very dangerous. Holding it away. Nocturne has ult, but is not in range. Has Hex Plate. Dive called off. Good roam by Airhurt. This is the kind of thing which some of our other supports in LPL don't protect the side lane at the right moment like that. It's actually very important for us to call this out and say, Airhurt saves Zucker from dying there. If he wasn't there in time, he would have died. It was a very clear motion from anyone's legend to dive the Varus. Look at JJ and Airhurt shepherding this wave in towards the Varus top. You must coddle this champion.
Could they dive Flandre now?
I don't know. He's got W. Sejuani's around. And they do have the Nocturne Fear if they want to, but he has Flash. He's got his ults. I think they're going for it, Harold. We'll have a look. When do the lights get turned out? They have the Flash Leona Q if they need it. That might be a problem. Zenith Blade flashed away from. Good survive by Flandre there. Tarzan flashing under turret. JJ doesn't have his flash himself. That's a good solar flare. Oh my god, the Varus damage! They need to get away from there. Shanks coming up for the extra A bit of damage. Oh, the splash into the wall. Zuka might just go down. Going into the melee race. Xiaohu's into the play now too. It's a 1-for-1. Believe all things said and done. The bump into the wall from Shanks did take down Zuka. Ends up being that 1-for-1. Jungle dead for one side, Varus on the other.
Party time in the top lane, and top laner and jungle goes down. But, man...
Hang on, that was a recall stop there. Does Xiaohu follow that? No. A little bit questioning it. He didn't have ult, no flash as well. It was scary. This game just continues to just throw us, we'll call it entertainment value.
Alex can tell you right now, I'm on the edge of the seat, like I'm leaning forward
physically. Yeah.
This is a scary, this is a weird game to be looking at, but I'm here for it. Now, Eclipse completed on Flandre probably will give him more of a threat to jump onto Zeka, but Zeka has the Dusk and Dawn completed.
And that is it's just such an incredibly strong item. Yeah. I think if you can build this item, I'm so surprised to see not many people are using this. Particularly on this patch before the Varus nerfs come through for the AP on the W. This is such a busted build.
Yeah, and now we're in a situation where we're kind of looking at possibly a team fight happening, but again, on the side of Weibo, you want to play around your top laner, you probably want to play around Elk. Elk has accumulated 700 gold lead. Beyond that solo kill, he probably has had the same kind of interaction that Assume had the other day.
He's also got that role quest earlier, which has a lot of that gold. That's where a lot of that gold leads come from. But it does mean that, you know, Hope is losing out some permanent value from those minions, losing a couple of minutes of extra gold value. Tarzan might just walk his way towards top lane again. Waystate's not looking fantastic for him, but he does have Vidzuka, but he does have teleports to get back to lane. Dragon goes down easily, 2 now for Weibo. And what's the rift? Chemtech. In this game, not bad actually. You know, it helps with the heals, ends up helping with your tenacity as well against a Rakan Charm and the Sejuani ultimate. That has some value here actually.
What do you do? What do you do if you are AL in this situation? Do you just keep sending resources top lane, or do you maybe just try and take a flip at a team fight? But even then, a team fight is going to be difficult. Gunblade complete on the Akali, Hexblade completed onto the Nocturne. There is a Stormrazor onto the Jhin, and the Locket available also for Erha. You're in a situation where, as AL, you want to maybe try and just take the set team fight. You want to use the Tarzan to buy space for you and try and make something happen. But the overwhelming dive is so overbearing on the side of Weibo.
I think it's really difficult because I think in this game, the Nocturnal is way better defensively than offensively now, because you just pull the trigger to turn the lights dark so people can't click on the person you're diving on. Sejuani and Neferi want to go forwards, but if the lights go dark, no one else can follow up as easily. Yeah, you can look over to your teammates' screens and see where people are. And that is very helpful, and it's the thing you should do improve, by the way. It's actually really important. But you're not actually able to physically click on something, you know, like an Azir, like auto attack if you're not within range. Or, you know, of course, the big thing would be, if the lights go dark before Neferi presses ult, you can't get onto that target. That is actually huge. Tarzan trying to hang about these lanes, maybe looking for the flank. Oh, Xiaohu dodges away, has the R2. Is it going to be enough? Has the Gunblade for healing? It's not enough. Xiaohu goes down. Slick gank from Tarzan.
Yeah, very good from Tarzan to be there to confirm the CC after the shove. This is the way I believe AL can get back into it. They can look to target 1 or 2 people at a time when they are in cover.
There's going to be jumped onto. Good damage from the Neferi. Does have slash. That's great damage from Elk. Doesn't land the root, but has the curtain call. Bullet time's on the other side. Ult for ult. Big bullets going both ways. Hope's actually very close to killing Elk. They're jumping onto Jejez now on that bot side. He's been taken down low by Shanks. I think he can just about kill him. No, not quite. Shanks close to killing the Nocturne. Hope getting that chunk out of Hope as well changes. Then Kyle does have flash, does have ult. There's actually a chance he can jump on towards LK here, but he does have cleanse. And that flash solar flare is not very good from her. Oh, struts his way out of it. And suddenly now, bot lane play going well, mid lane play going well. AL get themselves a lot more gold than they had before.
Yeah, now Shanks has a comfortable 1k gold lead over Xiaohu. And you're in a situation where Zeka is the gold lead. But now, look, he's unprotected and there is a Kyle in the top side. I wonder if they do pull the trigger.
Yeah, there's a cleanse and there's no, there's a charm and no cleanse for Zuka, so you could actually go towards it. But I think they're a little bit afraid of Nocturne coming out of the Fog of War. Does he hit level 11 off of this actually? No, he doesn't. He's way off of it. But once he hits level 11, at that point, your split picks become very quick or completely failing. You either kill the person immediately, or Nocturne comes around the corner and just caves your skull in. I think that Weibo, the game is obviously not over. I think they're a very squishy team. If they make mistakes, a good bullet time from Hope, a good ult from Tarzan, who is one of the greatest Sejuani players of all time, by the way, we should really tell you that the Bandle Pipers are in town. I think they've taken a trip over from the LCK. Someone should tell Atlas and Orcs. But they've got the Bandle Pipes and the Protoplasm Harness as well for a bit of utility, a bit of tank. Tarzan level 11, so he does have the second tier of ultimate. CC not going to land on Kyle there.
EP is coming through. The fight is about to begin. As Weibo, what do you do here? You're getting a TP in. It's going to be a 5v5.
Yeah, but you're stuck in the pit here from Weibo. There is a flash from Airhead. Kyle goes for the charm. Everything goes dark. It's pretty good damage. The sweep is only onto the Leona right now. And I think there's a lot of damage left on Weibo. Tarzan's going 1-1 with the Varus in the backline. Flandra jumping onto Alkan. He'll try and look for that too. JJ lives. Hope goes down. Flandra now left alone. 1v3 in the backline. And the Akali's on his case. There's a curtain call. And I think Flandre will be exiting stage right. Dies around the Raptors. Weibo turn around the initial engage.
Someone call animal control. There is a dog on the loose. And Xiaohu answers in kind. Weibo, another teamfight control. Another controlled chaos teamfight where they're able to segment out the fight and use their multiple threat to jump onto the carries of AL. Again, the chaos formed by the ultimate, created by the ultimate from JJ.
I just think this is the wrong targets to full send onto. I just don't think this is the play. No, Varus gets a full charge ultimate onto the Sejuani. Well, in fact, he gets the arrow. Oh my god, it goes onto the backline there instead, and that means that the fourth shot kills. And Zuka, very happy to tangle with Tarzan. I just think the engage goes onto the wrong members from AL.
Yeah, I mean, AL, again, they're using this very monolinear type of composition where they're fighting in one direction. Yes, you have the Azir shuffle that you can maybe change the angle, but...
Dragon up in 10 seconds now. Weibo expanded their gold lead. This would put them onto that third Dragon of Threat of Soul later. Nash's Tooth up for Zuka now too. He is very, very strong. It's not like the engage isn't bad on the other side. Airhead does have flash and heal. Not the easiest target to go towards, but the CC is really quite intense. He's going to flash out now. The ult's down. Tarzan very, very low, though. They're not winning the frontline to frontline battle in a way that they think they were going to. Airhead uses most of his CC, but that's... Hang on, Tarzan's looking for the cleanse. Xiaohu jumping over. Goes into there. The charm comes through. Kyle's nearly dead on the other side, and he is claimed by the shadows. The shade is pretty nasty. No, the bullet time's okay. Goes 1-for-1 air. Does go down. Xiaohu goes in. Needs the extra bit of damage. Shanks goes down to Zucker's arrows. It's a hail coming from the skies. They'll fight and die in the shade. Weibo walk away with the dragon and the fight.
And again, Weibo with the control. They bait the cooldowns. And again, they manage to punish. On the side of AL, they're trying to get in, but then, as you were saying, the frontline fight is going well, and then they overcommit. Kyle takes a step too far and gets blown up immediately. No retreat.
Yeah, Kyle, you know, I do think he is the best support in the LPL. It's not been his series today. He did walk away with a very good Nico game in Game 2, but this game here, he's struggling to make the engage land onto the right target. He's very squishy. See that even Tarzan's too squishy. This Varus is really, really scary. Loses half his HP. They well overcommit onto Airhead. It's a big mistake. And then once Tarzan's ult down, what do you do?
There's not much you can do. You have KL with the ghost running. He tries to go in, but the darkness makes it so difficult. And he gets stopped in his tracks by a great Shield of Dawn by the Leona. And then the follow-up comes through immediately.
So Airhead ends up dying, taking the Zenith Blade into the bullet time. Hope nearly saves him. Xiaohu, though, first time playing Akali in quite some time. He's looking slick on it. Genuinely, he is. Xiaohu's Akali. I've missed it.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is the Spring King for a reason at this point.
It's winter! It's not spring yet! What do you mean? The Spring Tigers, these come out of hibernation early! Shanks may be looking for a sweep back. He was 2 levels down on Xiaohu. Has he upgraded Merc Treads and the Gunblade? I don't think you can really do much here. Xiaohu gets away.
Kyle is there to try and make the follow-up if Xiaohu decided to go in, but there's soon to be completed 2 items on the side of Xiaohu. The Shadow Flame is towards completion. And again, the map is so warped now for the side of Weibo that on the side of AL, you're trying to overflow.
Oh, it's a little bit, hang on, so that's going to be stepped away from, but Tarzan, because he stepped back, is still in the path of the Zenith Blade. The Varus all hits, and I think, just watch the arrow, yeah, that'll take him down. Tarzan dodges the Solar Flare, but it doesn't take him to a nice sunny day. Good damage onto Xiaohu on the way back, though, and Neferi gets the kill with a passing double dagger.
Another kill, another 1 for 2? Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle went down as well. It is that 1 for 2.
Will they dive here? No. AL recognizes that this is not their play to take. The Herald will go down and they will charge it straight into the tier 2 turret. Will AL look for the fight?
They put the Azir wall down. Not sure about that one. Shanks loses the ultimate, and now a lot of the threat's gone. You can see that damage that they can put through onto this. 2 grubs helping them as well. That's going to be the tower completely gone. 2 tower push, 2 kills. Weibo, they were huge underdogs coming into today, folks. Anyone's Legend are currently #1 in the LPL, but Weibo, they took down JDG when they were #1 in the LPL. Anyone's Legend, oh, they've dealt some wounds to them before. Last summer, they knocked them down at the lower bracket. Of course, it was a different roster back then, but Weibo does still retain that era of chaos, that air of chaos. Doesn't seem to change no matter what happens with the roster. Weibo, they are set to win this series over currently the best team in the LPL.
Yeah, this is chaos incarnate at this point. Now, almost 6k gold lead on the side of Weibo. Now you're looking at a situation where what do you look to play for as AL? You're going defensive items on basically everybody. There is already basically a Banshee completed on the side of Shanks because he knows he has to play on the back foot to this game.
But it's so behind. But then you look at that Banshees and you think, well, isn't that the worst item you can build here? Because the Knockdown Art immediately kills the spell shield.
Yeah.
It's such a... If you're going to jump onto it, you just press Knockdown Art first and then you fling the Solar Flare in or something else. That spell shield just doesn't work because you can't do it on command. It will be taken away by that Knockdown Art. Just the vision denial part of it denied, so none of that CC actually cleansed.
Man, this is difficult. This is... I would say this is hard to watch, but this is hella fun, so...
It is. I'm just going to address something in chat as well, because some people say, well, what's the Neferi meant to achieve? It's meant to lane counter the Varus and roll over it, and particularly because you're a melee champion with a point-and-click gap close, you're meant to combo up with the Sejuani to have that melee synergy and hyper-gank the Varus. Clearly that didn't work. They got that first kill, Flandre died to turret, and the lane counter has just not worked.
Yeah, he wasn't able to retain the lead, and then at that point, it's kind of... In an even state, he will always take the control.
Dragon now in 20 seconds, that would be Kentek Soul for Weibo, and they're already far enough ahead to kind of blast through this game. There's a Seekers on second 2 now. Makes it very, very hard to zero him out. AL, you're going to have to clutch this one out. I'm not exactly sure how you do it. There are a lot of squishy members on Weibo, but they do a lot of damage when you're diving onto them, particularly for Kyle. I think it's really hard for the Rakan to make it onto the backline.
Let's see if they decide to spring the engage, but Elk's 4th shot is kind of pulling them back a little bit.
It's the ult going on towards Xiaohu. The bullet time isn't great, actually. Cleansed off of now. Air still in the front line. Zuka's doing quite a lot of damage. Air is low. It doesn't matter, does it? Hang on. That's going to be maybe a reset for the Neferi. Can't quite get it. Dragon claimed by Tarzan. Zuka's now getting engaged on as well. Anyone's Legend. We asked them to clutch and perhaps they've done it. Elk walks away, though. Currently a 3v4. 2 kills in the favor of Anyone's Legend. Elk is taken down by Hope. Anyone's Legend, they needed to clutch and they've done just that. Anyone's Legend. Triple kill for Hope. I don't think Xiaohu's got enough left in the tank. Weibo lose all 5 members for just 2 kills.
What the hell is going on? This fight is a mess in the entire time. Flandre is able to buy so much space in the backline, getting so much attention from 3 people, while the rest of his team manages to jump the hyper-fed Varus and split the fight. We've talked about how much Weibo were able to split the fights before with their carries, managing to get multiple points of attack, and here AL do the exact same.
So they focus on the Dragon. I really wonder whether they should have dove instead of looking for that. Flandre gets to split things off, and Zuka doesn't have, well, he does have the flash, he has to go golden. That Varus gets so separated that he can't use that huge gold lead. Really well played from Anyone's Legend to actually separate out the different threats and take them down one by one.
AL, Flandre was so tanky for Node in the backline. I don't get it. This dog got bite in it still, I guess.
So, well, that's somewhat of what Neferi can do. Xiaohu left alive at the end does do decent damage, but this is a fight with a bad bullet time too. The bullet time didn't really achieve that much. Now suddenly, gold lead, basically non-existent. You know, Hope is 2,000 gold ahead of Elk now because of the shutdowns in that fight. Yes, he did die at the end, but he's got a full G8. That'll really help him. Next fight, Zuka must be in a better position. He's so much gold on this team, and he didn't pay off that investment from Weibo in the team fight.
Good point coming through from chat. No flash on Hope for the next fight. So this is a GA having MF, but still going to be a difficult fight moving forward.
No cleanse either. No cleanse could be really important. Tarzan walking up. Zuka's sat behind the front line now. Of course, very important. Tarzan, don't jump into that one, I don't think. Carly on the side lane. Has those 2 items, even in gold with Shanks. That Banshees is built up for him. And, you know, we did say, oh, it's not great for the spell shield, but the actual magic resist is pretty nice, actually.
The magic resist is really good.
Yep. Now, Baron's available. How... Have Weibo been rattled now? That's the question. Well, they're starting Baron, and they haven't done a good enough job of clearing out the wards. Anyone's Legend will spot this. They don't know they're on vision. Traps being put down. Xiaohu on the flank. They do that's a lot of damage from the Baron. Flandre can actually dive into the backline and be really quite threatening right now. Xiaohu jumped onto by Kyle, but he will be going invisible. They're disengaging the Baron, realizing, yeah, this is probably too much. Shank's going on to Xiaohu. Safe for now, though. Flips away.
I mean, Weibo, I think, now stuck in a position where they want to do things, but now the lack of frontline is going to start to bite them back.
Yeah, I agree.
Because when they only have a Leon on the table to soak up a little bit of pressure and the Nocturne to a degree, you're now stuck in a situation where you're not that overwhelmingly ahead anymore. And you're kind of stuck in a situation where, okay, we want to work forward. Okay, the people who managed to do that for us before can't do it anymore. They're not as tanky anymore.
2 minutes still Dragon. Weibo could look towards the Soul. Anyone's Legend. They have damage. That Neferi is actually really scary. At the end of the day, you know, we saw what Neferi could do on a jungle budget. Now he's doing it on a top lane. Yeah, not the most fed, but he's still very, very scary with the 2 items. The Eclipse Black Cleaver. Of course, Anyone's Legend could also try their hands at Baron too. Don't choose to for now, though. Playing it slow.
Third item completed on JJ. The GA is now completed on the Nocturne. Means more dive threat is coming. 95% crit on Elk.
That is really nasty. We're getting towards the point where it's like the multiplicative scaling. We haven't really seen Elk take over this game. He's going to have to try and slash away. Does do. Gets the aftershock. CC onto Tarzan. That's going to be the... Hang on. The cleanse used onto the Sejuani jumping in, though. The bullet time's been used just to kill the Leona. Maybe that's an overinvestment. Xiao hit to the backline. It's a good flip. Zucker's down. However, Elk is still alive and full HP. Xiao who gets it all across a bunch of people. It's all on Elk. It's all on Elk. How much can he do? There's a GA. He can't do it. Hope survives. GA intact. Anyone's Legend clutch out again.
Holy hell, these fights. Zeka always, again, out of position, getting caught by the CC, getting caught by the damage coming through from AL. Xiaohu almost saves the fight. That perfect execution was almost perfect, but Flandre's got the entire pack with him at this point. Level 16 Neferi means you have a bunch of those with you.
I mean, we're looking through this. Baron will go over to the side of Anyone's Legend. You can see that they're really wanting to jump onto the Leona to stop some of that lockdown onto the backline. No, this Varus is just not getting the value down. Walks up, misses the arrow, and has to go golden, and is stuck melee range of the whole team, and still gets knocked up at the end of it, gets blasted by the Azir. Zucker, another team fight, another horror show from the top laner with all the resources.
Oh man, not everybody can be Hoya, I guess. This is so disheartening as a Weibo fan.
Hang on, so Baron was taken by Anyone's Legend. However, the Dragon's going down. Remember, this is Soul for Weibo if they can claim it. Tarzan's here in time, though. Whereas JJ is coming around the corner, we might get ourselves a good old flip for it. Can you smell the burgers? I certainly can. Good damage onto Sejuani. Flandre's on the back, though, and he's got himself a lot of damage onto Elk. Elk's going down. The AD carry's dead, and the Soul is claimed by Weibo. I just don't think it's early enough. There's a blast code. It sends her the wrong way. Anyone's Legend clutch out against Weibo and will win the team fight. And I think this time, Harold, it might just be the game.
Yeah, this might really just be game. Zeka is strong. Zeka can maybe do something here, but he needs to not get caught by the CC coming through. But the knockout catches him.
Very close. Didn't have the skills at the end. With the Varus dead, I think Anyone's Legend will march into the Nexus.
This might be it. Flandre, after a horror show of an early game, he pulls it back with the late game Neferi. Doesn't matter that he was behind early. 3 items completed, jumps onto the AD carry, decides the fight around the Drake.
The laning phase went to Zucker, but you know the thing about those ranged top laners, feels good for the first half of the game, but what can you do at the back end of it? Flandre's team fighting performance on the Neferi gave so much hope to Anyone's Legend. The Nexus is focused down, and Anyone's Legend will clutch it out to win the series 2-1. Not exactly sure how that happened, folks, but this is the world we live in. This is the wonderful LPL, which we find ourselves watching day in, day out. If you have enjoyed what you've seen here today, and if you haven't, I will question your sanity. If you have enjoyed it, please think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. Your support is the only way that we can keep ourselves being live 7 days a week. This is our job, folks, bringing you games like this, and we love it, but we'd love for you to love it just as much as well. Anyone's Legend are now firmly in control of first place here in the LPL. Got a bit shaken here. Weibo, one of those teams which you can never count out. And again, thank you for the follows there as If you'd like to support us in any other way, we do have a Ko-fi as well. It's normally myself and my brother here. Harold's a special guest, and thank you so much for joining us today, Harold. It was very cool for that. We also have sponsor for this weekend, Opera GX, which you can see up there as well. You can help us for absolutely for free if you click that link and you sign up for it, even just to try out what is a gaming browser with a ton of different functionality. Hopefully that's something down your street as well. Anyone's Legend. That early game should have lost them the game.
Yes.
Zucker's team fighting was really poor. I'm sorry, it was really poor.
No, it was just bad.
You got two hands here, right? You've got really good clutch team fighting on one side from Anyone's Legend, just opposite of that from Weibo.
Yeah. I think it was just literally not respecting the defective range of the damage coming through from AL, creeping forward towards the game, because as well, like creeping forwards, as more levels go into
British Pirates cheered X100. That last game was straight up silly. Great fun.
So it's always going to be
Thanks
so
for
much
the casting, lads. Always makes my workday a little more entertaining.
Again, really good from AL to always try and look for the window of opportunity.
There was some bits during that as well, so there was the text-to-speech, which again, I just completely forget to turn off. But Flandre, damn. I mean, my issues with Flandre are about his laning phase, and I think we saw that again here.
Yep.
I've never had issue with his team fighting. Flandre is one of the best team fighting top laners, probably the best team fighting top laner in the LPL. I think it's quite clear at this point. If this guy gets into late game, Flandre will make the difference. The guy's insane at figuring out the winning angle.
He just finds the angle every single time, and it's crazy. You know, he does it better on Sion, but you know.
He does. Yeah, the Sion's a little bit unfair with that, though. Alright, so folks, that's going to be our games today. I suppose we end the stream here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. We've now hit 10,300 followers. By the way, Borset, you are a 10,300th follower. I'm hoping at some point this year maybe to crack 11,000. That'd be very cool. We hit 10,000 this year, which is a hell of a milestone as well. So again, thank you everyone for supporting our journey through the LPL here. You know, Sam and I basically share this channel at this point. We have Twitch front page on Friday. So everyone join us for that. Will be our last day of the regular split. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to raid over to. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.